till midnight. So there you go. This is going to last quite a while, folks. Just prepare to be ready to hit your safe place.
Yeah, so the terminology that the National Weather Service is saying is basically the primary threats include several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread damaging winds, and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour likely, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter possible. So if you are watching pretty much in East Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, where you were not under tornado watch originally, this is a very special tornado watch. When we say it's a PDS, that particularly dangerous situation, this was the type of tornado watch that was issued before Little Rock got hit in 2023, before Valonia got hit in 2014. So we just want to heighten your concern, not scare you, but you need to be prepared that things could turn ugly. Once again, it may just be one storm or it could be a few storms. That's what we'll have to watch for the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours as this continues to be a very fluid situation, Tom.
Yeah, in central Arkansas, it does not include Pulaski as far as I can see, but it's all the counties just to the east of Pulaski County, including Lonoke, Grant, White, Prairie, and then in eastern Arkansas, Jackson, Randolph, Lawrence, Woodruff, in this part of the state. But that doesn't mean that our tornado threat is any less. It just means that we really got to keep an eye on things here in eastern Arkansas. A tornado is a tornado, whether it's a low wind, EF0 or EF1 to a high-end tornado. They're all the same. They still cause damage and they ruin lives, unfortunately. This is what's going on with the latest warnings that we have in north central Arkansas. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. That covers up quite a bit of real estate and also western parts of Van Buren County. We're getting closer to the Clinton area. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings for some very intense cells that could produce some very strong wind gusts. We had some very strong winds move through the Danville area with that cell. That could be the strongest severe thunderstorm cell that we have. Polk County, Johnson County, Van Buren County, upwards to Searcy, Newton counties, and even back toward the south and west. Now Polk County and Mena, a very strong cell there. Pretty significant cell there. You saw the coloration, different colors. The Weather Service has different ways of identifying the intensity of severe thunderstorms. Our cloud heights, just to give you an idea, 40 plus, 50 plus thousand feet, so some very tall thunderstorms reaching way up. Could have some big hail with them as well. 52, 50,000, 51,000 feet. Yeah, some very big and very strong thunderstorms with those cloud heights over western and west central Arkansas. All right, so just to reset a little bit here, it's now 3 o'clock. Thank you for watching. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon here. We're tracking severe weather this afternoon. We've got a fairly high risk of tornadoes, a volatile situation. We had a new tornado watch issued for the eastern half of the state. We're still under a tornado watch until 4 o'clock in Pulaski County. So you look at the timing there. The other watch is until midnight. Ours is until 4, may get extended. So we're expecting these storms in the central part of the state, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. They're getting closer right now through Yale County, and there is that very strong thunderstorm, that severe thunderstorm that is to the southwest of Russellville. Bowing out, winds could possibly be as high as 70 plus miles per hour. And because it's moving to the northeast, 45 to 50, the National Weather Service has added Conway County, Van Buren County, Perry, Pope, and also the northern parts of Yale due to that severe cell. And to the southwest, Scott, Polk counties also with severe thunderstorm warnings and even more warnings to our north. An active weather day certainly, with tornado watches in effect until midnight for all except for extreme southwest and southern Arkansas, but eastern and central Arkansas have those watches going on until midnight, 4 o'clock and midnight tonight. So that's just to keep you up to date on what's going on right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Yale, Perry, Van Buren, Pope, Logan, and Conway County. That is until 3:45 this afternoon. Nathan?
Tom, I'm trying to work on update it with the watch here. So if you want to take control of the radar, if that's okay?
Yeah, that is fine. I'll take care of things from here. Thank you very much. Again, this is what's happening for us right now with the live radar that we have. And if we can, while Nathan's updating the article, for us. We're going to put on THV11. You can find all information there. We'll take you back to our website there. Let's talk about what you need to do to stay safe this afternoon as these storms and this line of storms moves to the east-southeast. We are expecting anywhere from 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some large and damaging hail is possible, and even a few tornadoes cannot be ruled out. And that's why we're on this afternoon, because of the threat. It's a higher threat than what we're normally used to, and it covers up a lot more real estate here in the natural state. Again, I want to thank those of you that are joining us, and we've got some folks that are on the radio with us. They're streaming us up in Heber Springs and Greers Ferry area, also in Clinton, Arkansas, where the line of storms is getting a little bit closer here to north central Arkansas. Right now, Russellville and Danville, severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the polygon right there with the stronger wind gusts, upwards of possibly 70 miles per hour. The warning extends into Van Buren County, Conway County, and extends back toward the southwest, Scott County, and into Polk County near the Mena area. Give me just a moment here. I want to. All right, I'm going to jump on. But I'm going to have to pull up radar on my NJD. It'll take me just a moment, but I tell you what, if you want to, we'll keep it right there. Keep it right there for just a moment. Folks at home, thank you once again for hanging out with us today. Let me pull up our radar this afternoon so that I've got a little bit more control of it. I was on the other device. I was on the other Macs that Nathan is taking care of currently. Once again, thank you for joining us. It is now 3:03 in the afternoon, and I'm Tom Brannon, Nathan Scott with you this afternoon. We've got severe weather in Arkansas, and we're just trying to keep you safe. The best that we can do is to make sure that you've got everything that you need. And now that I've been able to tap into our other source, I do want to point your attention over what's happening in southeast Arkansas. We've talked about these cells. You can come back out to me if you want, guys, now that I've got a little bit more of an area that I can work here. In southeastern Arkansas, there's Phillips County. There's a cell there, a movement to the north. This was the area that was added not long ago into the PDS watch, that tornado watch. It's PDS. We've got cells developing in Lonoke County, but this is where most of the action has been here this afternoon from Mountain Home and Baxter County southwestward, and that front is right here. Once that front pushes through your area, things will calm down a bit. The problem is once we get rid of the severe weather aspect this afternoon and tonight, the front is going to stall out, and another system or two or three will move along that front. That's what's going to keep the heavy rain threat here. I mean, as long as these severe thunderstorms continue to train over the same areas, you're going to get some heavy rainfall in this area, the River Valley area, getting a little closer now to central Arkansas. But from Polk County and Mena through Scott County, Yell, even Conway County, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. Polk County, Van Buren, upwards to Searcy, Newton, and Baxter counties. Again, more activity developing well out ahead of it. We'll keep an eye on those for the potential for some rotating supercells that may occur here this afternoon. Let me take you, we could use some rain, just not all of it at once, right? Lonoke County, let me show you what's going on here, a cell that is coming together. This is our live radar in Lonoke County. No warning on it yet, but it has shown some signs of really beginning to take off. JD, if you wouldn't mind taking the camera, turning it over into east, looking east, we might be able to pick up the tops of these clouds as they billow up. That's our camera. You do? Okay, okay. Well, we can take. We want to turn that camera over into Lonoke County this afternoon. Here's Little Rock, Pulaski County. Not much happening here just yet, and that is expected to change here very soon, probably between 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon. All right, so there's our live radar. Let's put it all into motion for you. When do we expect weather to occur in your area? This is by 4 o'clock this afternoon. The storm's lining up and coming together. We'll keep an eye on cells that will develop, become supercells that could produce tornadoes. There's the line by 4 o'clock moving over north central Arkansas. This is 306, and this may be a little bit behind. We may see those cells by 3:30 moving into Van Buren County and Johnson County, I'm sorry, not Johnson, but Conway County, Perry County, extending southwestward in Howard County, Polk County, and the cells that develop here, and the activity now that's being shown up on our high-res models over southeast Arkansas. This is by 5:30 tonight. Those cells now getting closer, if not entering central Arkansas. The time rush hour is occurring. I'm sure not everybody went home early today. There's probably some folks here in downtown Little Rock and around the metro that are working and will be heading home at this time. Just be careful. Use a little extra caution as you head home. By the time we hit 7 o'clock tonight, this is where I have to have glasses. 7 o'clock tonight. Those cells are that line of storms through central Arkansas, extending from northern through central Arkansas. Here it is, Jonesboro through the Batesville area, Little Rock, Pine Bluff. It's this region of Arkansas where all the parameters are there for tornadoes. And by the time we hit 7, 8 o'clock tonight, that's what it could look like. Radar could be lit up with cells that are capable of producing some damaging winds and possibly a tornado or two. So the tornado watch continues for that area. Okay, so with that in mind, let me go back up to radar and kind of give you an idea of what else is going on here. Here at 3:07 this afternoon, the tornado watch looks like it, or tornado warning for Baxter County looks like it has expired. Certainly some good news, but we still have those warnings here over west central and north central Arkansas. An environment this afternoon that could become explosive at any time. That's why we're streaming on THV 11 Plus and THV 11 to give you the latest weather information this afternoon. And we're just gonna keep it going through the newscast tonight. Yeah, for now we are. No good news. Tornado warnings have expired. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings, and they continue in west central and northwest Arkansas. The viewing area that we have are Yell County, Pope County. We have a shot. Let's take it. Let's go ahead and take a camera shot. That's Lake Dardanelle with traffic moving along the interstate there. Some very heavy rain occurring with those storms moving over Lake Dardanelle this afternoon, an area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let me get in a little bit closer here for those of you that are wanting to know what else is going on here for your location. Now we've got Searcy and Newton counties with storms. Van Buren County getting awfully close to you here. There's Pope County and Lake Dardanelle around I-40. This is where we had some very heavy rain and some wind, and we're keeping an eye on that area that may have a little rotation to it over the southern flank of Pope and Johnson counties. And this area extends back towards Scott County where we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Lonoke County, Prairie County, keeping an eye on a storm that is developing there. I do want to take a moment and talk about the risk of severe weather this afternoon. For those of you that are just joining us now, we're going to continue to stream. I'm going to stay on with you this afternoon and through the evening hours, and the risk of severe weather is very high. In fact, you don't really see this very often. The highest risk, a 5 out of 5, and that covers Jonesboro, West Memphis, Stuttgart, Pine Bluff. This is roughly the area that has the PDS tornado watch, really the eastern half of the state. This is where the atmosphere is conducive for strong tornadoes, EF2, EF3. If they get going, nothing's a guarantee, but if they do, then this is the area most likely to have the severe weather risk. Moderate risk here in the Little Rock area. We've got an enhanced risk, and just because we have an enhanced doesn't mean we have a lower risk of severe weather or tornadoes, because we still have that risk. And then as we get on the other side of that front, things calm down quite a bit. But certainly the risk of severe weather is as high, I think, as it's been since we had the March 31st tornado a couple of years ago, but it was a smaller area, smaller real estate in central and eastern Arkansas. But that's what we have coming at us for the afternoon and the evening hours, and I'll just cover the outlook and what we are expecting severe weather-wise, with winds 60-plus miles per hour or greater in the hatched area, upwards of 80-plus mile per hour winds. You heard me talk about the severe thunderstorm warning not long ago for the Danville area, where winds could have been around 70 miles per hour. So that's possible. Hail up to 2 inches in the hatched area once these storms get really going. And of course, there's your tornado, long tornado, a strong tornado, long track tornado, possibly, and that covers up really a good part of Arkansas this afternoon. If we could just take a quick check of Max 2, I can show you the counties that are currently under a tornado watch. The PDS watch for the eastern half of the state, particularly dangerous situation, that is this area. We have a watch until 4 o'clock in the Little Rock area, and that covers the rest of the state to the west, and that's where we're finding the activity right now in west central and central Arkansas. I will take you back up to radar now, and we will see what else is happening. Nathan, you want to jump in?
Sure.
Get something here? Yeah, thank you.
I was trying to make the
updated.
tornado watch different colors for the counties with the PDS versus a regular tornado watch, but the computer was not being too friendly to me, so
Okay.
I was not successful in that mission. But let's take a look at Storm Track 11 now, because I really want to point out what's happening with the current atmosphere. This is the violent tornado parameter, and look how it's really ramped up across East Arkansas and Southeast Arkansas. We've got very high numbers. So this is concerning now, because if a supercell develops in this part of Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, East Arkansas, the chance of it producing a significant, strong, potentially violent tornado has gone up quite a bit. So hopefully supercells do not form in this part of the state, but that's why that PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, has been issued for Southeast Arkansas, East Arkansas, into West Tennessee and Northeast Arkansas, because the environment is much more conducive of storms rotating like a top and producing very powerful, intense tornadoes. So you have to stay weather aware if you're watching us in that part of the state. We could have two modes of severe weather. This could be a line of storms in West Arkansas, and then for the rest of the state, as that line advances off to the east, we'll have to watch out for the potential of supercells developing in advance of the line, but also along the line. And any storm out there today, ladies and gentlemen, could produce large hail, and it could be tennis ball to baseball size hail. Damaging wind gusts, 60, maybe over 80 miles per hour, and also strong tornadoes, and they could be violent, intense tornadoes, especially in that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We can go back over to Max 1 now.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was checking out if anybody had any questions. I thought I could answer them real quick while you were explaining what was happening there. We're streaming live this afternoon. All right, I'm stepping out. Streaming live this afternoon on THV11, THV11 Plus, Facebook, YouTube. And I know that folks are concerned and they have questions, and just wanted to try to address any questions that folks may have. This is the action right now, North Central, West Central Arkansas. These are the warnings that we have. It doesn't look like the warning stayed in place there over Polk County. But now we've got Conway, Van Buren, Searcy County, Baxter County. These areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning that will last for a little while longer now. These warnings, the two arrows are pointing toward the parts of Mississippi and eastern Arkansas, but this is where most of it has been occurring this afternoon here in Arkansas. These cells are moving to the northeast within that line at 45 to 50. The line is moving to the east. Northwest Arkansas getting a break. Weather appears to be over in that region, but we still have a good ways to go this afternoon, and these storms continue to move to the northeast. Activity in Lono County, Prairie County beginning to develop, Union County. We're kind of on a high alert today because these storms will intensify as they move to the east and tap into the afternoon heat and the humidity. And that's what we're kind of looking at here. There's your Lone Oak and Prairie and Monroe County showers, maybe some embedded thunder here. I'd ask our producer to turn our camera to look at the cloud tops. Can't quite go all the way around with that camera. Let's take a look at it, Dan. We have a shot from Lone Oak just to show you what's going on along I-40 out there. And there you go. This is traffic along I-40 east and westbound. This is looking eastbound, by the way. It does appear as if the sky's a little bit darker with those showers developing, thunder showers developing. Okay, so back to radar we go. This activity is lifting from southwest to northeast, and it's these cells that you keep a close eye on. They may become supercells if they continue to grow, and there's nothing to keep them from tapping into that rich environment that will allow them to grow. And then, of course, we've got this activity here. Just some very intense thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warning for Pope County. Look at all the lightning here, holding its own, not weakening any at all. Dover, Hector, down to Russellville and Dardanelle, some very strong wind gusts with that appendage, or at least the southern flank of that as it moves over I-40. There's the Danville area, Waveland area. Yeah, we might have some some tightening up there, keeping a close eye on what's happening there around the Russellville area along, let's say, I-40, Highway 124, 27, and 247. No warning on that yet, huh, Nathan? They haven't issued I guess not a tornado warning yet?
No, there's just severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but that's
All right.
some gusty winds and possibly damaging winds about to move into Russellville. I don't know if we can pull up an iDrive camera around Russellville,
one more
or
time.
I can look for one.
He's getting it for us. Yeah, here's Russellville. This is an area that moved out of Dardanelle not long ago. For reference, Mount Nebo State Park. So this is in Polk County, crossing over I-40, where some intense, go ahead and take it, take the shot if you don't mind. Some intense rain and wind, lowering of the cloud there in the distance. So severe thunderstorm, yeah, certainly moving through Polk County at this time. This is also an area that's under a tornado watch. This watch is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Lots of this is our velocity mode, by the way. This helps us identify the couplets where the rotation is located. Winds blowing toward and away from radar. We can see them a little tighter together there. That gives us an idea of where the spin is located within these thunderstorms. Again, lifting to the north, northeast at a good 45 to 50 miles per hour. That warning remains in effect until 3:45 this afternoon. All right. See what else we have going on here this afternoon. Conway County, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. Van Buren County, northern parts of Perry County are under that warning. So you still got a little ways before it impacts you. If you live in the Clinton area, until 3:45, that warning is in effect. It's 3:18 right now. I would imagine it's going to be every bit of 3:45 to 4 o'clock. The storms are edging ever so closely to central Arkansas, now through Yell County, getting closer to western Perry, Garland County, Montgomery County. So it's only a matter of time. Within the hour and a half, we'll see these severe thunderstorms move into the Little Rock area. Looks like maybe a little bit of a turn there on that, a little bit of a twist on that southwest or southeast of Danville. We'll take a closer inspection of that if we can, Nathan. Right here, looking to see if we can pick up any rotation with that. Got a little bit of a hook there that's just to the south and southwest of Ola, Arkansas, coming together, possibly there. There we are. Not really anything impressive, but it did look like it was beginning to kind of tighten up a bit here in Yell County. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. More strong storms in Polk County. We're looking at activity across the border. Oklahoma, southeast Oklahoma, that too is going to train over the same areas into Polk and eventually Montgomery counties. And again, action over in East Arkansas, Prairie, Monroe, and Arkansas counties at this time. So let's give you a kind of a timeline of when the storms will move into your region. Of course, tonight we're probably going to see them in central Arkansas, 4 to 5 o'clock, with a solid line expected to develop. That line moves into eastern Arkansas between 6 and 8 o'clock tonight. Here's our future high-res radar. This is 4 o'clock, but these have edged a little more to the east. And these individual cells that are popping up are the ones that we have to be concerned with if they actually pop up. This is by 6 o'clock in central Arkansas, north central Arkansas. And then as we look our way toward the evening and nighttime hours in this area that has that PDS watch from 6 o'clock and beyond, more than likely about 8, 9 o'clock, we'll see that line move across eastern Arkansas. We have one more. Take it a little bit further there, Nathan. I'll do it for you. There we go. There we go. That's all the way into the midnight area with strong to severe thunderstorms here over eastern Arkansas. 1 or 2 of these cells could be strong to severe in terms of producing some tornadoes or damaging winds. All right. So we get that out of the way, then we have to be concerned about the frontal boundary stalling out and becoming the focal point of some heavy rain. We've talked about it this week, that we have the severe weather part of it. And then we've got the, have to be concerned with the flooding potential. Those floods or flash flooding potential, upwards of 7 to 10 inches of rain, possibly even more. Upwards of a foot of rain is possible in parts of northeast Arkansas over the span of today all the way heading into the weekend. Okay, well, want to check on how much, okay, we have folks around the state that have lost power. We want to check that page out real quick. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Customers out around Arkansas, 11,000 folks without power here in the natural state. Looks like a little bit there, Perry County, about 300. Down in Polk County, we're looking at 450 plus folks without power. But this is where the action's been over north central Arkansas. Looks like a few hundred here in this general part of the state. Again, we're tracking it for you this afternoon and this evening. We're going to stay with it until at least through the newscasts. Nathan, I expect that we'll see an uptick in these storms as we head into the next couple of hours.
The National Weather Service just said that the storms may not be intensifying as quickly as expected right now because we're seeing a lull in the low-level wind jets right over central Arkansas, but that low-level wind jet is supposed to increase in intensity going into later this evening and into the early overnight hours. So this is, once again, a fluid situation. Right now, it's primarily just lots of lightning, heavy rain, some gusty winds, potentially damaging winds, and some small hail. That could change, though, as this line advances more and more to the east, county by county. It may be a severe thunderstorm warning for Faulkner County, and then it's a tornado warning for White County, just to give you an example of what could unfold. So know what's happening off to the west and southwest of you. Things could change very quickly as we get into the 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame as this line advances here in the central Arkansas town. We're on the lookout for these storms to produce large hail, damaging wind gusts, tornadoes, strong tornadoes, violent tornadoes, especially could be possible for locations just east of Little Rock. Don't let your guard down right now just because we're not seeing much in terms of tornado warnings at this time. Things could change very quickly over the next 2 or 3 hours.
All right, so that's the setup right now. Still with the intense thunderstorms in west central and north central Arkansas. They're moving very quickly to the northeast. The thunderstorms are, but the line is edging to the east. Nathan said we got a bit of a lull. It wouldn't hurt my feelings if we had a lull for the rest of the night, but we're probably not going to be that lucky. Southeast, south central Arkansas, there's not much going on here yet, but there could be some cells that develop in this region and travel to the northeast. These are the warnings that we have. Once again, till 3:45 this afternoon. We had a warning or a tornado warning earlier in Baxter County. That warning has been allowed to expire, and now we're just keeping an eye on some very strong thunderstorms that can produce some straight line winds and some very heavy rain. We've talked about it before. Flooding is also going to be a concern moving forward, heading into the overnight hours tonight and through the next several days. Little cells here popping up. Arkansas County, Prairie County, this moved down to Lono County. This is near I-40. They're lifting to the north-northeast, again in that environment that has the best ingredients for supercell development this afternoon. And a few warnings here lining up on the Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi border area. That activity also lifting to the north-northeast. It is 3:25 now. If you're joining us, maybe you're just now getting home from work along with Nathan Scott. I'm Tom Brannon. We're tracking things out for you tonight as we do expect to have some nasty weather across Arkansas. The risk of severe weather is very high for all locations really, and it gets even higher. It's high as it is, but it gets higher as you get closer to central and eastern Arkansas. Tornadoes, strong and damaging wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. We can have some large hail, 2-inch in diameter hail is possible, and then some very heavy rainfall. Make sure if you're just getting home and you haven't done so, let's go ahead and get our safety precautions ready to go. Tornado watch means that all of the ingredients are there for the development of tornadoes. And it gets a little bit, intensifies a little bit more over eastern and northeastern Arkansas later this afternoon into tonight. Your safest place, safe room, maybe a basement, a storm shelter. If you have a little closet, put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Make sure you've got something to put over your head. You've got pots and pans, that'll work. Bike helmets, football helmets. You know, it's baseball season, and young ladies and men, softball season as well. They have helmets. That's a good thing to put in your safe place. And make sure you have your important papers with you and your medications just in case. This is just kind of the beginning stages of everything. Right now, the heavy rain and the wind threat over west central and western Arkansas. For eastern Arkansas, it's been heating up. We've got lots of juice for these storms, and we even have a few strong to severe thunderstorms now near the Memphis area and south of Memphis in eastern Arkansas and across the river. But these cells, there's another one there, Cleveland County, that's just come into play here in the last hour or even less than that. But these storms in west central Arkansas continue to get closer to the central part of the state. Now beginning to see the leading edge of that line move from Pope County into Van Buren, Searcy and Newton counties in north central Arkansas, and some activity to our south and west. Activity is moving to the east with that line, and within the line, the cells are moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And earlier this afternoon, what prompted us to come on as we had a tornado-warned storm up Baxter County, Fulton County. That has been allowed to expire, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings. And a long line of storms extending from northeast Texas into Missouri. And here, as you cross the border, they become tornado-warned storms with confirmed tornadoes there. So it's been an active last couple of 3 hours, and I expect, Nathan, that we'll probably see more activity through the afternoon and evening. Okay.
Looking at the warnings, Tom, the one with the yellow outline, that's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
Okay.
Right over Memphis, it looks like.
Okay.
Or just to north of Memphis at this time. But every one of these cells in north Arkansas and into southwest Tennessee, they could go a tornado warn at any moment, because that environment in that part of the country is definitely prime for the tornado risk to go up. Here, it's just all general severe thunderstorm warnings, but even a severe thunderstorm can do damage, can still produce some very high winds, damaging winds, and also the potential of hail. When we take a look at the hail, to see if anything's showing up with that, nothing too crazy. We're not seeing those hail signatures like what we saw on Sunday when we were getting tennis ball to baseball size hail. That could change, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, that's good that things have settled down just a bit, but we anticipate that they'll spike upwards once again. So hopefully you're able to get kids home from school.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but like if things quiet down a little bit, maybe we could like take a short
little
break if this continues to just be more of a heavy rain event before things really kick into gear.
Let's do this. It's 3:28. We're going to take a break, JD, if that's all right with you. That'll allow us to get a little water, and we'll come back here. We'll be back very shortly, and we'll continue our stream on THV 11 Plus as well. So if we get another tornado warning, we will break into coverage. Okay. All right. Well, we will stay here. We will stay with it then. And we have swapped producers. Lauren is here now. Lauren is a super producer here at THV 11. So she will take that break. Nathan, if you want to take a minute to fill up your water bottle, go right ahead, and we will stay on. And honestly, I was thinking about the other thing, Lauren, so we may have to do that as well. Back to live radar we go, and we will continue to track these storms. Again, we're looking at just a little bit of a lull, and those storms are still severe in nature, which means they could produce some damaging wind gusts, possibly some hail. They're tornadic in southern Missouri, but here in Arkansas and central Arkansas, they're strong, and they're going to produce a lot of very heavy rain in a short amount of time, as well as some hail from time to time. We have seen them settle down a bit, but we expect that they're going to go back upwards. They're going to spike upwards in intensity and could get a little bit stronger through the nighttime hours. Here's Pulaski County and Little Rock. The nearest activity is now beginning to edge into western Perry County. Out back toward the south and west, let me take you a little bit over toward the Yell County area. We'll zoom in a little bit and get closer to what's going on near the Danville area. And they've been hit hard this afternoon with just a lot of very heavy rain in the Danville area in Yell County. And just up the road, Russellville also getting some very strong thunderstorms and some very heavy rain. Not much yet here for Conway County, but it's on the way. And we're beginning to see it enter into western Perry County. We'll wait and see if the Weather Service wants to provide us with a warning, a severe thunderstorm warning here. And another very strong storm down around the Polk County area in Mena. Other activity that's going on in Arkansas, and this is an area that not long ago the National Weather Service placed a PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation. And cells are trying to organize Prairie County, Monroe County, Arkansas County, south of Stuttgart, elongating here. A lot of wind energy. Stronger storms are just across the river in Mississippi and Tennessee, and there's even one cell that is up toward the Memphis area. That has a tornado tag on it, or the potential of this severe thunderstorm being upgraded to a tornado warning, but it also means that it could produce a tornado. The northeastern part of the state in eastern Arkansas, folks, is really primed for severe weather for this afternoon and this evening. Right now, Pulaski County, you know, folks going home at 3 o'clock, got plenty of time to get home. Those storms should be entering the central part of the state between 4 and 5 o'clock. And as we look back toward the west of us, Perryville, you're expecting some storms not long. There is a warning box here from northwestern Perry County, Yell County, northward into Conway County. That's the closest action that we have in the central part of the state. Certainly something that is worth watching. I'm going to take a quick trip over to the National Weather Service to see what they are saying. Once again, around 5:30, there's a bit of a bullseye here in Pulaski County for some stronger rotation. So they're keeping an eye on things. They're keeping us up to date on what's going on from the standpoint of some of the elements that they see, some of the model diagrams that they see. Back to live radar we go. We started the afternoon with severe thunderstorms. They began to perk up. They got stronger. We had a tornado warning. We popped in. Searcy County had the tornado warning. It moved into Fulton and Baxter counties, or Baxter, Marion, Fulton counties, and that warning has now subsided. But you can still see some very intense thunderstorms, and these storms are capable of producing some damaging straight line wind gusts, some hail, and possibly tornadoes. Anytime I see them become more linear like that, as we did in Yell County not long ago, that would give me the idea that we've got some strong straight line wind gusts within that severe thunderstorm. It's entirely possible. And then as they move to the east, getting closer to central Arkansas, they'll begin to tap that environment that that could produce tornadoes. So go ahead, Nathan Scott. I'm going to take a little break and I'll be right back. Nathan, come on over if you'd like.
All right.
There you go.
Hope you might fit me right here.
Yeah, you may have to.
I'm a little taller.
Nathan's a little bit taller.
Okay, well, once again, we have strong severe thunderstorms rolling their way through parts of Arkansas at this time. If you're just joining us, it's primarily for the River Valley across Conway County, Pope County, parts of Van Buren County, Searcy County. This is primarily damaging wind threats. We'll take a look to see if there's any rotation with this. And when we take a look at that, I'm not seeing any real concern with rotation. This is definitely a wall of wind moving through parts of Pope County and also into Conway County, but I'm not seeing any rotation at this time. So that's some good news. Although, let's take a quick look here, pretty close to Atkins. We'll switch over to the reflectivity part or the rain part of the radar. So no, there's no appendage that I'm concerned about or hook echo signature. So that's some good news. Although it's still a lot of lightning with this. As it rolls its way through Conway County, Van Buren County, we had that severe thunderstorm warning for those areas until 3:45. Here in central Arkansas, it's quiet at this time, but things could change in a hurry in this part of the state. Tom said National Weather Service is looking at a high-resolution model, and it paints out the situation where we could see an intense storm somewhere in the metro 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame. So we definitely want to watch out for that potential. And then for the rest of central Arkansas, the THV 11 viewing area, it's quiet down to the south. Nothing happening really. One lone shower into Cleveland County, another lone shower into Arkansas County. These look fairly tame. They do have some little bean shapes to them, but they're not growing. So that's good news, because if these were to intensify and with that bean shape, then most likely become supercells, and that's when you have that tornado risk that continues to go up. Off to the west, though, you can see all these storms just firing up in a very rich and moist environment that allows the potential of intense storms and supercells. At this time, they're all severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag with some of them, but no tornado warnings right now across Mississippi, Arkansas, or Tennessee. However, this is a very fluid situation and things will change, I think, as we go into the next few hours. So don't let your guard down. We have that high risk of severe weather in east central Arkansas, southeast Arkansas, and also northeast Arkansas. So we've got this line we're watching, primarily heavy rain, lightning, thunder with some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. As this line continues to advance off to the east, it could maintain its strength, or it could intensify. Along with that line, we have to watch out for any individual cells that start to blow up, because we are in a very explosive environment, and those are the cells that have a higher potential of producing a tornado. And once again, we do have a high risk of severe weather. This is a rare situation that we deal here in Arkansas, and really in general. The Storm Prediction Center does not issue this type of thing, a high risk, a level 5 out of 5. That's the highest it can go when you look at severe weather risk across the nation. They do not issue this but 1, 2, maybe 3 times a year somewhere into the country. So this is where you really want to stay weather aware. Talking to you folks in Camden, Star City, Pine Bluff, Monticello, Dumas, McGee, also Stuttgart, DeWitt, into Wabaseka, England, Des Arc, Hazen, Clarendon, Augusta, towards West Memphis, the Jonesboro area, anywhere in this purple area. It only takes one storm, and we do have the potential that it could just be one lone storm that just goes wild and could produce a strong, long-track tornado for 50, 60, 70 miles. That's the type of situation that is possible out there for this afternoon into this evening and through the early overnight hours. It's not a guarantee. We can't promise that it's going to happen, but you want to stay weather aware. Have that tornado safe place ready to go. If I were you, I would just have the pillows already in the bathroom, have a blanket already in the bathroom, get the pets all together. You may not have much time. These cells are moving off to the north-northeast very rapidly. 40 to 60 miles per hour is what their forward speed is. So it doesn't give you much time. And also, know what's happening to the southwest and west of you on radar. Because if there's a cell, say here, just for example, in Clark County, and it was intensifying, we were talking about it could go tornado warn, that cell would make its way through Grant County, so it could affect Sheridan, and it may affect you folks in England, and then it could continue to travel its way off to the north and northeast. We could have a tornado warning that goes across several counties, because a tornado could go across several counties out there for this evening. Even if you're not under this high risk necessarily, you're in the 4 out of 5 risk, which does include Little Rock, Arkadelphia, pretty much Hot Springs, Maumelle, Conway, Searcy, right on the line of that 4 out of 5. Don't let your guard down. Just because it's 4 out of 5 does not mean you won't see a strong, long-track tornado. It's just a situation where the environment in this part of the state is much more conducive of producing a strong, violent tornado, and it's just a little bit less in the 4 out of 5 range. And even here in the orange area, you still have the potential. There's going to be severe weather. Strong tornado is certainly a possibility. Along with that, maybe some large hail, destructive hail, but that severe weather threat really ramps up the farther east that you are. Let's go back over the radar once again. Here's the wide view of what's happening across the state of Arkansas, and we are watching that line of storms with cells that continue to also develop across parts of the state. We have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Conway County, and we have other severe thunderstorm warnings extending into parts of Van Buren County, Pope County, also Newton County, and Searcy County. It's all quiet here in central Arkansas at this time, but don't go out and about for, 2 or 3 hours. If you have to do a quick errand for the next hour or so, you should be in good shape, but 5, 6 o'clock, the evening rush could turn out to be quite ugly here into central Arkansas. And when we take a look at the radar loop now, we have a lot of lightning lined up. It's just abundance of lightning along this line of showers and storms. And here's the current warnings at this time across Arkansas, all severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're all general severe thunderstorm warnings, because we go from a general severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado possible tag. So if you see, when we bring this graphic up again, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning with a yellow outline, that means it could be a precursor to a tornado warning. And I think that will be the case as we go into this evening. We'll have more of that situation. But there's your severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Searcy County, eastern parts of Newton County, large parts of Pope County, and it does also extend into Marion County and a small sliver of Boone County. Goes all the way down into parts of Perry County as well. So here's the radar. When we take a look at the rain part of the radar, torrential rains happening at this time. It is a slow commute through Russellville, Dardanelle. We'll take a look at the winds once again just to make sure everything is behaving itself and we're not seeing any rotation or anything. There's some wind there, but nothing too crazy. When we take a look at the query data of this wind, just to give you an idea, and the radar beam is probably about 3,000 feet in this area. So the winds aren't too bad. I mean, you get a gust maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour, but a severe thunderstorm warning is when the radar indicates there could be wind gusts 58 miles per hour or greater, 1-inch diameter hail or greater, quarter-size hail. So just be on the lookout for that. We'll take a look at also the hail to see if there's any hail in this cell that continues to advance its way off to the north and northeast. And it's probably overall small hail. So yeah, we're not seeing much. I mean, it's just, doesn't seem to be any hail associated with that unless it's just pea-size hail as the storms make their way through Pope County, Conway County, and eventually into Van Buren County. The largest hail, still not too bad, is in Searcy County. That's around Marshall, and that looks like it's about pea or dime-size hail, maybe a very small area of quarter-size hail. And that's good news, because if the hail cores are not too significant, then, Tom, we are looking at the updrafts are not too strong, and the storms are not intensifying, but still, we've got several hours to go, Tom, and things could change here in a hurry. So we have to watch every single hour as more and more data comes together, and also looking at the environment and how that environment changes, because we're just in the type of situation. It could be explosive out there this evening.
Yeah, I apologize. I moved your cursor there. I was trying to add. We've got both of our Max systems, folks. We work off of two systems, and both of them happen to be on me. Yeah, and I tell you what, why don't we go to Max 2? We're going to let Nathan load up his show on Max 1. Go to Max 2, and let's talk about the difference between the watches and warnings just real quick while he pulls up his show on Max 1. So Max 2 with the tornado watch that we have, and it's oh, there we go. I got to resize here, folks. The tornado watch that we have covers up a larger area, all right? So for those of you that may still be confused about the difference between the watch and a warning, the watch covers up a larger area. We know the ingredients are there for tornado development. The tornado warning usually encompasses a smaller area, 1 or 2 or 3 counties. Maybe it's a county and 2 other counties upstream, so that we can give folks a little extra time to prepare. This afternoon, we've hit kind of I'd say the weather's hit kind of a wall, has hit a little bit of a lull. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing to our north and west, with those warnings encompassing Conway, Pope County, Johnson County, Van Buren, Newton, Searcy counties. And there were some radar indications, future radar indications, that we would see a little bit of a lull, maybe a weakening, but then everything would come back together again later this afternoon and this evening. So we've got 2 watches. We have a watch till 4 o'clock, and we have the PDS watch that covers eastern Arkansas until we hit midnight tonight. So that's currently what's going on. We can go back to our hail now on Max 1. Have you loaded up your show, Nathan?
My show is loaded up. It's not ready to go just yet.
Okay. All right, well then we'll do this. Let me go back to Max 2. And we'll operate from Max 2 on this in for just a few minutes. Again, joining us this afternoon, it is 3:45, and we are keeping an eye on the weather. The weather could become a little more volatile this afternoon, and that's why we've broken into coverage. You're watching us on THV11 and also THV11 Plus for severe weather coverage, extended severe weather coverage today. This is kind of a different day. We knew that we would have a chance of severe weather in Arkansas today, and as it looks like, we've got the risk is there, the highest risk in eastern Arkansas that covers up a lot of real estate into central Arkansas. And you can go back to 2 now while he uploads Max 1. My apologies on that. There we go. Here's the line of storms, and the good news here is that most of the warnings have been allowed to expire. So thus that little bit of a break as the line moves to the east. But again, we do have cells developing in and around, and those are the ones we'll have to keep an eye on. They could intensify. There's not much there to compete. This has become more of a heavy rain and wind threat, but other cells may become, organized in those supercells, or maybe even a cluster. Those are the ones we'll keep an eye on for the development of tornadoes. In eastern Arkansas, we had some activity that is now pushed away over into northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. Prairie County, Monroe County. We had some in Lonoke County, down around Calhoun, Clark County. We're looking at activity beginning to come together there. Let me put it into motion for you here over the last hour. We'll incorporate some lightning as well. And these storms have managed to maintain their strength. If not, they've gotten a little bit stronger. We've got the severe thunderstorm warnings here in northern Arkansas for a portion of northern Van Buren County. And pull that down just a little bit there. Northern Van Buren County, Fulton, Stone, and Izard County. So the northern extent of the line continues to march. It's that the southern extent and southwestern extent of the line is slowed up a little bit. Still expecting strong to severe thunderstorms to move into the Little Rock area. Looks like a cell trying to pop up there in western Pulaski County. So if you guys want to turn the camera to the west, we'll keep an eye on that cell. They're beginning to pop here in central Arkansas. And you know, the reason we're here is to keep you informed. It's never been, you know, one of the, at least my goal, to make sure that, you know, to scare people. That's certainly something that Nathan and I don't want to do. We just want to make sure that you're prepped and ready. Here's closer inspection of Little Rock Metro. There's the cell in western Pulaski County that has come together here, continues to develop. More out toward Montgomery County, Yell County, some heavy rain and some wind. Now beginning to see some activity move into western Perry County. But what happens here in this area that has had some sunshine? Instability is through the roof here. We've got a lot of cape, a lot of energy, wind shear, and the activity here in east central Arkansas. So I think we're going to see more activity develop through the afternoon hours. Just a matter of a little bit of a break, and then things should again take off. And Lauren says she has the West Tower Cam for us. We're going to take a look at developing storm way out to the west of us here. You can see a little bit of that cumulonimbus cloud there. Certainly something we'll keep an eye on. And of course, we've got rush hour that we'll be beginning here shortly. Folks will be trying to get home ahead of this weather. Let's hope they can get home ahead of the weather. Still got a little bit of a break. Cells trying to develop south central, Clark County, Calhoun County, southern Jefferson over to Monroe, and western Pulaski County. Little thunder showers right now, little showers that may become something a little bit more. There is the line extending from Van Buren County, Searcy County. Looks like it might even be moving out of Newton County. This is an area that has been hammered hard this afternoon with the severe thunderstorm warnings. And more of a heavy rain producer now working over this atmosphere here in west central Arkansas, in the River Valley, Scott County, Polk, Montgomery County, and Howard County. There's a cell on its own. It's those cells that are on their own that we are certainly keeping a close eye on that could develop into something more throughout the evening hours. Get your show up?
Yes, I do.
All right, so rainfall amounts, are they impressive so far?
With that line of storms just off to our west through the River Valley, they are efficient rainfall producers. This is a Doppler radar rainfall estimates, and you can see we've got estimates now coming in almost 2 inches of rain just over the past 6 hours. So along this line, yes, there's potential severe weather, but there's also very heavy rainfall. We'll have to watch out for flash flooding, and that's going to be a big concern going into the next several days. We've been telling you that we could see maybe 7 to 10 inches of rain generally across Arkansas, and this is just one round of storms that's producing easily 2, 3, maybe as much as 4 inches of rain. This band of rain is going to continue to push its way off to the east, so we have to watch out for flash flooding concerns, poor drainage areas, low-lying areas, smaller creeks and streams. Rivers will be susceptible to significant flooding going into the next several days just because we are going to be locked in this weather pattern. And let me just show you real quick, because yes, we have severe weather potential out there tonight, but we also have severe weather potential that goes into your Thursday, your Friday, and Saturday. This is the newest update now, it looks like, and we've got a 3 out of 5. This is brand new information for Thursday, Friday, and even into Saturday, Tom. So we're not going to be done with severe weather threat for the next several days. This is something that I don't remember. I've been here for 6 years now, and I don't remember seeing a multi-severe weather event of this magnitude since I've been here. This is unusual. But we have a stationary frontal boundary, wind energy, and just waves riding along this boundary. Severe weather ingredients in place. So we're going to be busy over the next several days.
Wow, 3 out of 5, risk of severe weather Thursday, Friday, and now even into Saturday. Oh, my goodness. Well, and today it's a 5 out of 5 for eastern Arkansas. And I just looked up on radar on Max 2, and I saw that it looks like a tornado warning was prompted just out of Arkansas over into southern parts of Kentucky and northern Tennessee. Man, going to be busy for the next several days. So everybody just stay weather aware and stay aware of your surroundings. I think the heavy rain threat that's coming in is really going to cause a lot of trouble on roadways, and where the heaviest rain occurs, flooding roadways, standing waterways, a lot of water and no place to put it. You know, this time of year we typically pick up the lion's share of the rain that we get throughout the year, but to do it in a 4 or 5 day stretch as well, that's oh my goodness, it's hard to describe. Back to radar we go. Again, storms are now beginning to really flare up. If you notice, over the past few minutes or so, we've seen this activity in south central Arkansas. There's the little cell in western Pulaski County going to move into Faulkner County. It's the cells ahead of that line that we'll be concerned with. They may become larger in supercells, and with supercells you get the large hail and the damaging winds. It looks like more counties were added to a tornado watch. Did I miss that?
You are correct. They just issued that.
So we've got a PDS watch, and then we have another new tornado watch. I would imagine it's because of the convection that's firing up in southwestern Arkansas. Clark County is included in new tornado watch. Really all the counties in southwest Arkansas. The only counties that are not are Ashley and Chico County. So the entire state, given, except for Ashley and Chico and extreme northwest Arkansas, under a tornado watch now. It's going to last a while. This line has slowed down a bit. It's right at just a little before 4 o'clock. Expected it to be around Little Rock area around 4 or 5 o'clock. So it looks like it has slowed a bit. It's forward momentum. Heavy rain event now happening. Strong thunderstorms, heavy rain. You see where the lightning intensifies there. More lightning occurring in Scott County and Montgomery County. Even in Polk County, we're looking at a lot of lightning right now. So the storm's holding together, and now we're going to keep an eye on the cells that are now beginning to pop up. We talk about those cells, and those ones that develop out ahead of a line that have nothing to compete with the environment around them. They can absorb all of the energy that they need to become strong to severe. So there's that. There's the tornado warning over my shoulder there. I'm going to go back up to the tornado watch real quick just to show you at home all the counties now, most of Arkansas, under the tornado watch. It's going to take a sec. There it is. Some of them until 4 o'clock, but really most of them now. We're going to stretch it into midnight. So don't pay attention to this. It's broken up. It's segmented. We're under a watch till 4 that may be extended. Tornado watch till midnight for eastern Arkansas. And this is the latest area that has been added to the tornado watch for the nighttime area, or nighttime tonight. So just keep that in mind as you make your plans for the evening. Let's hope that it's that you're not straying too far from home and that you've got things ready to go, safe place ready in case we have to talk about tornado warnings. Severe weather risk today. Again, Nathan, this is, I don't think I've seen anything quite like this. I have seen the high risks, but not this much of Arkansas in the high risk or in a high risk. A lot of real estate, Jonesboro down to Monticello and Pine Bluff, and even with a level 4 out of 5 covering up roughly the eastern half of the state, and in the enhanced area is also very concerning. Lots of counties in Arkansas with a severe weather threat.
It's not a guarantee, Tom. There's always a fail mode, and we're hoping and praying that it is a busted forecast. But we have ingredients in place for storms to become intense, nasty, very quickly, and they could produce strong, long-track, violent tornadoes. That's an EF3 or greater if you're watching us in the purple zone, and that's pretty much all of East Arkansas, but especially East Central Arkansas and Northeast Arkansas. You got to stay weather aware, and you got to make sure that you have a sturdy structure to take your safe place, because mobile homes, manufactured homes are not going to be good enough shelter. They could certainly be flipped by a weak tornado, but you get into the potential of a strong tornado and things could get very messy very quickly. So if you can go to a friend's house, a family's member's house, call them up and just get there and stay the night there if you possibly can, because we are in a rare situation where there could be a long track tornado that does significant damage to people's homes or even an entire town. You got to take this seriously.
Latest warning is not a severe thunderstorm warning. This was issued just moments ago, just a few seconds ago, for Johnson, Yell, Van Buren, Montgomery, Newton, Pope, Logan, Polk, Marion, Scott, Searcy. The area that's receiving the most rain right now is now under a flash flood warning till 7 o'clock tonight. If we go back over to Max 1, it's this area right here. All of these counties are under that flash flood warning. This is where the line has been stuck these last couple of hours or so. And 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen, with more on the way. So our first flooding concern now within this area of Arkansas, still with a severe thunderstorm warning to the north for northern Van Buren into Stone and Izard counties and Baxter counties. But the flooding risk now has gone up for these counties in west central Arkansas. That's till 7 o'clock. Again, it's Johnson, Yell, Montgomery, Newton, Pope, Logan, Polk, Marion, Scott, and Searcy counties here in Arkansas. Like we were just talking about with severe weather and now the flooding potential, and those storms look like this. They're very slowly moving to the east, and we have cells developing out ahead of that could become strong to severe. One in Howard County all by itself. And of course, just moments ago, the National Weather Service and Storms Prediction Center placed most of Arkansas, the rest of the counties that were not under a tornado watch, now under a tornado watch. A multi-day event with all modes of severe weather, all weather modes really, that you would find in spring, from the tornado risk, the hail risk, the winds, and now flash flooding. This is going to last us from Wednesday through potentially Sunday. Enhanced risk of severe weather for Thursday and for Friday, and also for a part of Saturday, before we finally see things settle down. And Nathan, looking ahead next week, we're going to need several days to dry things out and potentially clean up any mess that occurs if we have any tornadoes occur later today.
Tom, I don't want to say this, but looking at the latest data for tomorrow, it's also a risk of tornadoes. Maybe not as crazy as today's potential, but we do have, once again, the hatched area of tornado risk for a large part of central Arkansas and south Arkansas for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, that's, what can you say? That's just what we're up against here in the natural state. Several days of this severe weather risk. Okay. Again, there's radar, 1 hour radar loop with the action it's pretty much staying over the same areas, prompting flood warnings, cells developing here and there across central and southern Arkansas, and tornado warnings occurring to our east. And this area is also under a moderate to high risk of severe weather today. So western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, now beginning to see severe weather here. This area of Arkansas, central and eastern Arkansas, a little bit slow in going, but once it starts, it's going to continue for a while tonight. There are your severe thunderstorm warnings till 4:30. The tornado warnings continue until 4:45. We don't have a tornado warning here in Arkansas. I will say that normally we would go back to programming if we don't have a tornado warning, but because of the nature of the day today, heading into tonight, we think it's best just to stay on and let you know what's going on and how things will evolve for you in your area as we head through the nighttime and evening hours. And we only have one severe thunderstorm warning, and that is here in north central Arkansas. So we're getting a break. Things are expected to spike up again here a little bit later this evening into the nighttime hours. It is 4 o'clock right now. And that's the only severe warning that we have here in Arkansas. But a lot of rain is falling, and flash flood warnings are in effect for the Arkansas River Valley.
You look down to the south, Tom, Louisiana. There's cells developing into the parishes of Louisiana. They've got some kidney shapes to them right there in that part of Louisiana. So that's moving into Union County. We'll take a look at it with the Shreveport radar to see if there's a better look at it.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. So storms in northern Louisiana now getting closer to southern parts of Arkansas. There you go. We talk about that curve, that kidney bean shaped, which would indicate there's some rotation. And that storm is more than likely going to get stronger as we head through the evening hours. All right, so we had a Menifee shot of that thunderstorm developing. Thank you, Lauren. This is looking westbound. This is one of our RDOT cams, sort of a valuable tool that we use Whenever we track strong to severe weather here in Arkansas, you can certainly see the base of a thunderstorm that's either developing or maturing or coming together there off in the distance. This is near Menifee, I-40. We are looking westbound with that camera. And this is, once again, the radar shot here. There's the area we're talking about there, westbound Faulkner County area, and more storms in southern Arkansas. They are beginning to grow a little bit more and fill in. Tornado warnings to our east, severe thunderstorm warning to the north. Line of very impressive storms with very heavy rain over the Arkansas River Valley, west central Arkansas, and now southwest Arkansas. If you want to know where the frontal boundary is located, it's stuck right about in here. It's going to get a push to the east eventually, and once that happens, that's our lifting mechanism. It's going to interact with a very unstable air mass in place, and that's what we expect to happen here in the next couple of 3 hours or so. You can see some lightning. I saw some lightning with that cell now in Prairie County. More intense there, that Prairie County storm riding along I-40. Tornado risk for tonight, Nathan? This is what it looks like.
So this is the 18Z HUR came out this afternoon, so it may not be exactly how things are going to work out, but I think what we need to point out is the tornado risk continues to go up. So this is 4 o'clock, and what you're looking at is the environment on which any storm that develops in that environment could produce a tornado according to what you're seeing here on the legend. So there's that line of storms. According to this, 4 o'clock, the best chance of a storm to try to produce a tornado is into South Arkansas. So let's go ahead and continue to advance this, getting into 5, 6 o'clock. That tornado risk, the oranges and reds, continue to creep their way up into central Arkansas as we have a cell, looks like it could be a supercell, trying to develop somewhere in Saline County or Pulaski County. So that is definitely concerning. And then getting into 6 o'clock, that line continues to advance to the east. The tornado risk continues to go up into East Arkansas. If there's any cells that develop in that part of the state, they could certainly be at risk of producing a strong tornado. And we continue to see that tornado risk remain in place as this line is slowly advancing its way off to the east. Once the line clears your county, you're done with the threat of severe weather for the rest of the evening into the overnight hours. So here in Little Rock, it looks like 8, 9 o'clock time frame, we should be done with the threat of severe weather, but that severe weather threat continues to be the case going into Arkansas County and also into southeast Arkansas. So anything along this line and south of this line in southeast Arkansas will need to be watched closely for the potential of tornadoes, large hail, and also damaging wind gusts. Here's 10 o'clock. Nothing really changes into southeast Arkansas. With this line, we'll also have to watch out for flash flooding concerns, especially if it's just rounds of heavy rain going over the same location. That's known as training, and you could get easily 2 to 4 inches of rain, which could lead to some flash flooding issues across parts of the state. That tornado watch is in effect for South Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, and East Arkansas until midnight tonight, Tom. And we just have several things to watch. And when we go back to the radar, we are still watching little cells. They don't look too bad right now, but we have to watch them like a hawk because as they continue to push their way off to the north, every 5-10 minutes, the environment, the atmosphere is starting to change, and it's going to be more in the favor of these storms able to exhibit more rotation and also become strong to severe to potentially intense.
And then there's the flooding aspect of it all, of which if we can go to Max 2, we'll take a break from the line of storms right now that has flash flood warnings. And you'll see the warnings here in just a moment on Max 2 that cover up the River Valley area in west central Arkansas. There you go right there. Those counties that are highlighted in red, this area's flash flood warning. The rest of the state pretty much is under a flood watch, and it's a particularly dangerous situation, flood watch, because of the amount of water we're expecting here the next 4 days or so. So with that in mind, let's break it down. The flood risk is very high for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You're getting into this purpley area, high risk of flooding, flash flooding with all of the rain that we are expecting. How much rain? And this could go either way. Maneuver this just a little bit. 3 to 6 inches of rain northwest and southeast. That puts the belt of the heaviest precipitation here through central Arkansas. 7 to 10 inches inches, and then maybe even more over the northeast and parts of north central Arkansas, coming down in a very, let's say, elongated amount of time, but still heavy enough to make an impact, a big difference. The rivers here, lower lying areas, are going to flood. The rivers will fill up. So that's what we've got coming at us, along with the severe weather threat Nathan talked about a few minutes ago. That includes an enhanced risk for tomorrow, Thursday, enhanced risk for Friday, and even into Saturday before we see this move out of the way. And then after that, we're certainly going to want and need several days to dry things out. Right now, it's what's stuck in west central Arkansas, this line of rain that's just barely moving. It's not moving a whole lot. I'm going to take us back up to our live radar real quick and see what's going on here. Again, it's all very heavy rain now. There's some wind with it, but looking at what's happening statewide, our current warning situation, we don't really have a warning anymore. The severe thunderstorm warnings have expired. That's good news. Tornado warnings are now east of us over into Tennessee, severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi. But the cells are there. They're starting to redevelop and fill in over south central and west central Arkansas. Just a ways to go. These tornado warnings are not in effect for Arkansas. They are in effect for western parts of Tennessee. And you can see, I'll prove it to you. Current warnings on Max 1 looks like this. The state right now, thankfully, there are no warnings in Arkansas. 4:07 this afternoon. There you go. Now the nearest is over here in Tennessee. Looks like a little sliver of northeast Arkansas, but for the viewing area, we're fine. And that warning just popped up, and that's that cell, Nathan, you talked about, northern Louisiana moving into Union County.
That was the one.
That's the one. We'll go back over to Max 2. We'll take a look at it a little closer here. On Max 2, I'll zoom into it. That is going to take a track northeast, affecting Union County, Bradley and Calhoun counties here this evening. That's what's with that little cell.
And that's a tornado possible tag along with it.
So we know that
that's
we've got
not your typical severe thunderstorm warning. That's a potentially precursor to a tornado warning. So if you're watching us in Calhoun, Bradley County, and I would even say into Cleveland County, you need to watch this cell closely because it's starting to intensify. It's moving into an area that's more favorable for it to strengthen and continue to rotate. So heads up.
So our southeast Arkansas counties, south central Arkansas counties, you need to be aware of what's happening just to your south as that cell will quickly move to the north and northeast. Once again, most of Arkansas right now, the warnings have come and gone. That's certainly some good news. Do we have a new warning? I think we do have a new warning that has been posted in north central Arkansas. Let's take you. This is over Clinton right now, Van Buren County. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Let me take you a little bit closer to the action here, that polygon. And you can certainly see it's an intense thunderstorm here through central Van Buren County, moving to the northeast. Cleburne County, Stone, Izard, and Independence counties, you are in the path of this severe thunderstorm. And the movement of this cell is to the northeast. Let me give you the particulars about it. And this is until 5 o'clock, by the way. So we are beginning to see some northern advancement of the strong to severe thunderstorms north in north central Arkansas. But back towards central Arkansas, it's still, those storms are still a little bit to our west. Moving to the east, there you go. Now into Perry County, Garland County, northern Garland County, and Montgomery County, close to Mount Ida. Just some strong wind gusts and some heavy rain right now, non-severe with this area. But that may change. We're also looking at more storms developing along the I-30 corridor this evening. And this is what we're talking about. The environment is a little more conducive for supercell structures here in south central, southeast, and eastern Arkansas. It's 4:10. Nathan Scott and I joining you this afternoon. We want to keep you weather aware, make sure you know what's happening around you. You know, Nathan, coming up this weekend with the severe weather threat, it's prom season. There's a lot of proms happening out there this weekend, Friday and Saturday night. So parents and kids will want to stay aware this weekend as well. Lots of stuff to throw at people.
Yeah, we got the severe weather threat. We also have the flash flooding concerns. So we tell you all the time, do not drive through floodwaters. It's just not smart. You don't know how deep it is. Especially if it's moving floodwaters, that can sweep your vehicle. It only takes like 6 inches of water to do that. And you could run into trouble very quickly. So we're going to be in that situation. where there could be some roads washed out. There could be some bridges washed out if we get 7 to 10 inches of rainfall in some locations. And that looks like it's going to be a good bet across a large part of the state going into the next several days. That's one factor that we're watching in terms of dangerous weather. And then for tonight and for the next several days is also the potential of severe weather. And tonight is one of those rare instances where we could see a violent tornado. We've already seen, strong tornadoes, several strong tornadoes for 2025, and this is definitely becoming a much more active severe weather season since I've been here. I mean, I don't remember how many strong tornadoes we've had so quickly early in the season, and we're just starting to hit the peak right now, Tom.
National Weather Service is going to put a tornado warning on Woodruff County for an odd cell with anticyclonic rotation. There it is right there, moving out of northern parts of Monroe into Woodruff County. Certainly some rotation there. That's our first real warning here close to the central part of the state. It's located near Cotton Plant, and it's moving to generally just due north here, and that warning extends until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon and this evening. And also another new severe thunderstorm warning has popped up over southwest Arkansas. So I think now maybe we're beginning to see things come into play and tick upwards a bit. And let's take a look at this cell, if we can, Nathan, on one of our either our wind mode, velocity mode. National Weather Service said it's rotating. It's a little odd. It's anticyclonic. Most of these tornado warned storms are the other way around, and you can certainly see north of Cotton Plant some rotation. Or in this regard, it would be this way since it's anticyclonic. Highway 306 near Becton, Arkansas, south of Howell, Arkansas. It is moving to the north. Howell, you'll be in the path of this. You're within the polygon, but here it is near Cotton Plant, Arkansas, along Highway 306, just to the west of Highway 306, northwest of Cotton Plant. So another unusual aspect of things happening. We don't typically have a whole lot of high-risk days, and then a tornado-warned storm that is spinning the other way than what we're normally used to. So there's tornado warning that is in effect for Woodruff County. That is until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon. Another severe thunderstorm warning, Cleburne County, Van Buren, Independence Stone, Izard, and Conway. That until 5 o'clock. That warning has just been issued. And I think the National Weather Service out of, severe thunderstorm warning for Hot Spring, Montgomery, Garland, Clark, and Pike County. So we're beginning to see things happen since we have a tornado warning in east central Arkansas. We will keep it here, and you can see the rotation. Is that spinning the right way, or should that be going the other way?
I don't have a way of
you don't have a way of turning it around
quickly.
Just oddities happening. This is just
you usually get that if the supercell is splitting, because if you think about it, you have that invisible tube, the updraft, and then it splits that tube into two different sections. So one is going to be the anticyclonic rotation, and the other one's going to be cyclonic. So cyclonic is counterclockwise, anticyclonic is clockwise, and typically it's going to be the one that's cyclonic that wins out. But in this case, right now, we've got the anticyclonic rotation winning out. Anyway, I think this is a splitting supercell, so we'll have to see what the other
side of
part does, and that could be the one that really takes off, because usually an anticyclonic situation doesn't last very long. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So there you go. For those of you that live in Becton, Howell, Arkansas, this is Woodruff County, southern parts of Woodruff County, moving out of Cotton Plant. You're under a tornado warning. There's severe thunderstorm warning. Storms are now beginning to pulse back up in parts of central Arkansas as well. Northern Pike County, Montgomery, Garland County under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for a tornado warning, of course, till 4:45. There's the county outline. Here's Woodruff County. So just to give you an idea, that is to the northeast of the Little Rock area. More storms here, and another severe thunderstorm warning now that is in effect for northern Pike County. That one has a little bit more of an appendage to it, looking at radar. So that's one we'll have to keep an eye on that may exhibit signs of rotation to become tornadic. There it is right there. And it's in an area that's already picking up some very heavy rainfall. This is south of Mount Ida. It's going to move to the northeast, and Hot Springs, you're on the outer part of that polygon window there. But there's Garland County, northern Clark, and Pike counties. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. So we're beginning to see things come together. There's more activity close to the Little Rock, downtown Little Rock area, Hot Spring County along I-30, and activity moving out of Clark County. So we're beginning to see, again, things begin to perk up. Let's hope that it stays in control, but it's beginning to perk up. Monroe and Woodruff County, you're under that tornado warning, but it's more for Woodruff County. That's all we have. The one down in Union County, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in north central Arkansas. I don't want to leave out the folks up in Clinton and Van Buren County. They're listening to us up on the local radio station up there in Van Buren County. Over to Cleburne County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So we certainly don't want to ignore you folks. And that extends into the Independence County area. That too has a bit of an appendage that we'll keep a close eye on. But this cell in Woodruff County, a little different. It's tornado warned, and the rotation is anticyclonic instead of normally what we would expect, cyclonic. And it's moving to the north-northeast, 45 to 50 miles per hour, more northerly with this one.
It looks like it lost that rotation, Tom. I mean, I'm looking at the latest data. It looks like, as expected, this wasn't going to last very long. We'll rewind this here with the wind data on radar. We'll go back.
I see it.
We'll go back a few scans here. So there's when I issued it, like really close to cotton plant, which makes sense. And then it's lost those brighter colors. So I don't think they're going to continue that tornado warning very much longer.
Okay. Hey, we'll keep an eye on it. Again, thank you for joining us here 417 this afternoon. We're streaming on THV11, THV11 Plus. We're also on our YouTube and Facebook Live this afternoon, covering all platforms for severe weather that is now beginning to come back together. You've got the tornado warning there in Monroe and Woodruff County, severe thunderstorm warning. This is the newest severe thunderstorm warning in northern Pike, Montgomery, Garland, and Hot Spring County. Keeping an close eye on this. More strong thunderstorms prompting flood warnings over the River Valley. That includes Scott County, parts of Scott County with heavy rain, Yell County, Perry County getting some heavy rainfall now, and cells are trying to pop up. Can we take a look at camera out west here in downtown Little Rock, see if we can see what's happening here with a cell that is coming together. It looks like a bit of a rain shaft here, Nathan, from that developing storm in western parts of Little Rock. That's going to make the commute a little bit more interesting for those that live in and around the Little Rock area. The rain is going to be heavy at times, but a rain shaft, you can see that thunderhead or that thunderstorm. Nope.
The warning's been canceled.
Oh, it got canceled. Okay. You had me concerned there for a moment, Nathan. All right. So this tornado warning has been canceled as Nathan projected.
That's for Monroe, not Woodruff.
Okay. For Monroe, it's been canceled.
Yes.
Okay. Still in effect for Woodruff County. Okay. There it is, Woodruff County. It's going to move to the north. McCrory, you're in the path of the storm. This is until 4:45 this afternoon. Right now, the rotation looks like it's hovering right over Highway 17 and 145. A little bit of a donut there. So we'll see.
That's outside the tornado warning, so let's take a look at that.
Okay.
Unless the rotation is trying to change. Maybe it's the one updraft's trying to dissipate, and there's a new updraft possibly trying to grow. So they may have to change that tornado warning to the east, if that's the case.
Possibly a normal tornado warning of what we would expect. Let's hope not, but that's there you go. That's the only tornado warned storm. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning, southwest Arkansas and parts of central Arkansas. And we took a look outside at the cell that is developing over the western part of Little Rock, and more activity is developing along I-30 south of Benton, near Hot Spring County, beginning to fill in that area of southwest into central Arkansas. So there you go. National Weather Service, continues the warning for Woodruff and KOK. So there we are this afternoon, 4:20. Thank you for hanging out with us today on what we expect to become an increasingly busy afternoon and evening with the threat of severe weather. The threat is pretty high for eastern Arkansas. There is a tornado watch that's called a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS watch, for about the eastern half of the state. That is something that really should be taken very seriously. Storms have not yet come together, but they are expected to come together and intensify as this front picks up a little more forward momentum. The atmosphere is very conducive for the development of severe thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes. We've got all the ingredients in place wind shear, the lifting mechanism, lots of instability, moisture levels. It's very humid outside. It reminded me of the day on March 1, 97, very warm and humid, a breezy day, enough sunshine to destabilize the atmosphere. And so the result has been some severe thunderstorm warnings in west central Arkansas. Now we're seeing this tornado-warned storm in Woodruff County and more storms developing over northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas.
We're going to watch every single cell, Tom. Every one of these cells are starting to pop up now, indicates that the environment is starting to become more conducive for storms to develop, but they look pretty tame right now. This could change once it makes its way into White County or Woodruff County. That could be a much more intense cell. More of the same here into Pulaski County. All these cells down here in southeast Arkansas. Just got to watch them very closely over the next several hours. Here's that latest one that's still in Union County with that severe thunderstorm warning that does have a tornado possible tag along with it. So be on your guard, Calhoun and Bradley counties, because that could go tornado warned if rotation continues to pick up. Then here into Montgomery County and Garland County, Tom, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're starting to see little appendages with that as well. Now to the west, we're done with the threat of severe weather. So there are some counties cleared of the threat of severe weather, and I think that does include Scott County is done with the threat of severe weather, Logan County, Johnson County, and also Newton County. Maybe even Searcy County is done with the severe weather threat. Right now we'll keep it there, but certainly in Newton County is done with the severe weather threat. It's everybody to the east needs to watch out.
They've expired the warning in Woodruff County, no longer rotating, according to the National Weather Service. Everything's just kind of broken up and segmented, but we have seen an uptick in the amount of coverage of this activity. Fingers crossed tonight that it becomes more of that heavy rain event and less of a tornado event, although the cells that are developing and moving into southern Arkansas have rotation with them, and they've got that bending, that kidney bean shape that Nathan and I have talked about before that gives you an idea that there is rotation there. And these storms in southern Lonoke County, Jefferson, Cleveland County, keeping an eye on those. As for what's happening here, we've got lots of heavy rain. Flood warnings remain in effect. And if that, we've also got the severe threat with some damaging wind gusts moving through Van Buren County. Now, Cleveland County, that storm is not far from your border. It's going to move over the lake here very shortly. So if you live around, let's say, Greer's Ferry, upwards to Higdon, Arkansas, then you're going to be impacted by that storm moving out of Van Buren County. The storms to the southwest of Little Rock, that's intensifying there. Montgomery County, northern Pike, into Garland County, that storm is moving to the northeast. The storm motion is southwest to northeast, 45, 50 plus miles per hour. The line has been slowly pushing to the east and had slowed up quite a bit, and thus became more of a heavy rain maker for western and central Arkansas. There are your severe thunderstorm warnings right now for western and north central Arkansas. All right. I'm getting a message here, Nathan, and there's all the. Go ahead and take over and talk about the lightning there.
Well, everything you see here on the screen is the lightning count in the past 10 minutes, and it's impressive. I mean, we have over 1,800 lightning strikes being detected here in Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, and also over into Oklahoma and Texas. So these storms are really packed with a lot of lightning, and when you have that much lightning, that tells us that we have pretty intense updrafts trying to develop. And you see more lightning strikes are developing across parts of central Arkansas and also southeast Arkansas. So these updrafts with these cells are continuing to grow, and therefore this storm continues to intensify. And we just have to be on our lookout for every one of these cells, because any one of these cells could intensify into a supercell thunderstorm. And the supercell thunderstorms have a better potential of producing big hail, destructive hail, tennis ball to baseball size hail, maybe with the most intense storms. 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And also the big concern out there this afternoon, this evening, is a strong tornado. A violent tornado is still on the table, especially for southeast and east Arkansas. So if you're watching us, central Arkansas, east Arkansas, maybe not a lot happening at this time. Things will drastically change hour by hour as this line continues to slowly advance to the east, but also any cells in advance of that line could go strong, severe, and potentially tornadic. So stay weather aware, stay right here with THV 11. We will continue to provide you with updates all night long as this tornado watch, and it's a particularly dangerous situation, continues through midnight for East Central Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, and also pretty much South Arkansas as well, Tom.
Let's go to Bax 2. Let's check out the watches. He mentioned the particularly dangerous situation watch. Let's update you on what's going on if you are included or not in the watch. Now, the front has moved through the west and northwestern part of the state, so the northwestern counties are out of it. But most of Arkansas has this watch, and ignore the timing because it's segmented, it's fragmented. We still have a tornado watch. I guess our watch has been extended too. It was till 4 o'clock initially. It has been extended. The eastern half of the state has a tornado watch that's going to last till midnight. I would imagine that our watch has been extended more than likely to midnight. And not long ago, the National Weather Service in Shreveport added some counties in southern and southwestern Arkansas. As far as the threat of severe weather tonight, we've gone over this several times, but if you are just joining us this afternoon, along with Nathan Scott, I'm Tom Brannon. Here's the risk of severe weather moving forward tonight. Right now, we've got strong to severe storms that have been occurring just to the west of the downtown Little Rock and metro area. Storms are beginning to come together and intensify in that area. You've got this zone of purple, a high risk of severe weather. We had a high risk back on March 31 of 2023 when we had the tornado that moved through Little Rock, but the high risk area did not cover this much real estate. This extends into Tennessee. We have seen tornado warnings this afternoon. Moderate threat of severe weather for roughly the eastern half of the state that's not in the high risk. So this is the area that has the greatest threat of severe weather, including tornadoes. But we've had severe thunderstorm warnings in the enhanced zone as well. When you get it to a 5 out of 5, this is really what you're talking about. I think the biggest thing is the tornado threat. And all of these panels are hashed. You get the hashed mark, indicating some significant severe. National Weather Service talked earlier today about the tornado in terms of the strength. An EF3 tornado is possible this afternoon and tonight in this area, and that does include the Little Rock metro area. Long track storms, supercell thunderstorms that could produce long track tornadoes. Hail up to 2 inches or greater in diameter. But I think a lot of it too, the wind gusts. 60 plus upwards to 80 mile per hour wind gusts in the dashed area. So there is the opportunity. The ingredients are there for the potential for severe weather. So everything in terms of our storm impact board, I bet we could elevate some of this into the high category, especially in central Arkansas. Damaging wind and possibly flooding, rains, and tornadoes, supercells that could produce those tornadoes. And the rain amounts are looking impressive. If it's not for the severe weather threat, oh, by the way, that's enhanced all the way into the weekend. Sunday, we'll begin to see things settle down. Flood warnings in effect here for the rain that's been falling. 1 to 3 plus inches of rain have fallen over the last couple of hours in this area. Flood watches for the rest of us, and it's a particularly dangerous situation because 10 plus inches of rain are expected over the next several days. 7 to 10 inches here in the Little Rock area. You'll see that in a moment. So the weather impact alert goes through Saturday because of the possibility of severe weather and flash flooding. Thursday, the risk of severe weather is enhanced too. There's going to be a tornado threat Thursday as well as on Friday. So those are the things that we've been keeping an eye on. And this is just very unusual. This is something that doesn't happen very often. Happens once in a blue moon, so to speak. And unfortunately, it's happening this week. We had severe weather to start the week, really on Sunday, had a break Monday, Tuesday, and now we're going to close out the next several days with severe weather across the area. I'll take you back to radar. Nathan is putting together, we'll do this in just a moment, he's putting together the timings for these tornado watches, and we'll cover that in a moment. But want to show you new warnings are now coming down, and take a look at your screen while I give you the locations that are currently under severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Cleburne, Yell, Saline, Perry, Van Buren, Pope, Faulkner, and Conway. It's for that line. And within that line, damaging wind gusts of 60 plus miles per hour. So that's what's at stake. That's what we're looking at as that line moves to the east. And there's also more thunderstorms coming together southwest of Little Rock. So all of this area has now been placed under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that warning is going to last until 5:15. It's 4:31, so 45 minutes on that warning. We're getting closer here in Little Rock and Pulaski County. More than likely about 5:30 we'll begin to see that, and more storms developing out towards Saline County. Flood warnings also remain in effect here. Nathan, have you got a chance to fill us in on all these tornado watches on Max 1? You want to take it?
When we look at the tornado watches, Tom, we are looking at pretty much most of the state is going to be on tornado watch until midnight. So that includes you folks in East Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, and also South Arkansas. They have extended the tornado watch here in Central Arkansas, Pulaski County, also Saline County, until 6 o'clock, because obviously the line of storms hasn't rolled its way through just yet. So therefore, the chance of severe weather is still in play. But when we take a look at the county outlines, it's Pulaski County, Faulkner County until 6 o'clock. And then if you're east of that, that tornado watch remains in effect until midnight. Once this line rolls through your neighborhood, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So here in Little Rock, I think we're going to be done with the threat of severe weather, primarily getting into the 7, 8 o'clock time frame, it looks like. But when we talk about severe weather, we're talking about damaging wind gusts, tornado potential, and also large hail. The flooding threat may be going up, and we may have a flash flood warning here in the metro that could go past the tornado watch. It could go 9, 10 o'clock through the overnight hours. That is certainly a possibility, because this is a solid area of heavy rain. When we take a look at the rainfall estimations here, you're getting rainfall totals now easily 1, maybe as much as 2 or 3 inches that have been happening in Pope County, Yell County, Scott County, Polk County, and into Searcy County. So this heavy rain is marching its way off to the east. Lots of things to watch out there tonight. The biggest concern right now, the immediate concern, is severe weather, and still that chance. Any storm could produce a large, long track, strong, potentially violent tornado, especially for East Arkansas. So the threat is going down in Northwest Arkansas and parts of West Arkansas, but the threat of severe weather is ramping up here in Central Arkansas and also East Arkansas, Tom.
So the warnings that we have, in fact, good news for you, Conway County, you have been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning, so Conway County no longer in the warning. But look at the area here from roughly Independence through northern Cleburne County. Looks like Stone and Izard counties down to Faulkner County, and it's because of these storms moving to the east. This line of storms going to pack a pretty good wallop with the strong straight line wind gusts. Storms are also evolving to our southwest of Little Rock along I-30, so it's going to make the afternoon and evening commute a little messy if folks aren't already at home. I-30 is going to have quite a bit of rain, but there are your severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts in excess of 60 plus miles per hour. And a lot of these warnings are in effect till 5:15. So they are getting closer to Central Arkansas. And then it's expected that they may ramp up a bit in eastern Arkansas, and the tornado threat is going to go up a bit. Mountain View down to Greer's Ferry, a line of wind moving through the lake area right now. Some friends up at the Mountain View area. Yeah, it's a little windy up there. There's Greer's Ferry and the lake. You've got Higdon, you've got just to the west, you've got Fairfield Bay. There's Clinton, B Branch, strong thunderstorms with wind moving through your region. Northern parts of Faulkner County, Greenbrier, it's just off to the west. Conway, storms are developing near you, but the strongest activity is to the west-southwest of Morrilton, near Perryville. You can see it bowing out a little bit here. There could be a pretty good wind gust there of 60 plus miles per hour, and also some very heavy rain. And yeah, I mean, there could be some strong wind within there, within that area that we were talking about. Anytime a cell bows out a bit, 65 plus mile per hour winds blowing away from radar. So yeah, strong winds there, and strong winds embedded within that line becomes a heavy rain threat throughout the rest of the evening. And not to be outdone, Garland County, Montgomery County, you're under severe thunderstorm warning tonight as well. These storms are beginning to pick up a little more momentum as they move to the east-northeast. These cells, Grant County, Saline County, as they lift to the north, they have that look to them. They have that bend. They have the appendage. So there's some rotation there that we'll have to keep a close eye on as they continue to get stronger, moving to the north-northeast. Here's I-30, 40, 30, 67, 167, or I-57, whatever you want to call it today. There's I-530 right now. So folks, if you're streaming with us on THV11 Plus or our app on our website, and you're getting ready to hit the road, then you're going to run into some rain either way. So be careful out there. The storm that prompted tornado warning that was out of let's say Monroe County, it's now well to the north, not rotating anymore, but more cells behind it trying to come together. Again, keeping a close eye on things. The risk of severe weather, the threat of severe weather remains very high through the evening into the nighttime hours until that boundary, until that area of water moves through your region. Strong wind gusts and possibly some hail. Can we take a look outside? I want to see what this westbound camera shot looks like. We've got some rain in downtown Little Rock. I can hear the raindrops heavy at times on top of us, and with the development of some showers and thunderstorms, and pretty good shot there, Nathan. We can see the rain shaft on the bottom of these showers as they develop, moving pretty quickly from south to north.
That's the key, Tom. You look at the radar, and these cells are booking it 50, 60 miles per hour. So they are changing quickly, scan by scan. I mean, you look at that one cell that made its way from Jefferson County. Now it's in Prairie County, and it's intensifying. So it's headed towards Des Arc. Look at the lightning. The lightning is intensifying. So things are getting a little more concerning every 5 minutes as the environment continues to change. Got to watch out for that cell that's moving through Prairie County because it's got that kidney bean shape.
Yep.
You see all that lightning, that could be a supercell trying to develop. And it could be getting more and more strength to it as it makes its way towards Woodruff County and eventually into Jackson County and potentially towards the Jonesboro area over the next 1 to 2 hours.
I think it's important to note that this part of the state had some sunshine today. There's lots of fuel there. The temperatures managed the middle 80s. They were even uprated. I think Pine Bluff made it to 89, maybe even better than that. So you've got the energy, you've got the cape, the instability. The wind profiles at the surface are fairly strong and aloft are strong. So all of that is there. It's just a matter of timing and when it happens. And these little storms shaped like kidney beans are now beginning to evolve fairly quickly here. Over the last hour or so.
And what I don't like to see, Tom, is they're coming directly from the south. So it could be a case of one supercell after another supercell going over the same areas. That's what we have to watch out for as we go into this evening. Hopefully it's just rain and thunder.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning, but that is a possibility out there for this evening into tonight.
Yeah, and that's the one we'll certainly keep an eye on in southern Prairie County, south of Des Arc, south of 40. If you can hear us, Des Arc, hey, McCrory, if you're watching us out there, everyone in Prairie County and Woodruff County and even Monroe counties, there's Brinkley, Arkansas. This is a cell that does bear watching as it continues to get a little bit stronger. Now, moving into the Little Rock metro area, Saline County, Benton, Bryant, Alexander, a fairly strong thunderstorm is coming together there. The action is beginning to increase and fill in here. Gusty winds of 60 plus miles per hour, large hail possible. And notice how this is bowing out. That area there near Perryville could have some very strong straight line wind gusts. Again, part of the severe weather scenario today, not only the tornado threat, but winds of 60 upwards to possibly 80 plus miles per hour. More likely 70 though, but you get the picture. Those are some damaging winds that can cause some structural concerns, uproot some trees, and yeah, you know how it goes. This is the warning box we have just north of Pulaski County. We are not under a warning yet. That may change. Notice these cells are moving really due south to north with a bit of a northeast turn, and they're moving quickly, 45, 50, 50 plus miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Hot Spring, Clark, and Pike County. Certainly some good news. That happened not long ago. But Cleburne, Van Buren, Independence, Stone, and Izard counties, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is until 5 o'clock, so another 20 minutes or so. Line, Nathan, looks like it's finally getting a little bit of a push to the east, and out ahead of that line, we are seeing storms develop like we thought they would today, and they're beginning to fill in pretty quickly. Hoping for a heavy rain threat and to kind of work over the atmosphere, but we've seen this too many times. We'll probably have some warnings come up here soon. Pulaski County now beginning to get some fairly heavy rainfall, and we still have those severe thunderstorm warnings just to the north of us tonight. Perry County, Conway, Faulkner, into Van Buren, Independence, and Cleburne counties. Tornado warnings are over across the river in Tennessee. Anything that just kind of sticks out to you that is more concerning than others?
That one cell that I talked about in Prairie County, it continues to develop.
Yeah, Prairie County.
You're seeing more red show up here. It's got that classic kidney bean shape. So I would say heads up, definitely for eastern areas of White County and into Woodruff County, because this cell might be the one that starts to go. Looking at the surface observations, the National Weather Service said if we have a surface wind from the southeast, then the tornado potential really starts to ramp up. That's happening into northwest Mississippi at this time. There's a little bit of a southeasterly component to the wind. Here in most of Arkansas, it's a south wind. So we'll just have to see how that evolves over the next 1 to 2 hours and see if the wind starts to change more to the southeast. That would enhance that tornado threat. But we can't let our guard down with any cell, Tom.
Yeah, let's keep, I would pull for south-southwest. But yeah, the backing wind out of the southeast, the turning motion would be certainly more to look at. I think Lauren is our producer up at the booth today helping us out. She has a look at the sky. That's near Rodney Parham and 430 of the developing storms looking north into northern Pulaski, southern Faulkner County. Yeah, sky, wouldn't be surprised. She says sky got real dark. Yeah, those storms are really coming together just over the downtown Little Rock area. In fact, why don't we go back to radar, if you don't mind? We can go back to 1 or 2. Let's go to 2, if you don't mind. Let's go to max 2. That way I can control things a little bit here while Nathan updates some of his stuff. And we're going to go into Little Rock and Pulaski County in the metro. It is rush hour, and there will be some folks probably heading home right now. If you have a loved one on the road, just keep this in mind that they're going to encounter some wet conditions and some heavy rainfall on those roads. There's the activity in western Pulaski County, Saline County. Strong thunderstorms here that are coming together. And let me turn the lightning on with that to prove that we do have some thunder out there. I turn the lightning off so I get a better idea of the sea. Thunderstorms coming together, strong wind gusts here, Perry County. No warning yet here in Pulaski County. Faulkner County, you're under a warning. Nets. Mayflower to Conway, this is some activity here, and it's growing up I-30 from Grant County, Saline County, Alexander, Benton, East End. This is the area that we're keeping a close eye on as well. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning just to our south and west for Montgomery County, Garland County. Here it is. There's the polygon. We have a polygon to the north along with the severe thunderstorm threat. Heavy rain, flash flooding, that's coming into play. Several counties are under flash flood warnings at this time. Up to our north, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is, that's just to the west and north of us. I'm sorry. That's what we're looking at. And we have certain tags we put on these warnings. Let's go to Nathan real quick. He's got one of those tags, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, with the cells that's just to our west.
Tom, the National Weather Service has issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning because of winds. This is going to be the big story with this cell, as we could see winds 60, maybe as much as 70 miles per hour. Let me see if I can get to the actual terminology on why they issued this in just 1 second here. When we have the purple polygon, when you see it on the graphic here, that's why it is having the considerable tag along with it, because they're looking at winds at 70 miles per hour, potentially with this line of storms as it moves through Morrilton, Perryville, Conway, Greenbrier, Beat Branch, Belonia, and also into other areas of Faulkner County and Pope County. This thing's moving 65 miles per hour, by the way. So when we take a look at the winds right now, the gustiest winds, where that gust front's going to be located, is entering into Morrilton at this time. And where you see the blues, that's where we could have some pockets of winds of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. But right along here is where the edge of that wall of wind is pushing its way in here from the west. So Conway, get ready, because you're going to see some gusty winds along with Gold Creek. Also pretty close to Mayflower, Pickles Gap, Greenbrier, Woolly Hollow State Park, Overcup Lake region, Cypress Creek Reservoir, Morrilton. So anywhere along this line, you could have some wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour. I don't think the entire area is going to see that, but you get some wind of that nature, and that's going to bring down some tree branches and could also cause some tree damage, maybe even some minor structural damage, taking shingles off a roof or something of that nature. And this is going to continue to push its way off to the east into White County. Let me go ahead and put a track on this. There's no rotation with this, so that's some good news, but it's going 65 miles per hour, so we'll make it go about 70 when we put on this track. And there you see, we'll go into White County, Cleburne County, and some of the towns in the area of this wind machine will be Worcester around 4:58, Conway pretty close to 5 o'clock, Bologna 10 minutes after 5 o'clock, El Paso 5:16, Heber Springs 5:22, and if it holds together, Pangburn around 5:30, Tom.
Let's go back over to Max 2. I got a broader perspective on Max 2 to show you more of this state. If you're watching us this afternoon, let me give you an update on the time. It's 13 in front of 5 o'clock, and we're going to carry this through our evening newscast tonight to update you on the weather now that we have a bit of a general uptick in what's going on outside. If you are just not getting home, turning on the TV, watching Nathan and I, we're going to be here as long as it takes tonight to make sure that you have the information you need to know. Again, have your safe place ready to go. Have your important stuff in your safe place, whether it is a little closet or a safe room. Make sure you've got your important papers, medicine, all of that. And make sure your devices are charged up. You can stream with us on our app, THV11, or if you have a Samsung TV at home or Apple Roku or one of those devices, you can download the THV11 Plus app to your TV and you can stream along with us. And we'll keep it here, of course, and make sure you're safe. There are the warnings, excuse me, severe thunderstorm warnings now covering up north central, getting closer to central Arkansas. Not quite yet here in Pulaski County, but these cells that are moving from Louisiana into southern Arkansas that have that kidney bean shape, these are the ones we're most concerned with as they begin to evolve. And there's really nothing here to compete. They're feeding off of the very warm and unstable environment. These are the cells that may become supercells and produce tornadoes down the line. They are moving into an environment today that has had a lot of sunshine. Temperatures were in the middle to upper 80s. The wind is out of the south here. Southeasterly winds in Mississippi. They may veer to the southeast. They back around to the southeast. The winds aloft are out of the west, and that's what helps gives that spin, the wind shear. So we're going to keep an eye on these. They're continuing to grow, and cells are actually growing here around the Little Rock area in central Arkansas. Strong storms continue. Very heavy rain. Flash flood warnings are in effect for the River Valley area of west central Arkansas, and you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings that are lining up. And right now, the main concern with these severe thunderstorm warning cells are damaging winds in excess of 60 plus miles per hour. The one that's just north of Little Rock, considerable, could have wind gusts greater than 70 plus miles per hour. Let's go back over to Max 1 now. We're a little closer to the metro area, and you can see the warnings that we have in place currently over Little Rock and central Arkansas from Max 1. If you don't mind there, Mr. Roger. There you go. Thank you so much. The cells over Saline County and western Pulaski County. Got a little bit of that appendage there, Nathan. That's a little concerning. I wonder if we have much rotation with that. And the strong storms out over Montgomery County, Garland County, into northern Saline County. I heard a little thunder outside. Looking at, yep, nothing there. Not much there anyway. It may be a developing supercell that continues to move along. Saline County and western Pulaski County now just added 5:30 severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski County. Looks like parts of Pulaski County. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Cleveland County. A storm forming up quickly with rotation already showing. Those cells you were talking about just a moment ago, Nathan. That's from the National Weather Service.
Tom, the good news is let's get this line in here in central Arkansas, because that line is going to cut down the threat of tornadoes the quicker it gets here.
Yeah.
With the rain-cooled air. Yes, we may get some damaging wind gusts, maybe some small hail, but that type of storm mode is, I don't want to say friendlier, but it is a little more easier to deal with versus when you have supercell thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes. So there's two different types of situations unfolding here in the THV 11 viewing area. That line of storms that could produce damaging wind gusts, small hail, heavy rain, flash flooding is approaching central Arkansas. It's those individual cells, like what we've been telling you. East Arkansas, every one of these cells that we see from Lincoln County, Jefferson County, into Prairie County, all these cells need to be watched very closely over the next hour or so, because this is the area, I just looked at it on the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis with the violent tornado parameter. The numbers continue to go up in this part of the state, and that means our confidence in a strong, long track, potentially violent tornado, if a cell really can take off, is going to be high in this part of the state.
Severe thunderstorm warning, Nathan, as Nathan was speaking, was just issued for the cell we were talking about. Cleveland, Jefferson, Lincoln, Drew, and Arkansas counties in southeast Arkansas. It's that box that was just added there. So you've got Cleveland County. This is Lincoln County, a little bit of Jefferson County and Drew County for that. It's intensifying fairly rapidly, according to the Weather Service. So let's spend a little time here, southeast Arkansas. If you are in the Star City area, Star City is going to be in the path, that polygon just to your south and west. If you live in rural Arkansas, Highway 63 along 425, I would take this very seriously, even up the street there in Grady. If you can hear us call out your town name, then you're certainly in the path of this developing supercell thunderstorm that may produce a tornado down the line. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but if you live anywhere within this area, Star City, Yorktown, Grady, up to Rydell, Arkansas, then you're in the path of this cell as it continues to come together. And it does have an appendage to it, has a little bit of a hook to it. These cells in south central Arkansas have a little bit more rotation to them than what's coming at us. Hey, fingers crossed, this could be a nice heavy rain threat. That's nice. There's nothing nice about a heavy rain threat. We need the rain. Certainly not 7 to 10, 12 inches of rain, but what it will do is help to settle things down here in central Arkansas. Our focus will then shift to eastern and southeastern Arkansas. In any of these cells, there's another one in Prairie County with a little more curvature, a little more here in southern Lonoke County. And this is the area that has the highest risk of severe weather this afternoon and this evening. Let's see, the severe thunderstorm warning in Montgomery and Garland County has been expired. So the warning was through 5:01, but they're going to expire this one in Montgomery and Garland County. Certainly some good news. So we keep an eye on that cell in Prairie County near Des Arc, south of Des Arc, west of Brinkley, into the south of that, Lonoke County, and even a little farther to the south there in northern Jefferson County. But the severe thunderstorm warning in place over Cleveland County, right there. Here's central Arkansas. And can we take a look outside? Let's take a look outside here at Little Rock, as we do have a developing thunderstorm, and it's raining fairly heavily. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of traffic out there on 630 for the evening rush. Hopefully folks took heed. But that's what's moving over downtown Little Rock. We're getting some heavy rain right now. We'll keep an eye on that cell. Anytime we see a little bit of that turning, that appendage, and there's some lightning, some heavy rain falling out there. That's our viewpoint from downtown Little Rock, getting some heavy rain right now, Nathan.
And like you said, Tom, we've got some lightning out there. When we take a look at Max 1, there's the lightning counter. And that cell into Cleveland County, about to enter into Lincoln County, that lightning really picked up over the past 10, 15 minutes. So that cell is definitely intensifying. But there's a lot of lightning happening across the area. And then we see the lightning stop into Logan County, Johnson County, Newton County. You're done with the threat of severe weather. So here into Little Rock Metro, the worst of the weather is about to move in at this time. So we need to be on our guard for the next 1 to 2 hours, I would say. Probably until about 7 o'clock here in Little Rock Metro for the potential of severe weather. Then I think it really transitions over to a flash flooding concern. Poor drainage areas, low-lying areas, smaller creeks and streams may significantly rise, especially if this rain just lingers across the area for a long period of time. That is a possibility. It's East Arkansas. It's locations east of Little Rock where you haven't seen much activity. There's individual cells. They are still out there. They're still trying to intensify. And we are watching scan by scan of the radar, with it being such a fluid situation, that we have the potential of any storm that could go wild.
Yeah.
Damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. That's what we're watching out for the next several hours. That tornado watch goes until midnight, Tom. So yes, things may be improving here in central Arkansas over the next 2-3 hours, but things could quickly go downhill into East Arkansas.
And that storm in Cleveland County is getting stronger and bigger. Before we go there, let's take a look outside. Lauren has pulled up the shot of the thunderstorm that we have occurring here in downtown Little Rock. We have a camera shot on 6:30 with heavy rain falling outside, looking westbound. So that's your commute home if you have yet to leave. Just keep that in mind, all right? And a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued that does cover Saline, Pulaski, Lone Oak, and White counties. That just issued from the National Weather Service. So there you go. There's your outside shot, 6:30. Let's go back to the warning on Max 1, please. There you go. This has just been posted. If you live in Little Rock, Sherwood, Jacksonville, Cabot, Ward, even up toward the BB area, a new severe thunderstorm warning. Developing storm here, wind gusts of 60+ miles per hour. And this purple shaded severe thunderstorm warning considered considerable for stronger wind gusts. So we're surrounded by severe thunderstorm warnings now in central Arkansas. If we go to Max 2, we can take a look at the cell that's prompted the severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Arkansas. And Nathan, certainly one that is holding together, if not getting a little bit stronger. And just look at the hook on that, the curvature. So this may be upgraded not long from now from the National Weather Service, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning. We mentioned before, if you live in Lincoln County and you live near Star City along 425, Highway 63, I guess you heard that, huh? This cell is really concerning. It's out by itself, a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing some damaging wind gusts, large hail, and potentially, possibly a tornado down the road.
Tom, looking at the winds on this cell.
Max 1, please. There you go.
There's nothing significant rotation-wise, but with that signature of the hook developing, that is becoming a more and more concerning scan by scan on the radar here. So like Tom said, Star City, just be ready to get to your safe place as this cell is still intensifying, and there could be hail. I'm getting some potential hail on Storm Track 11 that could start to get up to over an inch in diameter. So the hailstones are growing, the lightning intensity continues to also increase. That tells us that this is a cell that is intensifying, strong updraft, and it's in a situation where it could easily start to rotate and maybe go tornadic over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So everybody north and east of that cell, DeWitt, Arkansas County, watch out. This cell is headed in your direction.
I want to take this moment. It is 4:59, and we're going to just keep on following through the newscast. THV11 News at 5, featuring Nathan Scott, myself, Tom Brannon, begins now and really continues now as we talk about severe weather happening in Arkansas. Again, thank you for joining us. If you are, in fact, just turning your television on, Nathan and I have been streaming this afternoon, have been talking live about severe weather here in Arkansas. Tornado watch in effect. Things are beginning to come together over southeast Arkansas. We have a warning here. We're keeping an eye on a cell. Severe thunderstorm warning in Pulaski County now that covers up a good chunk of Little Rock. This is going to cover 67, 167, Jacksonville, Cabot, up to Ward and BB, and a very intense severe thunderstorm that could produce winds of 60 plus miles per hour. That is lifting to the northeast, moving out of Saline County. Saline County, you also are under that warning. The main concern, here's a quarter-sized hail threat near Alexander. There's lots of orange boxes here, and these are severe thunderstorm warnings. At this time, at this moment, there are no tornado warnings in Arkansas, but that may change. We're keeping an eye on a very volatile atmosphere, a frontal boundary, some very heavy rain, and a cluster of storms, severe storms here over central Arkansas, Faulkner County, Conway County, Perry, Saline, Garland counties, and this extends upwards into Cleburne County and Van Buren County. Again, these cells may produce winds of 60 plus miles per hour. We have been getting some reports of numerous accidents now occurring because of the heavy rain on the roadway. So if you have plans on getting out and about, just be careful and slow your speed down a bit. The rain is very heavy, torrential rainfall now moving into the Little Rock area. Let's go back down to southeast Arkansas and check out that cell. If you're joining us from Lincoln County, Cleveland County, southeast Arkansas, this is an area of the state that is prime. These cells, this one continues to look formidable, continues to grow. And you can see that when we talk about the curvature, the kidney bean shape, this one is exhibiting a little bit more of a hook. Nathan mentioned a moment ago, the winds are not that impressive yet, but it could be a developing situation. That severe thunderstorm warning moving to the northeast and will impact not only Lincoln County, but southern parts of Jefferson County and even Arkansas County. Grady, you are in the path of this, as well as Star City. And you see that bright purple area, some heavy rain or even some hailstones developing with that supercell thunderstorm. That is near Cornerville, Arkansas right now. Ralph's Bluff, you are on the southern and eastern side of that. Branchville, Arkansas, you're going to be in the path of it. But Nathan, I got to say this, it's still showing signs. It wants to turn, wants to spin. There's hail with it as well, upwards of a quarter to maybe even up to ping pong ball sized hail with this supercell thunderstorm that is developing.
And that hail core may be a little bit positioned too far to the south. The data from the radar is trying to keep up with everything, but these storms are moving so fast. So I'd put that hail core right where that purple area is. You may be seeing hail 1 to 2 inch in diameter headed for Star City. Along with that, the rotation could also pick up. So it wouldn't hurt to take your tornado precautions in that severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County, just to be on the safe side. We also might be having some pretty high winds try to move into parts of the metro at this time. I'm going to take a look at this storm that is happening across Little Rock, and we are getting winds now in excess of 50 miles per hour, it looks like, according to radar, and we're pretty close to North Little Rock radar. So gusty winds moving through Shackelford crossings at this time. I'm going to go ahead and query this real quick. And I think it's probably like, 62 mile per hour winds certainly could be happening just to the east of Interstate 430. This band of wind could be affecting University Avenue, Euler, Little Rock Zoo, and we might see the winds pick up here in downtown Little Rock as well. And that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. So we are continuing to watch this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Little Rock. This is primarily for potentially damaging straight line winds, as we do have a core of wind moving through the heart of Little Rock at this time, where you could see those winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour start to approach here in downtown Little Rock. Other areas across the station or across the region, we've got still some winds happening into Saline County and also Perry County. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for many counties across the area. And we do have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings because of that potential of high winds for Greenbrier, Conway, Mayflower, Valonia, Jacksonville, Cabot, Ward, Beebe, Gardner, Crosby, and then also into parts of Van Buren County, B Branch, and other severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Perry County, Saline County, and also Garland County. So this is all primarily for wind, not so much hail at this time. We'll take a look at it. There's a little bit of hail. Could be pea-sized to dime-sized hail. That will be moving over downtown Little Rock because this is probably a little bit delayed. So I would say this hail core is over Geyer Springs, about to move into downtown Little Rock. We could see some hail here, pea to dime size, very shortly. Also, there's a little bit of hail happening right along the split of I-40 and 430. And there's a lot of lightning. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's getting quite loud here in downtown Little Rock. Looking at the other areas across the region, and if you want to go ahead and pull up RDOT iDrive Arkansas, this is the interchange at 6:30 and 4:30. Heavy rain, certainly an ominous looking sky. If you can see if there's any gusty winds moving through, I don't know if like 430 with University Avenue exit or one of those locations, that'd be great. Okay, so University, and this is a notorious area where we see ponding on the interstate. So you want to really slow down, especially along the shoulders and the lanes closer to the median, because hydroplaning is going to be a big concern out there with the evening rush. Make sure that your friends and family, they slow down, give themselves some extra time to get home for this evening. The rain's going to continue here in central Arkansas. It is just starting to go downhill as expected. We told you it was going to be like 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame that the weather would get rowdy and we'd see robust thunderstorms move into central Arkansas, and that certainly is the case. The good news, Tom, is right now we're not seeing any rotation with these storms, but they are still packing quite a punch.
All right, Nathan, thank you. Hey, take a moment and do a little battery change there. I had to step off and make sure we had some fresh batteries for the newscast here tonight. Faith and Rowley are also here. We'll check in with them in just a moment. Let's go back down to southeast Arkansas. Max 2, please. I want to talk about what's going on in Cleveland County. We have a supercell developing here. It looks very impressive. A very strong thunderstorm that is severe, capable of producing winds in excess of 60+ miles per hour.
And they just said they're holding off.
They're holding off?
They could be going with a tornado warning very shortly.
Could go with a tornado warning on this cell shortly. So if you live in this part of the state, if you live in Cleveland County, Jefferson County, National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on this cell. They are certainly aware of what's going on here. And what I'm going to do is just go ahead and stop that so we can take a little bit of a closer look at that cell. It is moving over Cane Creek State Park, along Highway 425, Highway 11, and 530. Here's 530 right here. And there is the spin, the area that we're keeping a close eye on. It's intensifying. And it's in an area that, of course, we've talked about this today, has all the parameter in place for tornadoes and tornado development. So that supercell does bear watching tonight. Back up towards central Arkansas. If you live in Pulaski County, then you're getting hammered pretty good right now. Downtown Little Rock with the severe thunderstorm warning that is in place and some very heavy rainfall. And once again, those counties that are around Pulaski County under the severe thunderstorm warning, not only including the Little Rock metro area, lots of lightning here, Cabot, Lone Oak County, White County, Faulkner County, under a severe thunderstorm warning. That line is beginning to catch up. And my goodness, torrential rain falling outside, even here in the Garden, coming down in a very quick clip that's going to flood our weather garden. There are the warnings, 5:45 p.m. tonight, 5:45 p.m. for this area. It's kind of tough to see. Let me turn off the precipitation just briefly, and that way we can see the counties that are under warnings in central Arkansas. Lots of lightning out there. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning also to the north of us, but there are the polygons we're concerned with. Severe thunderstorm warning here, and of course down in southeast Arkansas. And the Weather Service, again, is indicating that they may they're keeping an eye on it. What I would do is just go ahead, if you live in Cleveland County, if you live in the Star City area, just treat it as such that a tornado warning is in effect. I would just not risk it. Go ahead and take shelter immediately. So severe weather is ongoing in Arkansas. It's taken a while to get here. We thought it would be here about this time, 4:35 o'clock, and it's moving over the downtown area at one of the worst possible times for rush hour. So we have this area, and we've got that strong supercell that is coming together down in Cleveland County, and more strong thunderstorm activity in Pike County. There's also a flash flood warning that is in effect till 7 o'clock for several counties in west central Arkansas, the River Valley. So those counties will experience more very heavy rain. The only good news out of it is it has lessened the severe weather threat to our west and north. If we can go back to Max 1 real quick, and we'll use the computer that Nathan is on right now. He's putting this into motion, and you can see these little cells. They're shaped kind of kidney bean-esque-ish. This one is really beginning to bend. It's that one in Star City and Lincoln County to keep an eye on. There's one in Bradley County that also bears watching. A little farther upstream here in Lone Oak and Prairie counties. And then just to the west of that, that's where we're finding the strong 2 severe thunderstorms capable of producing the damaging wind gusts and the very heavy rain. Nate?
That cell, Tom, has me more concerned each and every scan. Looking at the latest on the Storm Prediction Center with the violent tornado parameter, it's getting very much almost with insane parameters for East Arkansas. So we have a cell going into a very volatile atmosphere, and it's this one right here. That could be the one that may produce the strong long track tornado, ladies and gentlemen. So we have to certainly stay weather aware in Arkansas County as this cell continues to advance its way off to the north and northeast. There's nothing to the south of it, Tom, to block the inflow. So this cell will continue to most likely maintain its strength, or it will intensify. And we are seeing the potential of some very large hail also in place with this cell, as it has grown up to about 50,000 feet into the atmosphere.
Storm Track 11, can we take a look at the NROT product, Nathan, on this to see if we can identify a little better rotation within that cell if we go to Storm Track, and there we go, there, Star City area. So there is an indication, there's some spin there. That blue area, there's the green, this is near Star City. It's come together, and there you go. If anything, they're getting some large hail out of this, some big hail occurring in and around that, in south of that cell, Star City, south of the cell, south of Star City, I should say, there in Cleveland County. And here's a better look at it, and you can see the curved area. Big storm tops as well. Intensifying storm continues to grow, and it's just feeding off the environment around it. There's just really not anything to keep it from growing even stronger as it tracks to the north. Now, where it is in Cleveland and Lincoln counties, that's more in Lincoln County near Star City. It tracks through the southern tip of Jefferson County. Then up next is Arkansas County. If you live in Arkansas County and even up toward Monroe County, it's probably best of you to take your tornado precautions right now. Let's go ahead and prepare now. You've got plenty of time to prepare. The storm is not going to weaken. In fact, it's probably going to strengthen even more than what it is now, Nate.
It is moving 60 miles per hour, Tom. So I'm going to go ahead and just put on a track.
Let's go to Max 1 while he tracks that. There we go. He'll put on a storm track. Severe weather coverage continuing this afternoon. It is 5:13. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, we've been on all afternoon because of this volatile atmosphere that we've had. We've been tracking severe thunderstorms and flooding rain. So here we are looking way upstream in the future over Star City now. You've got Grady, Swan Lake, Stuttgart, 5:52. So you're getting close to 6 o'clock. There's Ullum. You've got Clarendon, eventually Marvel and Brinkley. So this is after 6 o'clock. The storm is racing to the northeast. So if you live in these communities, you may be impacted at some point this evening by this developing and strengthening tornado, or not tornado, but thunderstorm, that supercell thunderstorm capable of producing some large and damaging hail and some gusty winds. That's the one, that's the most impressive cell that we're looking at for tonight. Other than that, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning here in the Pulaski County area, and we can take you back up to central Arkansas. Pulaski County, Lone Oak County, White County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's this area right here, a couple of polygons, and then notice to the west it becomes a heavy rain event for areas west of Pulaski County. Some very strong wind gusts as well. We talked about the potential for flooding, flash flooding, and we have flood warnings in effect for several counties just to our west. And that flood warning will go into effect till 7 o'clock tonight. Nathan?
Tom, that's good news that we're seeing just a blob of heavy rain for the most part into Perry County and also Garland County. So your threat of severe weather is dropping significantly in that part of the state. So I think you're done with the threat of a tornado, a damaging wind gusts, or large hail if you're watching us in Pope County, Yell County, Montgomery County, Polk County, Scott County, and also into a large part of Perry County, most of Conway, and into parts of Saline County. But still there's some activity down here into Garland County, pretty close to Hot Springs. That's moving off to the northeast, so we have to watch out for that. So still here in the metro, still have to be on alert for severe weather potential until about 7, 8 o'clock at the latest for eastern parts of the metro. But this gives me a little more hope here in central Arkansas that maybe our tornado threat is starting to go down somewhat. East Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, entirely different story. Your atmosphere is still very much prime for intense storms that could be producing tornadoes, very large hail, and also damaging wind gusts.
Before we go back to Southeast Arkansas, we do have a power outage page we want to share with you. There are some outages across the region, and right now we're looking at a little over 12,700 folks without power. Taking you up to Izard County, 2,200 folks without power. They've had some strong to severe thunderstorms there. Down around Prairie County, 3,100 without power. Spotty around other places in Arkansas. Then Miller County, 3,400 power outages to report. I would expect we'll have a few more with these strong wind gusts, and then as we head through time and this evening, eastern Arkansas will have to deal with the stronger winds and possibly tornadoes. Again, there's that cell that we're keeping a close eye on. If you live down in Lincoln County, that's going to cross over to Jefferson, eventually Arkansas County. It looks like a new warning popped up. A new severe thunderstorm warning around the Batesville area, Independence County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for White, Prairie, Faulkner, Pulaski, Lone Oak. That until 5:45 tonight, and that's what you're seeing right here. And then another warning that has come into play in just to our north. And I don't see it across just yet from the Weather Service, but that's what we're tracking for you tonight. An area of strong to potentially severe thunderstorms with some damaging wind gusts, certainly some very heavy rain, flooding rains tonight. And if we go quickly to Max 2, I'll show you the flood warnings that we have. Extending from Mountain Home just to the west of Clinton, there's Russellville, Mena. It's this stretch of the river valley. That line moved in and just kind of stopped for a little while. And now it's picking up some forward momentum. Flood watches are in effect for the rest of the week, heading into your weekend until Sunday morning. And we say it's a PDS, or a particularly dangerous situation with the flood watch, because the amount of water that we're expecting, the amount of rain over this 4-day period, 7 to 10 plus inches of rain in a corridor through central and northeast and north central Arkansas. It could be as much as a foot of rain in those areas of the state. So from there, let's go back and show you radar once again on Max 1. This is showing you the storms that are continuing to go. Notice, Nathan, that the thunder has stopped in downtown Little Rock. So I guess the back end of that strong thunderstorm is now lifting away from the THV11 studio. So we got a little bit of a break, but there's more shower and storm activity developing here. And also to the west of us, Pulaski County, Saline County, Garland County, Hot Springs, some very heavy rain occurring where you are, Pike, and it just keeps coming from southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas. It's training over the same areas, and that one cell right now that could be the cell right now, severe thunderstorm warning over Lincoln County. Anything new on that cell, Nathan, that you've seen or heard?
Not that I've seen, Tom.
Okay.
Still, it's still a power-packed cell moving through Lincoln County. Still has that appendage to it. Still a concern. Still watching it very closely as it makes its way quickly off to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So, Star City, you're about to get out of the danger from this cell. But look at all that lightning. I mean, that is packed with so much lightning, and that tells us very intense updraft. So this thing is feeding off the warm and very much humid air mass to continue to maintain its strength. And another cell, which is also trying to develop just down to the south, is also going to be moving over Star City. So Star City, you're going to get hit again with another round of heavy rain, maybe some hail. But this is a situation we have to watch out for, is every one of these cells, they have the potential of becoming a supercell and producing severe weather, which consists of damaging wind gusts, large hail, could be tennis ball to baseball size hail if these storms really are able to explode into the atmosphere, and then the tornado threat. That's what we're really concerned about out there, especially as we go into the latter part of this evening. The low-level wind jet, the winds at 5,000 feet above the surface, are very high in this part of the state. So storms can tap into that wind energy, they can start to rotate, and therefore the tornado threat really starts to go up. We are seeing other cells really start to show a lot more lightning potential as well. This one into Prairie County, that lightning is really starting to uptick in that part of southern areas of Prairie County. So Duval's Bluff, you're going to get hit with probably some hail. I think you're going to get at least pea to dime size hail as this cell continues to intensify and move off to the north. So every one of these cells, especially into East Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, and Northeast Arkansas, Tom, has to be watched very closely because they are changing every single radar scan. It's a fluid situation as expected, and you just don't want to let your guard down whatsoever.
So several warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. I was just looking to see if we had any updates from the Weather Service on these warnings. Not just yet, but severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging wind, some hail is possible. And when you get out over southeast Arkansas, it's a concern of a supercell, an individual cell thunderstorm that is now beginning to push out of Lincoln County. Let's say it's going to get close to pushing out into southern Jefferson County. And we mentioned that if you live in Arkansas and even Monroe counties, you will want to keep a close eye on things. And since that cell is pretty much all by itself, it's getting to feed from all the moisture and all of the heat of the day. So that could be the cell. Like Nathan was saying, that could be the cell. There's more developing in northern Louisiana. This activity is going to drift into southern Arkansas, Union County. So we're not going to be finished with this by any stretch. And from there, we go back into central Arkansas with severe thunderstorm warnings that are occurring and some very heavy rainfall. Cabot's getting some heavy thunderstorm, strong thunderstorm with the potential for strong and damaging wind gusts. And the same holds true for parts of White County, up the road here, northern Cleburne into Independence County, looks like Stone, and potentially Izard counties too. So extending that warning from White into southern Independence as this area moves on by. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm in the Lincoln County area. That includes Star City. Jefferson County is also in that warning. So far, so good in terms of overall tornado warnings, though. That's certainly some good news. We've had one in east central Arkansas and one in northern Arkansas. And the conditions are there, certainly, of which they may still evolve, but I'll take the rain. The rain will help to stabilize things, especially central and west Arkansas. There's that warning, a new warning coming up here for Prairie County into Woodruff County. You can see places like Duval's Bluff, Des Arc, McCrory, Cotton Plant. You're in the path of these clusters of storms. And again, looks like there may be a little bit of a turning motion here. Hail's going to be the primary concern, along with those wind gusts. And I didn't hear any hail downtown Little Rock, Nathan, but it looks like we have a pretty good hail core that's come together. That's near Bauckham, and could be some ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail. So that may be a formidable hail producing storm in northern Pulaski County, getting ready to push into Lonoke County this afternoon and this evening. So we do have a hail threat to be concerned with as well with these storms. And let's go back over here. Looking at a lowering with that cell in southeastern Arkansas. Cleburne, White, Independence, Jackson counties, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's the new one that has come about here just a few minutes ago. Let's see, any other new warnings to pass along? Not at this time. Okay. Until 5:45, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning and a potential hail core here moving over I-40 near Highway 70. It's Bauckham, for those of you that know where that is in Pulaski County, eastern Pulaski County. Okay, and then more strong thunderstorms, not severe warned, just to the west of Little Rock, and you can see that we still have a good flow of moisture coming in south of the downtown area. Dallas County, Clark, Grant counties, you guys are going to get some heavy rain and some intense thunderstorm activity over Pike, Montgomery, Garland County. And that cell we're continuing to watch. There was a picture sent to the National Weather Service of a lowering, and I mean, that, Nathan, that's just, it's over Grady right now. Grady and Highway 65. It looks like maybe a little bit more rotation trying to show up with that, Nathan.
Something's trying to develop, Tom. This cell definitely needs to be watched 100% into Lincoln County and as it enters into Arkansas County. So once again, just want to give you a heads up. DeWitt, Stuttgart, and that part of North Arkansas County, this cell is trying to wrap up. And we may have to go with a tornado warning here soon by the National Weather Service, because if you look at that classic radar signature, it has that hook echo. So we've got the forward flank downdraft producing that rain shield all the way to the Arkansas Post Museum with that tilted updraft. And then on the hook echo side, if there's going to be something happening, it's going to be in this part of the area. So Grady, there could be certainly a rotating wall cloud, I think, at least headed in your direction. You probably have a really nice view down to the south of this storm. If you are driving on I-65 from Dumas towards Grady, I'm sure it looks very ugly and ominous at this time. And I would not travel into that storm whatsoever, because it could try to produce a tornado at any moment, just looking at how things are trying to ramp up. So once again, tornado warning not in effect, but Grady, I would take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side.
And again, the warnings are starting to add up across other parts of Arkansas, but this cell really has our attention just because of the structure of it, and we have seen some rotation along 65 near Grady, and there's another cell trying to develop south of that, and another one here that may come together in Grant County. But a little broader viewpoint, if we can, let's take a look at a broader part of Arkansas just to show you what's going on with the other severe warned storms that we have, and we could do that on Max 1 or Max 2. Moving through the downtown Little Rock area, we had a severe thunderstorm warning. Is now over Cabot, and of course I got family in Cabot, and let's see, give me just a second. And then again up here, White County north of Searcy, another little appendage we're keeping a close eye on. That is moving to the northeast, and that's going to move into the southern part of Independence County. So we have them lined up. Some of them are becoming heavy rain producers, and then we got the severe thunderstorm warning now over toward the Falls Bluff area. Again, that signature, that kind of that hooking signature there, just to the south and west of Duval's Bluff. Certainly a bit of a hail core, and there might be some broad base rotation near Tollville, Arkansas.
Yeah, there's definitely some wind,
there, isn't it? Yeah.
With that. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. So Duval's Bluff, Tollville, look out for that, because this rotation is also trying to tick up. And let's go to Storm Track 11, please, because when we take a look at the rotation tool, there could be something trying to develop in this part of Prairie County.
Now, let me check, see if the Weather Service is going to say anything about it here.
And that's going to be headed towards Duval's Bluff. And you do not have much time in Duval's Bluff. So you could have a tornado headed your direction, even though you're not under tornado warning. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions.
Yeah, that's the thing about tonight. These things will develop quickly, and we want you to make sure that you're safe. So if we call out your name, the name of your town, Duval's Bluff, then yeah, we're talking about hitting your safe place, making sure you've got it ready to go, get the kids and head on. That's impressive. That's an impressive signature right there, and that is just to the southwest of Duval's Bluff. That is going to lift to the north. This Storm Track 11, by the way, this is our velocity mode. It really helps to pinpoint where the winds are rotating. National Weather Service issues a severe thunderstorm warning for White Prairie, Pulaski, Woodruff, and Lonoke County. So that's going to last us until 6:15. So it looks like a new warning coming our way. Nathan, those cells have the same thing in common. They all have that signature that we've been looking at, that kidney bean, that kind of that hook signature. was it big hail down around Grady?
Yeah, they just said they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning into Arkansas County because there could be tennis ball size hail.
Gosh. So there's some of that big hail we've been waiting on, and that severe thunderstorm warning. New warning going in for Arkansas County with the tennis ball sized hail. All right. So yeah, it's beginning to get a little nastier out there. Let's go to Max 2 real quick. We're going to go back to hail now in just a moment. Just want to give you an idea of what's going on. This is beginning now to fill in eastern Arkansas. These cells intensifying. The one down around Lincoln County that's going to lift into Arkansas County. That's the one that had the hail. Also from Prairie County, Monroe County into Woodruff County. We're keeping an eye on that one. That one also showing some signs of rotating, and some strong thunderstorms here in northern Pulaski County moving through Lono County. Just got a message that they've got pea-sized hail falling in Cabot with that severe thunderstorm. And notice lots of orange boxes here crossing over, so we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in White County upwards to Independence County. Heavy rain threat to the west, and now the severe threat is intensifying and getting a little bit more active to the east in eastern Arkansas, and that does include a part of central Arkansas. Let me go back out just a little bit. No tornado warnings, not yet. They're over across the river in Tennessee and Mississippi, but certainly a big hail threat. Let's go back to Max 1. Nathan, that's some big hail happening near Cabot, or could be some big hail.
That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, Tom, that includes Cabot, Ward, northern parts of Lono County, getting into northern parts of Prairie County, and then into White County. And you can see hail could be golf ball size or larger. Especially Parnell, Fairview, Woodlawn, those communities seeing the potential of some pretty big hail. And this could be damaging hail. That could damage a roof, that could damage a vehicle. So be aware of that possibility. This is going to be moving into White County, pretty close to Georgetown, also Highway 323, Highway 11, and it may get close to Searcy. Searcy may just miss out on that, but we got another cell still producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail just to the north of Searcy. We have Crosby. It's going to be in the line of Velvet Ridge, Midway, and Thida getting into Independence County, and then also Pleasant Plains. That's a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of some pretty big hail. Also big hail happening into Prairie County with that storm approaching Duval's Bluff, and also the cell into Lincoln County. That's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, just because there could be hail the size of tennis balls.
Tennis balls. Just got a report, Parnell, which is south of Cabot, 1-inch hail south of Cabot. In the we just had that just a moment ago. That big bright spot there that Nathan had up just a moment ago. So hail certainly a concern, and still the threat of tornadoes tonight in eastern and southeastern Arkansas. Hail pick from Star City. Let's go ahead and show that. By the way, if you have any picks you want to share with us, we want your picks. I don't want you to go outside and get hit in the head with any hail. But this is from Michelle Anderson Hogg. Hail in Star City, a little spiky there, a little bit bigger than golf ball, I would imagine. You can send those pics to us, 501-376-1111. Text those our way. Jacksonville hail, thank you very much. I think that one went by a little quick. All right, there it is. That is from Jacksonville. Thank you very much. Some smaller hail size. It looks like dime sized. That's the threat coming up in Cabot. Some hail that could be near a quarter sized a quarter inch sized, I should say. Okay, these are your severe thunderstorm warnings. We're keeping a close eye on cells out near Duval's Bluff, riding along I-40. Got a little bend there, a little bit of a bend here near Des Arc. And right here, northern Lono County, it looks like, Nathan, we've got an appendage developing with that cell in northern Lono County. Certainly getting some very heavy rain. Did have reports of some hail in Ward. It was pea-sized. There's a splotch of purple there that would indicate that that could be happening there. And these cells are racing off to the northeast. There's stronger cells to our south tonight.
You can see the cells are changing.
Yeah.
They're getting more of a hook echo shape. You see that one, Lono County, that's got a hook echo shape. Those are definitely supercells into Prairie County, entering into Woodruff County, and also Monroe County. More cells have really started to fire up quickly. The one into Lincoln County, moving into Arkansas County, got to watch out for that one. And then that cell that was just to the south of Star City. Look how fast that one.
That one developed really quick.
Let's just go back over the past hour and watch how it just evolves so fast. Scan by scan, just blows up. It was a little shower into Drew County or into Cleveland County, and then it has just really started to intensify very quickly. So that's why we said we are in an explosive, volatile atmosphere into East Arkansas, and any one of these cells could produce tennis ball, baseball size hail, damaging wind gusts, and also we've got to watch out for the potential of a strong, long track tornado. We've been lucky so far, but looking at these radar signatures now has me getting more and more concerned each scan that the radar goes by.
There are your warnings. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings, and this environment in eastern and northeastern Arkansas is a lot more conducive. Thankfully, things are settling down. West of Little Rock, really west of 30, where they've had quite a bit of rain, the severe weather threat is coming down. West of 57 in north central Arkansas, some heavy rain, some wind. The focus is now to the eastern side of this. East of 30 and south of 40, these cells have really exploded. And the cells just riding along 40 near Brinkley, Arkansas, those cells are also showing that signature, that hook signature that we talk about quite a bit. So it's only a matter of time. There's rotation. The National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on these. Some very large hail, 3-inch hail or more in the storm in central Prairie County. That's some big hail if it's actually happening. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Cleburne County. Independence and Jackson County, White counties, though, that severe thunderstorm warning has been continued for you until 6 o'clock, so 24 more minutes. And the severe thunderstorm warning on this cell, look, it's split. Part of it's split. Watch this radar sequence here. It's split apart. So northern Arkansas County, and that's beginning to show a little bit of an appendage. You've got it over Jefferson County, and that next cell coming in right behind it. So it's a 1-2 punch from Lincoln County into Arkansas County, and more storms developing here near Phillips County as well. And a tornado warned storm in northern Louisiana, thinking, oh, this is it, we're done. No, we've got more developing to our south. And some very heavy rain and flooding concerns to the west of the metro area tonight. It's a lot of rain, some very intense thunderstorm happening near Cabot tonight, and there is a bit of a turn here. Now that is to the east of Cabot, and some big hail possible with that, possibly 1 inch or larger near Parnell. There's a community by the name of Parnell there, south of Cabot. That community reporting 1 inch diameter hail. Duval's Bluff getting some large hail. So Nathan, getting a lot of hail with these storms now tonight. Haven't seen that. We've seen more heavy rain, and now they seem to become more of a hail threat right now.
But that tells us, Tom, that these updrafts in these storm cells are really starting to crank into gear. When you have hail now approaching 2, potentially 3 inches, we have to watch out for the next step with these storms entering into a more favorable environment for rotation. And I think these storms are going to start to go tornadic pretty soon. They just had that classic supercell signature. Hopefully they just stay hailers. That's bad enough, because 2-inch, 3-inch size hail, that's going to do some roof damage. That's going to do damage to the vehicle. That's going to shatter windshields, and also probably shred siding of homes as well. Hopefully these don't go tornadic, but we are watching very closely every single radar scan, how everything evolves, if we're seeing a rotation couplet or not. And we urge you to stay weather aware into east central Arkansas, east Arkansas, southeast Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, because that is the prime area where these storms could be intense and produce a strong, long track, violent tornado. That's why we are under that high risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center, Tom.
The other side of things, the flooding threat, while we track these severe cells, let's go to Max 2. Let me update you on the flood alerts. Flash flood watch remains in effect, particularly dangerous situation. Let me stand on this side. I don't want to block that banner there. But PDS situation for the amount of rain that we're expecting over the next several days. It could be several inches, upwards to a foot in some places in northeast Arkansas. Here are your flood warnings at the current time, extending from Mena through Russellville, west of Clinton, going through Marshall and Leslie up to Mountain Home. There's a lot of heavy rain. It continues to rain here. They've already picked up at least 1 to 3 inches of rain, and more is falling here. So this is next in line. Until that front can move through, then we're going to continue to see the heavier precipitation. But just out ahead of it, this is the area of eastern and southeastern Arkansas that is now seeing those supercell thunderstorms producing large hail that could become something else. So those are the flood alerts that we have. Let me show you really the impact alert criteria that we've got going on now through Saturday. Strong to severe storms. We have a severe weather risk every day all the way through Saturday. Enhanced risk of severe weather from now through Saturday. Flash flooding is a possibility. We want you to make sure that you have many ways to receive information. Some of this could occur overnight into the late night hours. Let's cover Thursday. After we get through today and the risk that we have today, tomorrow it's an enhanced risk for still a big chunk of Arkansas. That boundary is going to be somewhere in this vicinity. And along that boundary, we're going to have thunderstorms develop, and those thunderstorms could contain some damaging winds. Once again, and possibly some large hail. We can't rule out the possibility of a tornado. The severe weather outlook for the rest of your night tonight, the highest risk is in this area, eastern Arkansas. High risk of severe weather. Hail upwards of 2 inches. I've seen pics, and we've got pics coming in of hail. Lauren, do we have some to show right now? Do you want to go ahead and do that? Let's show the hail pics. Hail tonight has been a big consideration. This is hail in Austin. Yeah, that's bigger than golf ball. Thank you. In Jacksonville, it's about dime-sized, and also some fairly large hail coming out of Star City. Thank you for sending those pictures in. Quarter-sized, a little more than quarter-sized out of Joe Saffold in Star City. Thank you, Joe. Nancy in Jacksonville, a little more than dime-sized. Dime to nickel in Ward. Thank you very much. This is from Gillum Road in Austin, east of Cabot. That's a big chunk of rock right there. That's a big hailstone. Okay, so that's what's happening tonight hailstorm-wise. And on Max 1, these are some of the storm reports that we're getting from Jacksonville near Cabot, an inch to a little larger than an inch sized in hail. So Nathan's putting all this together for us tonight. So hail right now, but Nathan, it could be a tornado threat as well.
We got to switch over, Tom, because we have a tornado warning coming out for Jackson County.
Okay, let's for Jefferson County.
Jackson
County. Okay, we'll do that. We'll switch over to that. Jackson County, there you go, right up here. This is Independence, Jackson County area, a tornado warning. So like he said, Nathan warned us just a moment ago that, you know, you've got the large hail, you've got those updrafts really beginning to dig in, and now we've got this tornado warned storm. There's Jackson Port State Park. Diaz was hit not long ago. Newport, tornado warning till 6:30. It's a radar indicated tornado right now. I'm sure eyes are on this storm for further development. Let me go back to the National Weather Service and get the info on that. Tornado warning for southern Independence. The path would be going toward Jackson and Diaz. All right, so there we go. Let's see if we can find some rotation within this. Some really strong wind gusts, I'm sure. But I'm not really seeing a couplet, Nathan. Not really seeing the best for a couplet on this. We may have to work in Storm Track 11. Maybe something here in this general area. Moving to the northeast. Now we have another tornado warning tonight. Again, this is for Independence and Jackson County, and Newport and Diaz would be in the path of this. And it wasn't long ago, Diaz was in the path of a tornado warned storm. What are you seeing, Nathan?
I'm looking at Storm Track 11, and there's a lot of different information on here because it's not just like one cell all by itself. It's a mixture of storm modes happening in this location, but there is one cell trying to get in advance of this line. And where you see this green area, I think that's the most concerning part of the system. It does match up with where that hook echo could be located, right on the border of, looks like, Jackson County and getting into Independence County. So if I were to put something here, I would say it's just pretty close to Pleasant Plains and then just to the northwest of Bradford. So headed towards Oliphant and Newport and potentially Diaz. Unfortunately, you know, that's the same area, like you said, Tom. March 14th, they had an EF4 tornado, and now we're looking at a potential another storm that could produce a tornado at any moment. But that cell is trying to get in advance of the rest of the line. I'm going to rewind this here, and we can clearly see there's definitely been a little hook echo trying to develop within this cell as it makes its way off to the northeast at a rapid clip. I think it's going about 55 to 60 miles per hour. I believe 60 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on that. We can go at max 1.
Max 1, please. Thank you. And we'll take a little bit of a broader look at this as well. An area that's really been picked on by Mother Nature, northeast Arkansas, these last few events, and another tornado warned storm. So we'll get a track on it. Tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. It does include parts of Independence and Jackson County, and here are the places that are going to be impacted here by 546 Denmark. So, let's hope they're in place. Midway, Oil Trough, Murphy's Corner, Tuckerman, Grubb, Swifton, Cache, and Egypt, Arkansas, all within the confines of this track. There are the times. Here's the track. Movement of the storm is to the northeast. Take cover immediately if you're picking this up. And you can take your phone into the closet or your safe place and keep it on THV11. Nathan and I will walk you through what's happening. Storms are now beginning to change. We're getting more hailers. We're beginning to see these storms take on more spin and rotation.
And there's that one we were talking about.
Yeah, there it is. That just issued for Arkansas and Monroe counties. Jefferson, Arkansas, and Monroe counties. Remember those storms we mentioned just a few minutes ago? There were 2 down here, and now we have the tornado warning that is in effect. Jefferson and Monroe really is what we're looking at. Hail could be close to 1 3/4. Southwest of DeWitt, this area near 165. There's Highway 165, Humphreys to the north and west. But there's the center of trouble right there near Lodge Corner in Biamita along Highway 276 and Highway, looks like I think it's 135, 155. Tornado warning. There's your rotation. Again, these storms are beginning to come together. They're beginning to intensify. They're becoming more conducive to producing tornadoes tonight. DeWitt, although you may not be immediately in the path of it, you're within the cone. You're within that in the polygon there. This is going to track into Monroe County. We're going to put, Nathan's putting a track on it. We're going to go a little farther to the north and east so you can prepare your family and your safe spot. Berks at 554. DeWitt just on the outer fringes of it at 557. You've got Casco 607, Lawrenceville 611, Turner 617, and Kendall at 629. These are locations upstream in that polygon area. So we've talked a lot about that one, that warning. Keeping an eye on southwest Arkansas. It looks like a tornado warning has been issued in extreme southwest Arkansas. That would be from Miller County, and then more warnings in Louisiana and Texas. So something else, Nathan, we've got to keep a close eye on here in the next couple of hours. So those are the tornado warnings that we currently have in Arkansas. Back up to the one in near Independence. I'll run you through it once again. We got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but now these supercells are beginning to go through a change and they're rotating more, and that has prompted tornado warnings. This is near Diaz and Newport, and you can clearly see there is a hook here, an appendage with that cell. Along Highway 157 and 367, if you live in that area, near Jacksonport State Park, you're going to be in the path of this tornado, this possible tornado. Not confirmed, but possible tornado. Looking at the map here, not really seeing anything confirmed, but we know that we have all of the ingredients conducive to produce tornadoes this afternoon. Again, an area that's been hard hit. It's unfortunate. 3 or 4 times now they've had to deal with severe weather and tornado warned storms. So there you go, near Thida, Arkansas. There's Elmo, Oil Trough. You folks are all going to be impacted by this potential tornado as it moves to the northeast. Independence and Jackson County. Nathan.
When we look at the entire view of the radar, Tom, the good news is things are starting to quiet down in West Arkansas. So real quickly, let's give you an all clear in Scott County, Polk County, Yell County, I think Montgomery County for the most part, Pope County, Johnson County, Van Buren County, Searcy County, Newton County, and also into Boone, Marion, most likely Stone County, large parts of Cleburne County, but that tornado warning is just to your east. Don't want to give the all clear here in Pulaski County just yet because we still have more storms that are moving in here from the west. Certainly, locations east and southeast of Little Rock have the highest potential now of not only severe weather, but also the tornado threat is starting to ramp up as well.
Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that has been posted for Pulaski County, Saline and Pulaski County. And I don't think we've mentioned that one just yet, but there you go. We have so much going on that we need to be able to tell you who's under what. There's the Independence Jackson County tornado warning, the one for in Arkansas and Monroe. And this is one of the newer severe thunderstorm warnings for Saline and western Pulaski and central Faulkner counties. That came along not long ago, and it is moving to the northeast, and it's kind of huddling along the I-30 corridor there. We'll keep an eye on it, I-30 and 430. These are the warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in White County, Prairie, and Lone Oak. It was considerable down in Lincoln County, and now it's a tornado warning. And just to give you a delineation point, the THV-11 in the viewing area in the National Weather Service, everything to the west here, everything west of McCrory, when you get over to Helena, West Helena, Wynn, Harrisburg, Forest City, this becomes the Memphis and Jonesboro market. So we're going to confine our efforts here in this part of the state to let folks know what's going on, because there's a lot of action happening in this area of Arkansas. Again, Independence and Jackson County, you've got the tornado warned storm, and also down to the south there's a tornado warned storm. Nathan, I'm seeing a lot of these signatures now, really all of the bending and turning. There's another cell that's west of Clarendon in southern Prairie County. I'm sure they're keeping a close eye on that. Like you said, we're beginning to see them now evolve into those classic supercells that may produce tornadoes at any time.
The strongest signature I'm seeing right now, Tom, is the one in Arkansas County. That's the one that has the tightest rotation just to the west of DeWitt, and it will be headed towards Elmira. So we'll go back down there.
Okay.
Because that is definitely an ugly looking storm.
Wrapping up there near Highway 165 and Highway 111, or Highway 11, excuse me. That's wrapped up.
And it looks like there could be a little bounded weak echo region there too, just to the northeast of Lodge Corner. So when we take a look at the winds.
This is the area we're talking about. Yeah, certainly an area of concern there. And if you are staying with us and watching us tonight, hopefully, and you live near Lodge Corner along Highway 165, we want you to take your tornado precautions seriously. Hopefully everybody this afternoon, especially the eastern half of the state where we have a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, take it seriously and go ahead and take necessary cover. Get to your safe place. We haven't heard of a confirmed tornado yet, but that could still change. Again, the strongest one near Arkansas County. There's some of the places that are going to be impacted. Kittlers, Elmira, up the road to Crockett's Bluff. Here in Arkansas County, there's Casco. Casco is going to be impacted. You're getting out of Arkansas County into Monroe County. But yeah, right here, just west of DeWitt, the tightest circulation, strongest storm that we have. We look to the north, it looks like there's even a little bit more here.
So if that holds together, Mariana is going to be in the target of that.
Yeah, Mariana will be in the target, yeah. That's going to cross over into Phillips County. It's going to split just a little part of Phillips County there. Highway 79 over into Mariana. And there's other places, other warnings happening, severe thunderstorm warnings, and that next tornado warning here in Independence and Jackson County for Diaz, Arkansas, and Newport. Right about in here, Nathan, is that where we're finding the rotation? We're getting some range folding. We're getting out of one radar zone into another. We're getting far enough away from the radar. It's kind of hard to tell. It is difficult to tell, but just take it seriously. This is going to impact, could move around downtown Newport. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if I had to guess, I would think it's like somewhere around this area from looking at what we're seeing on radar.
Western side of Newport. Just to throw out some highways there, 69, 14, Highway 122 and 367. This is the part of Independence and Jackson County we're talking about. This cell's moving out of Independence County And here's Jackson County. This is, I think, the county line there. So y'all up in Jackson and Independence County, take your precautions seriously. Yeah, lots of cells, southeast Arkansas. 5:54, closing in on 6 o'clock. And now we're beginning to see the warnings pick up, uptick here in the state. Take it up over to the National Weather Service. Yeah, Monroe and Woodruff County, tornado warning is in effect. That's until 6:30. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Saline, Faulkner, Pulaski, and Lone Oak. That until 6:30. I know it looks a little bit messy. Trust us, we're seeing some things out there that concern us. This rotation here in that area near Highway, that's near 69. Lots of lightning, possibly some large hail with that as well.
If they can pull up a iDrive camera in that part of the state, just to have that in advance, because
Thank you, Lauren.
there's a good view. I mean, you can see a long ways away. I'm not seeing any wall cloud or anything, but
camera near
Highway
Newport.
384, exit 83. That's looking northbound.
Okay. See the red polygon, the tornado warned area with that red polygon. Hopefully folks have taken and gone to their safe place tonight. This is a very serious situation as we have seen it kind of unfold here this last hour or so. And there's a lot of these supercells developing, and you look at the loops.
And that's
hooking.
a new warning too, Tom.
Okay. A new tornado warning. All right. That's for Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas County. And that is going to be in effect till 6:30 tonight. And it's for this little cell right here. Here's Cotton Plant. We've called out Cotton Plant's name a couple of times tonight. But it's for this cell, tornado warned storm here. And that is riding near Highway 49 near Hunter, Arkansas, in Cotton Plant, with the movement generally to the northeast, racing off to the northeast at 50 plus miles per hour. National Weather Service is indicating the environment is really looking favorable for tornadoes in East Arkansas. Okay, most storms are likely going to come out with tornadoes instead of severes. So there you go. That's kind of what we've been expecting tonight. More tornado warnings instead of severe thunderstorm warnings. And you can certainly see this area right here, well, at least I can, the couplet near Hunter, Arkansas, could be a possible tornado. It's important to take your safety precautions if you live in around the Hunter area. This is just east of Cotton Plant. Highway 49, it's going to cross over 49 and move to the east. Again, this is a tornado warning for Jefferson. I'm sorry, Monroe and Woodruff, and another tornado warning for Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas County.
We have 3 current tornado warnings in effect.
There they are.
Well, actually 4, I guess you want to say.
Eastern Arkansas.
And
yeah,
that's a new one too.
that's 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think 5. Because
5?
that's the newest one in Prairie County that just went up for Duval's Bluff.
Prairie, Monroe, and Woodruff counties tornado warning for until 6:45. Ham radio operators reporting a tornado southwest of Elmira. So let's find Elmira, Nathan.
That's in Arkansas County.
Okay. So this must be this one then, near Elmira. There it is, tornado in Elmira. We're getting visual confirmation of this near Highway 130 near Elmira. So you've got the warning, Arkansas County. You've got a tornado that has been confirmed from ham radio in Elmira. And we talk about the look of the storm.
Let's go to Storm Track 11, Tom, because we're watching several areas of rotation because we have several tornado warnings in effect.
Yeah.
So there's the one Elmira. We've got the one south of Duval's Bluff. So I'm just going to go ahead and control the radar. You talk about it.
Okay, we'll start with the one that's southwest of Elmira. This is the one that has been confirmed. Elmira, you were in the path, and there you see the box change color. They've changed it to a tornado damage threat considerable. A considerable tornado warning there in and around the Elmira area. That is moving to the northeast. That's one area we're taking a look at. Casco, this is going to get close to you. This is more than likely going to impact you. as the cell moves to the northeast. You're within that polygon. So that's one cell that we have here. We have other tornado warnings now coming together just to your north. Devall's Bluff, Fredonia. To the east, you've got Clarendon, and you can see things wrapping up here. It's almost due south. The rotation is almost due south in Devall's Bluff, not Pine Bluff, Devall's Bluff. And you can see the circulation right here. Tightly wound up couplet with that tornado warning. Right now, one is confirmed, but we have several others in eastern Arkansas, and there's the ones we're talking about, Woodruff County, near Hunter, Arkansas, Cotton Plant, and again, we just have so many of those classic-looking hook echoes now beginning to show up. And there's even another to the west here in White County. No warning just yet, but a severe thunderstorm warning that may be upped to a tornado warning. They're really beginning to take on that structure that we talk about. Newport, Tuckerman, right here's another tornado warning. We've got them all over the place now. And looking at the parameters are the best for tornadoes here in eastern Arkansas. More beginning to develop out of northern Louisiana in southern Arkansas. Another warning here, and that's going to include Columbia County. Tornado warning for Miller County. But these are the ones that are really beginning to light up. A confirmed tornado has prompted a considerable warning there in parts of Arkansas County. Man.
Things are getting busy as expected.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like I just, I talked about it,
3 supercells.
15 minutes ago, I said I didn't like what I saw, and that these are looking more like tornadic storms versus hailers. And this is why we are under that high risk of severe weather, exactly for this reason.
Yeah, and so now we have a flash flood warning in Pulaski County. Wanted to pass that along with the severe thunderstorm warning that just came down a second ago. There you go. There's your box right there. Lots of rain. It was it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Not to leave central Arkansas, Pulaski County out of this, but yeah, you can expect winds and hail. But look at these cells happening to the east of us. A high risk of severe weather. Tornado warned storms 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we've got 4 or 5 now, but they're beginning to come together. And the National Weather Service is saying that they're going to be fairly aggressive with warnings for the next hour or so. But you can see them lined up here. And there's another one that's popped up that's just outside of our viewing area here's Memphis. Memphis takes care of this area of the state. But we're still keeping an eye on the Independence County, Jackson County storm. But look at them. They're just lining up one right after another. Arkansas County has one that we know is producing a tornado. We had visual confirmation near Elmira. And another cell to the south of that. There's DeWitt, Clarendon. So Nathan, we're beginning to see this unfold as it was expected to.
Yeah, we can go back to Max 1, show you all the warnings.
Yeah. Wow. Tornado warning. Independence, Jackson, Lawrence County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning considerable here for White and to Woodruff. A tornado warning, and there are 2 here, Prairie, Monroe, and Woodruff counties. And the one we were just talking about in Lincoln County, now into Jefferson and Arkansas counties, and the latest one here that came across south of Jonesboro and Craighead County. Really ramping up tonight in eastern Arkansas. Find your safe place. Hopefully you're in the safe place. Look at that. There's one here. There's one here. Gillette, DeWitt, to some of the communities here that may be impacted. Raydale, Arkansas, along Highway 11 and 276. This is concerning. Could be seeing tornadoes in these areas. Warnings are going to be coming out now from the Weather Service in eastern Arkansas. More readily available. Man, Nathan.
Well, it looks like a situation of training supercells, Tom, and that's just not good news at all, because it's not just like, oh, you get one supercell or one tornado warning that passes by. This could be a situation where we have several tornado warnings for the same location through the course of the evening, as they're starting to line up from Arkansas County, Monroe County, and these are all moving off into northeast Arkansas. So that includes Lee County, Poinsett County, Cross County, you may be under several tornado warnings over the next few hours, and make sure you take these very seriously, ladies and gentlemen. The National Weather Service has said this type of situation where these cells can produce an EF2, an EF3, or greater tornado. Strong, violent, long-track tornadoes are certainly becoming more of a possibility with the situation that's unfolding right now in East Arkansas. I would not advise any travel east on Interstate 40 from Little Rock until this line moves out.
We talked about that situation in White County. We showed that there looked to be a hook echo. Well, now that's under a tornado warning in White County, White, Jackson, and Woodruff County. This is near Searcy. It's this box right here. So they went from considerable severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning now, and that looks like it's positioned just east of Searcy. Well, since this is closer to the Little Rock area in central Arkansas, we're going to take you down a little bit closer, and we'll do a track on it. This polygon does include Augusta. Bald Knob, you're on the northern fringe of that. It's just to the east of Searcy. If you live east of Searcy and to the east of 167, this is the area of concern, and this is why the Weather Service has put out that tornado warning. Now, I do want to mention Lincoln County, that tornado warning has been canceled for Lincoln County. This is the new one, and Nathan, that is going to take a track through Augusta.
Yes, that's a highly concerning signature right there, Tom. That is a classic couplet, so this really needs to be taken very seriously, as we could have something trying to develop at any moment. I'm going to take a look at Storm Track 11 here real quick. I'm not seeing anything too wild on Storm Track 11, but that rotation is picking up. So if you're watching us in Augusta, you really want to be in your tornado safe place at this time. And that includes, if you are familiar with Peebles Farm, this rotation is going to be making its way over very close to Peebles Farm. Tupelo, let me go ahead and put a track on here for you. I'm just going to estimate it. That's about 65 miles per hour. That just gives you plenty of lead time as this cell continues to race its way off to the east-northeast. But there's the timeline, Tom.
Yeah. And here are the towns. If I call out your town and you live near and around Augusta, there's a tornado warned storm where you are. Liberty Valley, Rio Vista, Augusta, Riverside, Weldon, Arkansas, Rimmel, Pettinger. There are the times between 6:09 and 6:38. So it is now 6:07. You got a couple of minutes of time. In Augusta, this is going to be around 6:16. If you live in Augusta and around Augusta, there's the White River area. This is going to track to the northeast very quickly. 60, 65, 60 miles an hour plus. It's going to come out of White County between Bald Knob and Georgetown, and it's going to travel over Augusta. That's where the center of circulation is located. Just wanted to pass along. Tornado warning continues in Independence, Lawrence, and Jackson County. Okay, they're going to continue that. Jefferson, Arkansas, Monroe County severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. But this is the area that we're most concerned with right now out of White County. Here's Judsonia, Bald Knob. Just to orient you, this is southeast of Bald Knob, the area of concern. It's east of Searcy. So Searcy, Judsonia, Bald Knob, you're not in the path, but we look upstream and Augusta is in the path of this. Highway 64 and Highway 33, this is where we're going to see the potential for a tornado move over this area. Okay.
I'm going to zoom in even more, Tom, see if we can get some roads on here.
Go right ahead. I'm getting a message I'm going to take a look at real quick. I'll let you take care of that.
Okay, so we've got South Waller Road right in the path of rotation at this time. There's Highway 64. I don't know if there's a camera. I think there is on iDrive. So if we can pull that up, possibly just let me know. But there's Augusta, the community of Worden, and then you get into other roads here outside of Augusta. Highway 33 is going to be in the direct path of this. Fitzhugh, lots of county roads in this part of Woodruff County, but still, nonetheless, I'm sure people are watching us in that part of Woodruff County, and this will continue to move into Jackson County. So Tupelo, make sure you take your tornado precautions at this time. We have several tornado warnings in effect for many areas across Arkansas, and we are trying to break everything down. Just look at the most dangerous storms with the highest rotation at this time. We'll go back down into Arkansas County. And Tom, I'm just going to move from south to north.
Okay,
and
we can do that.
We'll just work together here.
So here we go. We'll take you on a little tour. This is the first one that we have. Jefferson into Arkansas County. This is an area of concern that really near Biamita, Lodge Corner, Highway 165, Highway 11, and 276. If you live near those highways, possible tornado here in this area. Strong, I just mentioned strong rotation near Tuckerman, Arkansas, northeast Arkansas. Here's the structure of the storm. It would be back here near Biamita if there's a tornado. This little appendage right here, that would be the inflow area. So possibly a tornado there. This is moving to the northeast and we'll get awfully close to DeWitt. To the north of that, with another tornado warned storm near Casco. Talked about Casco not long ago. Casco, you're in the path. Here is our area of concern. There is the rotation. It may very well move over your area. If you live in Casco, hopefully you've taken the necessary steps and made it to your safe place. Taken your necessary items with you. Casco, you're under the gun. That's another tornado warning. We've got more to the north. Here we go with Prairie into Monroe counties near Devall's Bluff. North of Devall's Bluff now, there's our area of concern, the rotation just to the east of Beulah, northeast of Biscoe. There's a little bit of an appendage there. This is crossing over Interstate 40 near Brinkley. If you guys can pull up a camera shot close to that, this is going to be near Brinkley. We want to look toward the west near Brinkley, Arkansas. There's that tornado warning in effect till 6:45 tonight. And if there's a little bit of a rotation there, hopefully it stays up in the clouds. Another tornado warned storm that's getting out of our area over into the Memphis area, but the storm that we mentioned just a few minutes ago, and that one looks wrapped up near Wynn. Talk about Wynn being hit hard not long ago. This may cruise just to the northeast of Wynn. Cherry Valley would be in the path of that, but there's certainly something there rotating. Again, another warned storm. This is the one getting closer to Augusta right here over Highway 64, the area of rotation near 64. Here's Augusta, Highway 33 and 64. Maybe something there. Bald Knob, it's east of you. And I'm familiar with that stretch, that roadway east of Bald Knob. Then you go back up Diaz, Arkansas, Newport. Another tornado warning here. They're all lining up in eastern Arkansas. There you go. Here in the general vicinity of 367 and 67. Hopefully nothing came of this. I think we had one confirmation where eyes were placed on a tornado, and that was down in southeast Arkansas. All right. A lot of hail also being reported with these storms. Looking to see if there's any good news out of this. Tornado warning continues for Prairie, Monroe, and Woodruff County until 6:45 at 6:12. So we have a ways to go there. Here's Diaz, Jackson, Port, and Newport. And there's the area of concern where you're finding rotation and possible tornadoes. So we're lining them up. There's lots of warnings to be had out there. And we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect back in central Arkansas. Can you hear the wind and the rain outside of the studio here, West Little Rock, western Pulaski County with this severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to stretch up into Valonia and southern Faulkner County, over to Cabot, Jacksonville. This is just for wind and possibly some hail. 2-inch hail reported north Hidden Oaks in Lone Oak, Arkansas. So got a lot of hail as well. That cell in Arkansas County still looks formidable. One to the north of it looking formidable. And to that, there's just a lot of these supercells, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that have really come into their own in the last 45 minutes to an hour. The National Weather Service recognizes it, but this was the area tonight that we've pinpointed as having the highest risk of severe weather, thus the greatest chance of seeing tornadoes and tornado warned storms. And that's what we have tonight. Arkansas County on up the road here into Monroe County, Woodruff County, Jackson, Independence, and now White County with that cell. A lot going on there to try to keep up with, folks.
Let's go to Storm Track 11 now, because I have the camera pulled up. This is the White River, Augusta Highway 64.
Right, I'm familiar with that highway.
Because that rotation should be going right over, or very close to that area.
Okay, so we can just keep it here for a minute or two until that area crosses over.
There's definitely some rain that has moved in from the right-hand part of the screen to the left, because that has changed very quickly. I don't know what direction we're looking in. We're probably looking, it's probably going east, I'm thinking. It is looking west. Okay, if it's looking west, there could be something that shows up. So let's just keep it on there for.
It's fairly ominous back in this area too.
Yeah,
Yep, there's some
and
lightning.
a lot of lightning
Yeah.
because that rotation is very close to that camera.
Might catch it going over the top. There's a truck. Hopefully he's
Is that
not
law
stopping
enforcement?
there. Could be law enforcement. Got some flashing lights to it.
It could have been rain wrap too.
Could be. Tonight, folks, you're joining Nathan Scott, myself, Tom Brannon, 6:15. I needed to reset at the top and say you're watching THV 11 at 6. Continuing severe weather coverage. We have ongoing tornado warnings now in southeastern and eastern Arkansas. You're looking at a live vantage point near in Jackson County. I'm sorry. Did you say Augusta? Excuse me, Augusta. And I wanted to say Jacksonport, but near Augusta, where we have a tornado warning in effect, and we're going to keep it on this camera and see if we can follow this storm as it moves over Highway 64. Numerous tornado warnings in effect. We've mentioned several locations that will be impacted tonight: Arkansas County, Jefferson County, Lincoln County. The other problem we've got is we've got some very heavy rain occurring. Flash flood warnings are in effect. Little Rock is now under a flash flood warning, central Arkansas with a severe thunderstorm warning. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a synopsis. If you're just joining us tonight, we are tracking supercells capable of producing tornadoes in eastern Arkansas. And it does look like that truck has stopped a little farther. It could be law enforcement, and they could be looking at that rotation, Nathan.
Yeah, that could be a spotter, Tom.
Yeah.
Honestly, but it would be a rain wrap tornado situation, it looks like, for that part of Woodruff County. We can go back over to Max 1 now.
Excuse me.
And the rotation's not as significant as what it once was, so hopefully it starts to weaken a little bit, but we still have numerous tornado warnings lined up just to the northeast of central Arkansas, and there's tornado warnings in effect for Harrisburg, pretty close to Jonesboro. Wind, that's a nasty cell right there.
That's a nasty one. Look at that, yeah. Even the one that's west of Brinkley. Did you guys ever find a camera shot near Brinkley looking west, southwest? Were you able to locate? Who's in the booth, by the way? Kevin and Grayson. If y'all would take care of that, that would be great. And just to the south of that one near Clarendon, again, look at the structure of these supercells. We talk about that classic hook. These have that classic look to them. Could produce a tornado. A Brinkley camera coming. Looking west, Nathan. I wonder if we're a little far off where we need to be. This is, okay, well that would be close.
If that's looking west.
Yeah, that would be close. Let's go back to the camera shot real quick. Well,
and the rotation has picked up in that area, Tom. When we take a look at Max 1, there's definitely some rotation. So we're either looking at a wall cloud right there.
Right in here, yeah. Developing tornado possibly. Of course, it's moving at a pace that'll probably take it away from the camera here shortly. I wish we could move these RDOT cams, but we don't have that ability. This is I-40. We're looking westbound near Brinkley, Arkansas. There is a tornado-warned storm there with a supercell thunderstorm moving to the northeast very quickly. We're just looking to see if we can see any kind of lowering or any kind of rotation, wall cloud possibly, but we may be out of range just a little bit with it. Where does it compare on the let's go back to Max 1, please, and we'll take a look at, yeah, that rotation there. Okay. May just be just to the north of 40 here, right in this area. So we may have, if they missed out on that, we may not have been able to, in a position to see it. But Brinkley and surrounding areas under a tornado warning for tonight, for right now. Got Cotton Plant to the north. This is going to move just to the, just south of Cotton Plant. But moving over Highway 17, or Highway 49 and 17, the juncture there. So if you live in Brinkley or near Brinkley, north of Brinkley, then you're in the path of the possibility of a developing tornado. Oh goodness, Lawrence County was under a tornado warning not long ago. Quite a bit of damage along Highway 304 Pocahontas in Randolph County. Roofs blown off, power lines down, and they've lost all their 911 services. Certainly not some good news there out of Lawrence County in northeast Arkansas. Give me just a second. I'm getting folks that I know that live in these areas sending me messages about things, so give me just a second here. Okay.
Next in line with
you,
this cell that could be producing a tornado at any moment, it's going to be very close to Cotton Plant, and then it goes up into Hunter, into Woodruff County. So Woodruff County, please take this seriously. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions, lowest level, sturdy structure, interior hallway, interior closet, interior bathroom. Stay away from windows, put your shoes on. If you have a bicycle helmet, motorcycle helmet, something to protect your head as you go to your safe place, that's going to be a great idea. Any one of these storms could produce a strong, long-track tornado, and we are still looking at definitely couplets happening across the region. This is north of DeWitt, Highway 130, Arkansas County. That cell is going to continue to make its way into Monroe County. So if you're watching us southeast of Clarendon, just be on the lookout for that cell, because that most likely will
Right in here.
continue with that tornado warning.
Yeah, here's a different viewpoint. Let's go to Max 2 with a live radar. I've got a look at that on Max 2, please, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Tracking these cells, folks. Here it is at Arkansas County. Here's Arkansas County, Monroe County. There's Clarendon. There's the cell that's under warning here and down to the southwest of it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in the Little Rock metro area that includes Pulaski and Lonoke. Not trying to ignore what's going on. We hear it just outside the studio door, but we're trying to concentrate on these tornado-warned storms in eastern Arkansas. And they just, they line up one right after the other. And I mean, just look at the structure. This one that's wrapping up close to wind. This is I-40 in this area, so wind, that storm is just to your west-northwest, and it's tracking northeast. Hopefully it will stay away from you. Another storm here. There's McCrory, Arkansas, Woodruff County. We've been tracking a tornado-warned storm there. Heavy rain now, White County, Searcy, Lonoke County. We're going to take a little bit of a closer look at that with, looks like a growing appendage there in Lonoke County. Brinkley, north of you, we were just taking a look at this cell, traveling along I-40 and then south of you near the Clarendon area. So we've got them lined up, and they just had a report out of Lawrence County, northeast Arkansas, of some damage up there. So they may have had a tornado in Lawrence County as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. We're now beginning to see this line punch through the I-30 corridor. Very heavy rain, windy conditions. There's 2 warnings here, and there's even a flash flood warning that's over Pulaski County right now, and more flood warnings. But if there's any good news with this at all, it looks like another tornado warning was issued. Goodness gracious. We are beginning to see things clear off a bit out to the west of us. Certainly some good news. The threat of severe weather diminishing there. But all of these boxes in red are tornado warnings in eastern and northeastern Arkansas. They have just been inundated with severe weather 3-4 times now already. And these storms continue to track to the northeast very quickly. If you're in the path of these cells, it's important that you get to your safe place, lowest level of your home, something to cover up your head. Keep your phone on. You can stream us. So we're going to keep you up to date on all of these warnings. White County, Woodruff County, Jackson County to Lawrence County. Also more Woodruff and Monroe counties, and we're getting into the Memphis area here, and this cell near Wynn could be producing a tornado. So tornado warnings are lined up. Nathan, lots of tornado warnings. Every one of these now appear to be tornado warnings, except for the one that we have in Lone Oak and Pulaski County that stretches into Prairie County tonight.
Tom, we got tornado warnings lined up. The good news is we are starting to see things improve off to the west. So I think the severe weather threat is done primarily in Garland County. We still need to watch very closely here in the metro. We still have cells down into Hot Spring County and Grant County, and that's still quite a bit of lightning. Hopefully it's just a damaging wind threat, but we still have to watch out for anything in Grant County, Jefferson County, Loudoun County, southern parts of Pulaski County, but things will slowly start to improve here in Little Rock, I would say, over the next hour, maybe 2 hours. The focus is going to be for East Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be for Arkansas County, Monroe County, Prairie County, Lonoke County, Woodruff County, and especially once you get towards the Memphis area. We've got tornado warnings for Cross County, Poinsett County. This tornado warning will be extended most likely into Lee County and then also Phillips County. But until this line moves through, the threat of storms that could produce damaging wind gusts, large hail, tornadoes, strong tornadoes will remain in place in this parts of Arkansas over the next several hours. So once this entire line moves through, you're done with the threat of severe weather. We still have time here in central Arkansas, but things have improved in Cleburne County, Van Buren County. The threat of severe weather is done. For Stone County, the threat of severe weather is done. Also, Conway County, Perry County, Garland County, Montgomery County, Polk County, Pike County, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So it's a slow go. We still have a lot of time with this severe weather event to continue across the region. And even if you haven't seen anything, maybe necessarily in Ouachita County or Calhoun County, don't let your guard down. We still have the tornado watch in effect all the way until midnight tonight. And that's just because we have more cells down here into Texarkana. So Miller County, if this cell holds together, it's going to continue to push its way towards Nevada County, Ouachita County, and maybe also Lafayette County and Columbia County over the next 1 or 2 hours. These cells are moving off to the north-northeast at 60 to 65 miles per hour. So you really want to stay weather aware all evening long until we give you the all clear.
All right, just looking at what the National Weather Service cancels the Prairie County tornado warning. That's good news. Tornado warning continues Monroe and Woodruff counties. Arkansas, Monroe County, they have a new one for 7:15. So another new warning for Arkansas and Monroe County. Let's see.
That's a confirmed one.
That is a confirmed one. Okay, but this is just man, it just blows your mind. Hook, echo, hook, echo, hook, hook, hook. Supercell thunderstorms that have really blossomed over this last hour or so. Can't express enough. If you are picking us up in eastern and southeastern Arkansas and you are in the path of these storms, and there may be some bleed over. You know, the Memphis area takes care of the warnings here, but there may be some bleed over of us where you are. I certainly hope you're in your safe place. I hope that you've been able to, just kind of hunker down and ride this out. You know, some of these are confirmed, some of them are not, but let's play like they are because, like we've said all afternoon, our overall atmospheric conditions are conducive for long-track, strong tornadoes in this part of the state. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning. It is raining heavily outside. We hear it over Little Rock and downtown Little Rock. There is no tornado warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me pull that up. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here in the downtown Little Rock area. Now, this warning also is in effect for Lonoke County, Prairie County, White County, even a little bit of Faulkner County, but mainly Pulaski County and the metro toward Cabot. And you can see that intense thunderstorm capable of producing some very damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 plus and more very strong storms on the southwest flank. But it's our East Arkansas neighbors that have really been hit pretty hard here tonight with tornado warning after tornado warning. Let me take this vantage point. I'm going to turn off, and I do apologize. I can't see very well without these glasses. They're not the most attractive things, but who cares? Here we go. Let me take radar off and look at all of the tornado warnings that have lined up here from Arkansas into Monroe County. There looks to be a couple of different warnings here. You've got Woodruff County, you've got White into northern Woodruff, Jackson County, Independence into Jackson, Lawrence County, getting reports of damage in Lawrence County that has knocked out their 911 system there. So again, this lines up perfectly with what the Storms Prediction Center was indicating tonight, that had the highest risk of severe weather. Now, a lot of this is going to be the responsibility of Jonesboro and the Memphis viewing area. This line indicates all the way down to here, this is going to be moving out of our responsibility, but we'll stay with it a little while longer. We still have these cells that are developing in eastern Arkansas, and we still have this area of central Arkansas. The rain is beginning to let up over the river valley that had a flash flood warning in effect. That until 7 o'clock. It's 6:30 right now. So we still have a ways to go. Lots of tornado warnings and lots of folks that are impacted tonight by those warnings. Here's what it looks like when we throw radar on, find your location. Again, this is the Little Rock metro area. Looking to the west, Clinton, things are looking better for you. Russellville, looking great. Mena, there's still a storm over in Scott County, but we've really wrung out a lot of the juice in the atmosphere. It's what's happening here. Temperatures today made it into the middle 80s. We had lots of heat and humidity and stability. The winds at the surface and aloft really conducive for spin, and that's what we're seeing. And surely at home, you can see what Nathan and I have been talking about tonight, that they began to intensify and began to strengthen, and now you can clearly see the rotation. There's lots of rotation with these tornado-warned storms from Arkansas County through Monroe County up to Woodruff, Jackson, and Independence counties. Nathan, it's just one supercell after another tonight in eastern Arkansas.
It's no surprise, because when you look at the parameters, once again, it is very volatile atmosphere with a violent tornado parameter. I'm trying to bring that up here in just 1 second. On Storm Track 11, we'll take a look at what the atmosphere is looking like at this moment. And we look at several different types of data. One is known as the violent tornado parameter, and we can pull up Storm Track 11. We have a bullseye of very high numbers right across Arkansas, Tom, East Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas. Yeah. We see 17, 18.
Right,
I mean, that's going,
going
almost
crazy
to the top level of the scale. So that's why these storms are really taking off. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anything of this is producing a EF2, EF3 type tornado situation with the warnings here in East Central Arkansas. That could change, and could change rapidly, but having supercells out there, running into this type of environment, once again, you have to take it serious. Every tornado warning you have to take seriously.
And on the good side of that, what you're showing here, this is the highest threat. Things get a lot better here over northwest in west central Arkansas, as we were saying. So they'll get a chance to relax. We'll get this first wave through here with the boundary. Severe weather tonight, and then more rounds of severe weather coming up tomorrow, Friday, and into Saturday before things settle down on Sunday. Tonight, it's just numerous tornado-warned storms that we've been tracking and following here tonight. Arkansas County, this one lifting out of the DeWitt area near Clarendon. That one's lifting away. Here's Marietta, Forest City. Wynn, that storm got awfully close to Wynn, and that's going to track just to the south of Harrisburg, Arkansas, and northeast Arkansas. And, of course, Woodruff County into Jackson County. Here's Newport. Still a tornado warning for that. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was just posted. Oh, goodness. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson, Saline, Grant, Pulaski, and Lone Oak. That's going to go through 7:15. Tornado warning for Lawrence and Randolph County. That's way up in northeast Arkansas. And the box they put on that, I guess it's considerable, that at least not a considerable, Nathan, but one that's confirmed tornado. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Grant, Jefferson, parts of Lone Oak, and southern Pulaski County for tonight. Line is slowly moving to the east. Very heavy rain within that line. Storms that developed out ahead of that line became supercells and fed off the environment, and this is the result. Numerous tornado warnings tonight. Okay.
Back over to Max 1, please. We're taking a look at what's happening in southwest Arkansas. This is with the Shreveport radar, and we've got some action just on the border of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. So right along the Arklatex, this is a nasty cell that has a tornado warning with it. And if it holds together, it's going to be headed towards Ouachita County and potentially Nevada County. So just a heads up, because your weather situation could be changing rapidly in that part of Arkansas. And we still have more lightning and thunder, but this is primarily all severe thunderstorm warnings affecting us here in a large part of central Arkansas. We'll take a look at the winds, Tom, and see if we can see anything of concern. I'm not seeing anything. Are you?
Not with that, no. I mean, yeah, it just could be some straight line wind gusts. I don't really see anything organized. I don't see any rotation, any spin, but considering what's been going on tonight, and it could be that this severe thunderstorm warning, it's moving into an environment where it could intensify a little bit more. Sheridan, Whitehall, Pine Bluff, over to England. You're in the polygon. You're in this box of a severe thunderstorm warning. Could be some hail tonight. Hailers have certainly occurred. We've been getting your pictures of hails, severe weather reports. We appreciate you sending those our way. 501-376-1111. You can text those photos our way, severe weather reports. Don't go out in the hail and pick one up. Don't get hit in the head by a hailstone. Wait till the storm passes, or if you have any damage you want to send our way, let us know about it. That's how you can do it. You can text it our way. Here we go. This is
a brand new tornado warning.
Brand new tornado warning. Okay. And this looks like it's what? For a part of Lonoke County, Prairie County, and Woodruff County. That looks like just a little part of White County right there, too. A little better perspective. Lonoke.
They all overlap one another.
Yeah, I mean, they're becoming coagulated in a way. But a new tornado warning that encompasses a little bit of eastern Lonoke County, Prairie County, White County, Woodruff County. This is going to go on through 7:15 tonight. Let me just give you specifics on this real quick. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Barrettsville or northwest of Hazen. Moving northeast, Nathan, at 75 miles an hour. These storms are moving very quickly to the northeast. Okay.
I'll go ahead and put a track on that. I got to update the speed of it because we had it at 65, so I guess I got to do it at 75 for this one. That's just wild to even think about.
Manage, fathom. And folks, what you're looking at is our live winds. This really helps us determine where those couplets are that indicate where the spin of the rotation is located. Nathan's going to put a storm track on it. And really, just looking upstream, Georgetown, McCrory, Hunter, you're going to be just on the outside of it, possibly Augusta, but he'll get a storm track on it for us. When do we put it? Put in the winds, and then he'll track, and here we go. This is until 7:15. One tornado warning not far is over at 6:45. We'll see, and that's going to carry over into the Memphis viewing area. So here are the locations, again, that are going to be in the path of this tornado warned storm. Des Arc at 6:47. You've got 10 minutes. Here's Des Arc. Georgetown, 6:53. Cotton Plant, 6:58. Howell, McCrory, Morton, Pine Tree at 7:14. Wynn at 7:22. And Vandale at 7:24. So on out a little further. So there may be some folks that can hear us or pick us up in Wynn. This is 7:22. That's almost not quite an hour, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes with the latest tornado warned storm. We thought we would have a busy day. It looked like things were going to get busy early, but now things have really ramped up, especially in eastern Arkansas tonight. The area of rain and thunderstorms moving through the 67 or 57 corridor and I-30 corridor here. It's mainly heavy rain and wind to be concerned with. Everything east of that, it's a different story until the atmosphere gets worked over. We've had numerous tornado warnings tonight here in eastern Arkansas. And look at the lightning. These storms are packing a punch here. And they're holding together. Might even have to look at one intensifying just to our south and west. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Sheridan area, that's Grant County, Jefferson County, Lonoke County. Severe thunderstorm warnings covering up a good part of central Arkansas. There are your tornado warnings. Arkansas County into Monroe County. Two cells here. One cell is now lifted out. The other cell is about to leave Monroe County and should be getting away from our central Arkansas area. But it's going to impact Marianna tonight. Just a lot going on, folks. Along with that and the rain, and we still have a couple of 3 more days of this. Well, this is certainly good news. Tornado watches that have been lifted. Pulaski County's been lifted, Saline County, Hot Spring, Clark. So yeah, things are settling down here. But the PDS watch still in effect till midnight for eastern Arkansas. But hopefully within the next 30 to 45 minutes, we'll be able to remove some of these fringe counties here. Southern Arkansas, southwest Arkansas, different story. We still have some active tornado warned storms down in northern Louisiana and southwest Arkansas. Take a little sip, Nathan.
And the tornado watch that you see for East Arkansas, South Arkansas, that goes until midnight. So we got a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen, just because we're seeing things try to make their way through central Arkansas. Things will improve in a large part of central Arkansas over the next 1 to 2 hours, but things could ramp up into southeast Arkansas as we go into the 8, 9 o'clock time frame, because you still have a very unstable, volatile atmosphere. Drew County, Calhoun, Bradley, Cleveland, Lincoln County, Arkansas County. Just because you had one storm roll through, that environment is still primed for more supercells to potentially develop. So there you see a line of showers and storms moving through White County, Lono County, Pulaski County. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Lono County, for Jefferson County, Grant County, parts of Pulaski County, and also Dallas County. That's primarily for damaging wind gusts. When we take a look at the hail tool here on the radar, this really pinpoints exactly where the hail cores are located. There's nothing too extreme. Primarily, this looks like it's pea to dime size hail for the most part. And then getting into Lono County, still looking at the same hail size. Before, we were looking at hail size, a 2 to 3 inch diameter size hail earlier with these cells. So that could be a sign that maybe the updraft is weakening a little bit, but the tornado threat still remains in place. So there are the current tornado warnings happening across the area. We'll just walk you through here for the THV 11 viewing area. We still have that one into Jackson County and northern parts of Woodruff County. That is in effect until 6:45. So just 4 more minutes for that one. Then we have the one in Woodruff County that extends into Prairie County and northeastern areas of Lono County. That's in effect until 7:15. Into Monroe County, we've got this cell that still has a tornado warning until 7:15. So right now, for the THV 11 viewing area, we have, looks like 3, maybe 4 tornado warnings in effect. The other locations, once you get into Cross County, Poinsett County, Craighead County, that'll be handled by the Jonesboro television market and also Memphis.
Yeah, so here's what I would like to do real quick. Do you want to show that shot real quick of Carlisle? I think that's... Okay, got a camera shot on Carlisle. I want to do this, just want to see what's going on near Carlisle. 6:42 p.m. and ominous look out there with thunderstorms moving through this part of the state, Prairie County area. Okay, it's kind of hard to see, you know, the raindrops, they kind of block the viewpoint there. This afternoon, I don't want to leave these folks out. They've been hanging out with us. They might have a little bit of information to pass along. Let's give Nathan and I just a moment. Faith and Roley are in the studio with us, and I do want to turn things over to you for just a moment and kind of, okay, they're not, okay. All right, we'll let you guys set up. I apologize. I thought they were set up. Okay, just want to incorporate our news team and let them fill us in on maybe some things that they're seeing and that they are hearing. And we're not leaving, we're not going anywhere. We've still got the tornado warnings we're keeping a close eye on. But I do want to get Faith and Roley involved in this and ask them what's going on. You let me know, Kevin, whenever they're ready.
That's a new tornado warning, Tom, just to let you know.
All right, before we do that, new tornado warning, where is it and who is it for?
It includes Nevada County. So
okay,
southwestern parts of Nevada County.
Okay. So we'll come back to that here in just a moment. But right now, Faith and Roley, you guys have been in the studio with us this afternoon. Anything from your vantage point, have you been getting any reports?
Tom. We want to give you a chance, if nothing else, to give you a chance to
Yeah.
catch your breath a little bit. Great work so far this afternoon. We are getting reports of power outages. We are trying to track the storm reports that came in Arkansas County earlier at that start of that flourish of storms that started to come in. But right now, this is the state of power outages in Arkansas.
Yeah, we're just continuing to compile some of this information, and it looks like, taking a look at Izzard, it looks like the county has 2,296 out there, and just continuing to take a look at some of these counties that have been hit by the severe weather. Prairie County there, 3,159.
And they are right in the path of at least two of those tornado warnings right now in those areas. Plus, we expect more to come in North Arkansas. In fact, there's a refresh right there from our computers, and you can see the damage up in North Arkansas, a spot that has been hit hard by the last three tornado outbreaks. So at this point, 27,000 customers across Arkansas without power tonight as those storms continue to make their way towards the east. There is money to pay for the damage, if any, comes this way, after the governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, announced that she is making $250,000 initially available to help in relief efforts. Plus, all of this rain that is accompanying all of this stormy weather is expected to linger, and that's creating flood concerns.
Yeah, so the governor also mobilized the Arkansas National Guard this afternoon to assist with the flood response. 4 high water teams, 40 extra guardsmen, and they'll help with any flooding evacuations as well.
There have been sandbag centers set up in various counties around the area. Most have put things on hold during the severe weather tonight, but we will keep you updated as sandbags, if they become necessary, where you can go to get them. If you need to know where to go to be safe, you can just text the word shelter to 501-376-1111. That will give you an idea of where the best public safe rooms are in your community, in your county, and they will be important to keep track of as we go on through what promises to be a very busy Wednesday evening.
Yeah, now we want to take a look at some of the video that we've been sent, just to give you a sense of what's going on out there. This is north of DeWitt. This is from Brittany Ray Hornbeck. Possible tornado sighting there, what we're seeing on the ground. But as we said, we're just getting some of this information in. Nathan and Tom have been doing a great job of just keeping us updated, but there's nothing like seeing things from your perspective and vantage point. So again, this is north of DeWitt with a possible tornado.
And like Tom and Nathan have been saying, don't go out and get hit in the head with a hailstorm to pick up a hail rock to show us. But if you've got them and you can safely get them to us, the same number, 501-376-1111, and you can text us any images and videos that you have. This is from that storm that was announced to the northwest of DeWitt in Arkansas County, headed towards the town of Elmira. No reports of damage that we've seen yet, but we are making inquiries. We've got crews set to fan out across the region, and it looks like the focus is going to have to be eastern Arkansas as we see how many of these tornado warnings actually turned into funnel clouds on the ground.
Yeah, and we know this is kind of obvious, but we want to go over some of those fine points. If you are in a situation like this where you're experiencing severe weather or a possible tornado, the Arkansas Department of Emergency Management says, some of those tips: get to higher ground if you are experiencing maybe some flooding. Obviously, don't drive into the water. Don't walk into the water. Stay well informed, so you know what's going on near you. But again, just get to those safe spots and safe zones like Tom and Nathan have mentioned, all throughout the day, knowing, where to go, how to stay safe. As we mentioned again, don't feel like you have to be obligated to go out there and get us some of these pictures, but it sure helps to paint the picture of what you guys are experiencing. And a lot of linemen are already out there, and we're preparing earlier today. We'll be preparing and trying to do some of that heavy lifting after some of the storms today. Yeah,
they've been on guard as these reports have come in. And Tom, Nathan, as we've listened to you guys, it's striking how quickly these storms have made their way through. As you get a look there at the $250,000 initial funding that the governor has opened up. if any of this damage comes through, there will be more, I'm sure. But we're talking about the speed of these storms, the way they've come upon the different towns and like that, it has been striking as we've gone through the evening.
Yeah, I got to say, that was some great video. That I wish we knew we had that. We'd have played it a while back. But Nathan, I want to bring you in on this because that certainly looked like a tornado that was on the ground. It looked like you could see a debris cloud there. So whoever sent that in to us, once again, thank you so much for providing that video for us. You're the eyes and the ears of the community, folks. And like Rolly was just saying, I don't want you to go out in a storm and get hit in the head with hail or anything like that. But if you can provide us with video from a safe distance like that person did, and that tornado video was fantastic. I'm going to show it again. That way I can give credit to whoever who sent this. Go ahead and roll that tornado for us once again. Brittany Ray Hornbeck. Look at it, Nate. It's there's certainly a debris cloud down at the bottom. I see something kicking up there.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely see it's a condensation funnel, and it looks like there's at least some dirt being picked up. So that's a tornado, no doubt about it.
Thank you again, Brittany Ray Hornbeck, that north of DeWitt. 501-376-1111 is our number. You can text photos, and there are also ways you can upload video if you would like some information on how to do that to get the best quality. Send a text our way. We've got folks standing by. They'll tell you how to do that. This is some good news. We'll get back to the warnings. We have a new tornado warning down in Nevada County, but right now the watches, it's a good thing. A good part of central Arkansas now out of the watch. We still have the PDS watch in yellow. That is in eastern Arkansas, southwest Arkansas. Tornado watch continues, and a tornado warning is also in effect for Nevada County and southwest Arkansas. So we'll go from here on Max 2. Let's go to Max 1, and we'll review the counties that have tornado warnings. And we are beginning to see a lot of these warnings lift away from the central Arkansas viewing area, Little Rock viewing area, into the Memphis. We still have this warning from Monroe County near Clarendon, and that is lifting away. But in southwest Arkansas, we're beginning to see strong storms now evolve and move into the southwestern part of the state. And severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again, in effect, Grant County, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. Dallas County near Princeton, strong thunderstorms capable of producing some damaging wind gusts, some large hail. And, you know, with the way things are going tonight, especially over the eastern half of the state, we cannot rule out a tornado. Look at the hail cores that we're getting reported here. There are the warnings. Still have that tornado warning for a part of Lonoke County, and that is reaching over into Prairie and Woodruff counties. That is in effect till 7:45 tonight. There it is. That's a very intense thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at any time. That's moving over northern Prairie County. Des Arc's in the path of that, as well as Georgetown just to the north. It's kind of hard to pick out if there's any kind of hook echo with this. We'll take a look, see if we can find some rotation. Nathan, I don't see much that would indicate there's rotation. And if there is, it's pretty broad unless it's a rain wrap situation. But we would see it here on our velocity mode tonight. Just don't see much.
I'm going back to Storm Track 11, Tom,
Okay.
and we're winding things here just to see if anything pops up. I mean, it doesn't look like it's significant
I guess that
on
would be it here.
this rotation tool. We'll go back and take a look at velocity. There it was right there, north of Carlisle. And advance
That
that,
spot,
it's not as strong, but it's still there. There's definitely still low rotation within that cell. So Des Arc is going to be in the direct path of this hint of rotation. We go back over to Max 1 now, and I'm going to use the little pinpoint tool on Max 1 to show you where exactly what part of the cell we're watching this rotation on this Doppler radar indicated tornado. Very close to Childers. Des Arc, that rotation is going to go right over you. So there could be a tornado at any moment. And this is going to be a rain wrap situation because when we take a look at the radar, we do not have any like clear location within this radar.
It doesn't. It's messy. I like to say it's messy. It's hard to pinpoint where the hook signature would be, but if you do have it, it's right in there. So that is a tornado warning in east central Arkansas that does extend through Prairie into Woodruff counties. And we're going to track it on up the road. Some of these storms are moving to the northeast at 70 plus miles per hour. So Des Arc is pretty much near you right now. Georgetown 704. Here's Georgetown. You've got Howell at 711, McCrory 717. It's 6:53. We're getting close to 7 o'clock tonight. and on down the road. Wynn would be on the very outskirts of it. There's Wick Mill and Wynn and Morton, Arkansas, 721. And that's the closest to the Little Rock Metro in terms of a tornado warning that we have. Southwest Arkansas still with a tornado warning there. But these cells are just incredible. Moving over and into eastern Arkansas, Forest City, with a fairly prominent hook near them, Marianna, west of you. That's almost out of Monroe County. Nathan, that's fairly prominent as well. That's got a good little notch to it. I know that the Weather Service said, and I know that this is in northeast Arkansas, but there had been a report of a tornado in Craighead County near Bay, Arkansas, if you have interests in Bay. And there we go. I guess it's right in this general area along Highway 79, west of Marianna, if there's something there. But these storms are now beginning to produce tornadoes. May not stay on the ground very long, but some of them have been producing tornadoes tonight. Carlisle exit looking west on I-40, a lowering there. So if you gentlemen would pull up the Carlisle exit on I-40 looking west. And there you go. Okay, that's a better look at it right there. That certainly is a tighter
winding
couplet.
up, yeah.
Yeah. So west of Marianna tonight, and there's the camera shot. Carlisle looking west and a lowering of storms moving through there. Okay, let's go back to. Oh, you do? Okay. All right, let's see it. We got to. Brittany, thank you. Thank you for thinking of us and sending your videos. So Brittany, who sent us the tornado of from down around DeWitt. That one southeast of Morrow is winding up, is tightening up. It could be that there's a tornado there. I certainly would not doubt it. That's west of Marianna. Looks like it's going to move just west of Marianna, but Forest City would be in the path as it moves to the northeast. And they're moving along quickly, 60, 70, 75 miles per hour. The cells themselves, the individual cells. Kevin, let me know when you have that video ready to play from Brittany. But in the meantime, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Hot Spring, Jefferson, Dallas, and Grant. We showed you that just a few moments ago. Large hail, primary concern, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Man, that just sticks out, doesn't it? Traveling over Highway 79 now. And that's got lots of room to travel as it moves toward the Forest City area. Okay. All right, more tornado video from Brittany. We're getting some sound with that as well. Maybe be right back over there. Okay. Brittany Ray Hornbeck from north of DeWitt. We had a tornado warned storm earlier tonight. We knew that we had one touchdown, and she is providing us with video tonight. Thank you, Brittany. 501-376-1111. Please send your photos to us, but don't put yourself in harm's way. Wait till it passes. Thank you very much. There are the watches once again. Let's go back to Max while we track these storms. Tornado warnings in effect till 7:45. Now, Marianna is not necessarily directly in the path of that, but will skirt just to the north. But Forest City would be in the path of this storm if it continues on its current path. And it was looking very formidable and tightly wrapped up in another one to the southwest.
If we can pull up Storm Track 11, I've got I Drive Arkansas, Palestine, just to the west of Forest City.
Okay.
So that looks like some sort of wall cloud potentially. This is looking to the cell that is north of Forest City, not the one that's approaching Forest City. So we can take a look at that and then go back over to Max 1. And
we'll flip back and forth.
Orient yourself. It's north of Forest City where the camera's pointed to.
So it's this one?
Yes.
Okay, this one. We were just talking about the one to the south. So north of Forest City, this is going to take a track between Wynn and Earl. So with that in mind, let's go back to the camera shot on Storm Track 11, and we'll focus in. Oh, caught it just in time for some lightning there. Certainly a lowering, maybe even a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud with it. Tornado warning in effect. This is near Palestine, Arkansas.
And we are getting unconfirmed reports that there may have been damage in Elmira in Arkansas County. We did have that confirmed tornado warning, so we are getting some unconfirmed reports of damage in Elmira.
Yeah, there's your camera shot. We're looking at a potential lowering, maybe a tornado. It's still a little far off. You know, if I could cover up that might be able to see it. But yeah, Nathan look at it. I mean, there's certainly something here poking out of the cloud, and
I see a wall cloud. It looks like,
I do too.
Tom. There's definitely a lowering of the base in the distance there.
All right, so that's a live camera shot, RDOT camera. And we said we have Lake City tornado coverage. Okay, we have Lake City, a Lake City tornado. Oh, wow. You can see something there, but what is that in the middle there from Matthew? Okay, from Matthew Frazier in Lake City. That's kind of covering up the tornado. So if Matthew, if you can hear us, if you can send us a video again without that blurred area, that we would appreciate that. Okay, back to Max 1, so we can go over where these tornado warnings are located. Once again, we were just taking a camera shot. Nathan had a camera shot pulled up. We'll go back to that here in a moment, of the one that's north of Forest City. But the line of strong to severe thunderstorms now pushing through the Little Rock area in central Arkansas. It's east of I-30. Intense lightning, damaging wind gusts, possibly some hail. And as these storms get into the environment in East Arkansas, we could have more trouble. There could be a few more tornadoes tonight. Southeast Arkansas, although we've had a few cells, it just hasn't been worked over. Rain continues, and we still have a little bit of a warning down in southwest Arkansas. That's for, we got Miller, Lafayette, Columbia, and a little sliver there of Nevada County. That's in the Shreveport viewing area, but once it gets into Ouachita County, that becomes our responsibility. But there's a tornado warning there in southwest Arkansas. It hasn't been as active here as it has been to the north and to the east, for good reason. That's where all the perimeter has been located. What does that camera shot look like, Nathan? Does it look like it's a little clearer now with that wall cloud? With that storm near Forest City?
The structure of the storm looks impressive. I don't see any necessarily rotation with it, but it's an ugly storm.
Lightning as well. Yeah. What you're looking at is the lowering of the base, maybe even a wall cloud there. And it's coming toward the camera, right? I mean, it's moving toward the camera. We're looking to the west-southwest?
Yeah, we're looking eastbound.
We're looking east. Okay, all right, eastbound. Look at that lightning. I mean, you can see it. Look at it rotate. The base of that cloud. All right. There we go. So that's what we've been following all night, and we're keeping an eye out on several tornado warning storms. Lake City video has been fixed. Okay, well, let's take a look at it. This is Lake City. Definitely looks like a tornado to me, Nathan.
That's a wedge tornado, Tom.
That
is a significant tornado right there.
That's a big one.
And that's why the high risk was issued. That's why the PDS tornado watch was issued, for something like that to happen. So hopefully it looks like it's over a field. Hopefully it stayed over a field and did not do any harm to anyone's homes or property, but that's a beast right there. It's ugly.
Yeah, power flash there, took out some power, I'm sure. Yep. All right, Matthew Frazier from Lake City, thank you for sharing this video with us tonight. And if you have video you want to share with us, we'd love to have it. 501-376-1111. Text that our way, or text a message on the best way to send us video so that we get it in the best quality possible. That's a big tornado. Tornado warnings continue. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Looks like a new warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County, or at least it's been extended. Tornado warning continues for western Lonoke into Prairie County, Monroe County, and we've been showing you the camera shots here near Wynn and Forest City of that cell. So here's the scorecard. These tornado warned storms are now in the Memphis viewing area, the responsibility of Memphis. We're still tracking this one that's moving from Lonoke County into Des Arc and Monroe County, Woodruff County, along with whatever else develops back here and let's hope nothing else develops. Atmosphere's worked over. The good news is Pulaski County, Faulkner County, Perry County, Van Buren, Cleburne, these counties are all in the clear for right now. Just lighting up. I see nothing but solid red in northeast Arkansas, Nathan.
Those are confirmed tornado warnings, Tom, for places like Clay County, Craighead County, getting into parts of Mississippi County.
Considerable right here. Considerable tornado warning.
So that's serious stuff. That included Paragould, parts of Jonesboro. Then you got confirmed tornado warnings for the rest of Mississippi County into Poinsett County, Cross County, Lee County, and then down also into St. Francis County. So these two that are in the THV 11 viewing area are unconfirmed. They're Doppler radar indicated, but still they could go more rotation and confirmed as they enter the way into more of northeast Arkansas. But those are ugly cells pretty much. And then here it's primarily a lot of heavy rain, but there could be some appendages within this line. So I would say for the most part now, Tom, Little Rock is in the clear.
Yeah.
Almost. You've got this cell down here into Dallas County, moving into Grant County, that could clip southern parts of Pulaski County if it holds together. But certainly, I think Benton, Arkadelphia, you're done with the threat of severe weather. Hot Springs, Maumelle, Conway, El Paso, Valonia, you're all done with the threat of severe weather for the rest of the evening. It's going to be locations getting into southeast Arkansas and east central Arkansas, and also South Arkansas, because we still have this tornado warning. Yeah,
this is untapped. This has not been really worked over at all, except for the cells that developed and became these really big singular supercells as they move to the northeast. So we still have a ways to go. Hopefully, it's just heavy rain. Things will settle down, but the atmosphere is still way juiced up here. There's that tornado warning in extreme southwest Arkansas. Shreveport has control of this until it hits Nevada, then Ouachita counties and Clark County. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Dallas and Grant County. Jefferson County severe thunderstorm warning. Those warnings will continue. And then up in northeast Arkansas, it's just ridiculous. I mean, once again, third time in a row they've had the brunt of these tornado warned storms. There were, of the 15 we had back on March the 15th, most of them were there. Was at least a dozen, 10, 11 up in northeast Arkansas, and now they're getting more tonight. So
unfortunately,
several more confirmed tornadoes. This is our live radar tonight. We'll just take you on a reset here at 7:06. Thank you for joining us, Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. We've been tracking storms all afternoon long. To go back, we had storms developing in western Arkansas. They became severe. We had a warning earlier tonight in north central Arkansas for Baxter County, Marion, Fulton counties. Broke in for that. We've been on since on THV 11. We've been on THV 11 plus since the very beginning of this. And I have a feeling this is just the way this is going to go for the rest of the night, is we're going to have to keep an eye on what's going to transpire in eastern and northeastern Arkansas. We appreciate you sharing your video with us. And any pictures of hail that you have, we'd like to have that as well. We'd like to give you credit, 501-376-1111. Text those our way. Are Faith and Rolly still with us?
We are.
You still are over here? Do you have any updates you want to pass along, power outages, etc.?
You're doing great. Let's check the power outage for you.
Jump right in.
I've got power outages on this screen right here. And we are at 33,000, and all those storms in Arkansas County and Prairie County appear to be taking a toll there, as they've really ramped up since we showed everybody this a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it looks like in Prairie County, 3,194 there. Arkansas County, 4,923. It seems like that might be a little bit up than what we told you just a few minutes ago. Jefferson County, Lone Oak County, 590 there. So just continue to keep our eye on it. White County, 2,110 there. Obviously, a lot of power outages people are seeing with the severe weather.
And Arkansas County is the spot where we did have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've got that video that we had shown you earlier of the area northwest of DeWitt. So we've got crews headed in that direction to get more details on what is going on in that part of the state. But as we've been mentioning, and as our weather team has been mentioning, that this is all bringing a whole lot of rain over the next few days. And so there's going to be a need for protecting from floods. Flash floods when we've got the storms going on, and then all of this rain is going to linger on us for a couple of days. So sandbag operations are in place. This is some of the lines we saw in Saline County earlier today.
Yeah, and again, people are just doing what they can to make sure that they're staying safe, their homes are staying safe. But if you do need to get to a safe area and you don't know where to go, text shelter, the word shelter, to 501-376-1111, and we will send you a list of storm shelters in central Arkansas.
And if any damage comes from all of these storms, we expect there will. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has already authorized a weather emergency in the state. That comes along with $250,000 to the Department of Emergency Management to get busy trying to take care of immediate problems. Other allocations will probably come as damage becomes more apparent. But at this point, as we heard the weather folks say just a few minutes ago, we're starting to feel like we can breathe a sigh of relief here in Little Rock and central Arkansas. We've still got our eyes in our viewing area down to our south, where a storm is sort of creeping its way across southeastern or southwestern or over towards Dallas County at this point. And we've also got these storms that are heading out along I-40 out toward Forest City, and they'll be leaving the area soon. So, Tom, that's what we've got right now. Also, we mentioned the National Guard is standing by. I have a feeling they're going to be very busy up in northeast Arkansas right now.
Seems like a lot of activity that we've had tonight. Still keeping our eye on things, but the Arkansas National Guard has been mobilized. We're told 4 high water teams, 40 extra guardsmen, and they will help with any flooding evacuation. So like we said, if you need anything or sending in pictures, don't know where to go, shelter locations, please text 501-376-1111. Of course, download the THV11 app to stay updated with everything, THV11 Plus, just to know what's going on with all this activity that we're seeing tonight.
And we know thousands of you have turned to our THV11 digital platforms, THV11 Plus, the THV11 app. We appreciate you doing that. It's a great way to have more than one screen open. You can still follow your programming and your shows while keeping yourself safe. So it's a great option. And if you do get hit and the power goes out, you've still got that connection and we can keep getting you the latest information. We've got some new video coming in now of that storm that appears to have touched ground in Arkansas County. This coming in from DeWitt Police down there. That's about as official as it gets. And I'm going to gather, Faith, that this is probably looking northwest of that city up towards Elmira, where the reports of how that storm was tracking. And so, guys, Tom, Nathan,
yes, sir.
We know we've seen these storms coming down. We know they've raked over that part of the area. Now, how much more is headed in that direction right now?
Well, headed that direction in southeast Arkansas, they've got a little bit of time to clear things out. But yeah, that's impressive video. Thank you for sending that along. DeWitt Police Chief sent that our way. Tornado definitely. That's enough confirmation for you right there. So right now they've got a quiet period in southeast Arkansas, the DeWitt area, Elmira. We still have the main line that's going to push through later on this evening. Tornado warning remains in effect here from western Lonoke County through Prairie County into upward into Monroe counties. And we had another warning down south. But most of this severe thunderstorm warned for winds, possibly some hail. Outside here in the THV11 studios, it was quiet for just a moment, and then I just heard this howl of wind to pick up. We still have some rain, but the good news is when I opened the door, I could tell that the atmosphere has been wrung out. So we don't have nearly the juice that we had. So everywhere really west of Little Rock is beginning to settle down tonight. It's east of Little Rock, moving over toward the Memphis market, where we're seeing and hearing reports and watching from some of the cameras these lowerings, these wall clouds. And we still have that tornado warning. Still have a couple of tornado warnings, but this is now over in the viewing area of Memphis. We still have these two tornado warnings in effect now until 8 o'clock tonight, 7:45 and 8 o'clock. There's Woodruff County with a tornado warning, and I think they've updated those warnings. Nathan, they put new timing on those warnings tonight?
Let's take a look, Tom.
Yeah, you can turn Nathan's mic
We
off.
have those 2 tornado warnings. We have the one now 8 o'clock.
Oh, wait a minute. Your batteries, there's some batteries there for you, sir. Okay, no problem. I'll talk. That's fine. Wait, I've got batteries for him. He's going to put them in for us real quick. Let me update you. Severe thunderstorm warning, Jefferson, Grant, Prairie, Pulaski, Lonoke County. This is until 8 o'clock. All right, and let's see. Tornado warning for Prairie, Monroe, and Woodruff County. That was issued at 7:10 until 8 o'clock. So just 4 minutes ago. And that is for this area here. Another tornado warning. And just looking at these areas, these appendages dangling there from Prairie County, Lonoke County will probably continue with tornado warnings. Make sure you have your safe place ready to go. Go to that safe place. Duval's Bluff is in the path. Cotton Plant, we're going to keep a close eye on this, on that particular cell. So Nathan, we have seen them up once again with tornado warnings and timing.
Yeah, I'm looking at Storm Track 11, Tom, and I'm not seeing anything significant rotation-wise. Nonetheless, this could be going through a cycle, could weaken a little bit, could strengthen, especially as it gets more and more into East Arkansas, into Poinsett County, Cross County, St. Francis County. So those are the areas. You look for the blues going into the green. So this one is confirmed tornado warning near Forest City, just to the south of Forest City. And
Yeah,
that
right
is clearly much more impressive when we look at the velocity or the winds versus these tornado warnings into Lonoke County and also Prairie County. But it's still there. Still have to take it seriously because this rotation can spin up very quickly. The storm can intensify very quickly. And therefore, you just don't want to take a chance on it whatsoever. But this is more of a situation, the supercell is embedded within the line. We're not seeing this one lone discrete cell all by itself. So that's why I think the rotation is a little bit weaker, but it can still produce a tornado. You still need to take your tornado precautions if you're in this part of Lonoke County, Prairie County. The sirens are going off into Duval's Bluff and also pretty close to Carlisle. That tornado warning is just to the east of you, but you're watching us in Hazen. You're right in the middle of that tornado warning. So if there's something that's going to happen, certainly there's going to be a rotating wall cloud headed in your direction. Go ahead and get to your safe place just to take this situation seriously, as you need to do so in this type of situation we have going on today. The other one that is into northern areas of Prairie County and then getting into Woodruff County. We're going to rewind this back here because, yeah, there was certainly something that may have happened pretty quick there. When we take a look at the loop with the velocity, you can see that little blue show up right there just to the southeast of Des Arc. I'm going to stop this, go back a few scans. So right there, southeast of Des Arc, there could have been a quick touchdown, and now that area is going to be approaching Cotton Plant. So that rotation could pick up in Cotton Plant, go back over to Max 1, and that's where you want to certainly watch out in this tornado warning is going to be along Highway 17, Cotton Plant, pretty close to Little Dixie. We'll go back over and take a look at the velocity with this, and it's still there, Tom. So the rotation is still there with both storms, but not as crazy as what we're seeing off to the east.
So a little while longer, a lot of those warnings have now shifted over into eastern and northeastern Arkansas. We still have our problems here in central Arkansas. with these tornado warnings. Again, we can't stress enough. It's been an active night. We've got a little more activity happening. Still have storms in southwest Arkansas and south central Arkansas. Looks like a tornado warning has been
That's confirmed.
Confirmed now. Okay.
For this one.
Okay. That's getting close to Washita County, down around in Camden. You would be in the crosshairs. A confirmed tornado warning, and that's in extreme southwest Arkansas. So it's affecting places like Magnolia, and I mean it's pretty apparent here somewhere, Nathan, that we've got something there, and if it's been confirmed, then we still have one more round to get through tonight. That's going to impact our south central Arkansas counties. Wow. I mean, that's easy to pick up right there west of Sharman, Arkansas. Highway 29, Highways 53 may not be able to pick us up all the way down to southwest Arkansas, but that is a very impressive couplet. And what do you think we could look at it on our wind detector on Storm Track 11, Nathan? We may have to change over to Shreveport to get it, but that is certainly impressive. Confirmed tornado here. There's Storm Track 11. He's going to take a look.
I'm going to have to open up a new window and go to
no
Shreveport.
problem.
Just give me a couple seconds.
No problem. We can do that. We've got plenty. And you can see the other boxes, the other tornado warned boxes to the north. Certain areas are easier to pick up than, if you're in Shreveport, it's easier to deal southwest Arkansas. Little Rock covers a big range. Memphis radar, eastern Arkansas. But that says it all right there. That red dot, that is impressive. And it's a confirmed tornado that is just to the east of Canfield in southwest Arkansas. That's probably the strongest we've seen tonight in terms of most impressive signature.
Yeah, that's the strongest rotation. We have not seen something go from blue to green to yellow to red. So
yeah.
that's concerning, and it's going to push into Washita County. So let's go back over to Max. I'm just going to go ahead and put a track on here.
And although Washita County doesn't have a warning, I mean, the warning will come from Weather Service here in North Little Rock, but that is going to impact places like Camden down the road. And if it carries the current track, it's going to move over Camden. So here you go, 727 at 720, 727 Stamps, Arkansas. Then you get into Jefferson at 730. Magnolia right here at 735. College Hill, Stevens, Arkansas at 744. So we're going a little farther to the north and east. Here's Camden, 758. East Camden, 803. Bearden, 811. So on up the road here toward the outer part of this. A good hour to get prepared, or 45 minutes, I should say. Storms racing to the northeast. This is a tornado warned storm. This is in southwest Arkansas. We've been talking a lot about what's happening in east and southeast Arkansas, but our attention will soon turn to the south central part of the state with that warned storm. Rain is picked up once again. It's either rain or wind or both here in the Little Rock, downtown Little Rock area. It just keeps coming, folks. Keeps one right after the other. Tornado warning remains in effect. This is in east central Arkansas. Some places that you may know. There's Tollville, Slovak, Hamilton. Within the boundary of the polygon here. It's a little difficult to pick up because our radar colors are the same color as the polygon. But right around in here, I guess Highway 86. Tornado warning till 7:45, and there's even a severe thunderstorm warning. So there you go. Hamilton Loop. It looks like it's near the Hamilton Loop area, moving to the northeast. Wow. Okay. More storms look like they're trying to develop here near Clarendon, Arkansas. So this is east central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning here. We're keeping an eye as these storms move over a more favorable environment. They may break apart out of that line and may individualize, and then we'd have some more issues. More rain, heavy at times, coming in on the backside. Atmosphere's been worked over. Not as concerned about a tornado threat west of Little Rock or even southwest of Little Rock. It's mainly going to be to the east side of 30. That storm that's in southwest Arkansas also traveling along 30 and east of 30. The parameter's still there, lots of jet energy aloft, low-level winds have been conducive, and you've seen the video evidence tonight. And I will say this, Kevin, who's producing, Grace and Kevin up in a booth with us tonight, if you have any new video you want to share with us, please let us know. We'll take a break and share it in between tracking things. So if you have it, please let me know, okay? If you're there, you may not even be there. Maybe nothing yet. All right. Okay. Also hail picks, that would be great. Severe thunderstorm warning here, Jefferson County, Lonoke County, that line moving to the east. You can see it's still holding together, and it still has, Nathan, it still has an environment that it still has quite a bit of juice left. Those supercells may have taken some, but not all of it.
Absolutely, Tom. Yeah. I mean, this is more of a damaging wind threat, maybe a hail threat. The good news is we are clearing things out here in Pulaski County for the most part. Things are, there's still heavy rain, but the severe weather threat is just east of Little Rock now. So things will quiet down here in Pulaski County over the next hour or so. The severe weather threat starting to wind down, move out of Pulaski County. It's pretty much almost out of Saline County, Faulkner County. You're done with the threat of severe weather. So it's going to be locations east along Interstate 40, Lonoke County, Prairie County, Monroe County, Arkansas County, Southeast Arkansas. That's where we'll continue to watch for the development of more storms that could be intense, that could produce large hail, damaging wind gusts, but also tornadoes like what we have seen. And we're still watching that cell. Miller County, Lafayette County, Columbia County, that's making a beeline towards Ouachita County. So Ouachita County, be ready. This is a really nasty cell with all that lightning. That's probably, I would say, the strongest cell that we're seeing right now into central Arkansas. And then, of course, we have all those other tornado warnings lined up. It's a busy night for the Memphis TV market and also Jonesboro. I mean, the entire market almost has red across the board for the Jonesboro viewing area, Tom.
Yeah, it is a very, very, very busy night for those folks, as well as us, staying busy. But that's a solid area of red, nothing but tornado warnings there. And it's one thing after another for these folks. We've seen some damage reports, and we're getting reports of damage. Lawrence County of possible tornado, and now tornadoes moving and converging in this area. And the line of storms in east central and south central Arkansas. I think that if there's any good news with this right now, if we want to go to Max 2 just real quick, just to show, I'm going to show a broader perspective of the state. Let me take us out a little bit broader here and talk about the threat tonight and what's left, what's coming our way. We probably still have several hours until this whole line is able to push out of the way. Everybody that lives west of Little Rock, let's say you got a little lone rogue cell moving through there, but this area of Arkansas has been worked over. I know a lot of the questions we get, what time can I go to bed? What time is it going to be ending for me? I would say that if you live up in, let's say, north central Arkansas, Van Buren County, Clinton, you guys are good. Polk County is good. Southwest Arkansas, I'd say north of Texarkana. This is good. We're going to clear out for a little while. This is one wave. It's going to get out of the way. We're going to calm things down a bit, but it's what's out in front of it. We still have untapped resources here for this line to interact with, and more cells are trying to develop here. Very well could be a very active late night for these folks. That line continues to push to the east, and hopefully this is just more heavy rain than anything else. But southwest Arkansas, just to the east of I-30 with those warnings, will soon get into the Little Rock responsibility area, and we may have to deal with a supercell, big supercell, moving across these south central Arkansas areas. Right now it's a heavy rain threat. Lots of wind as that line continues to move to the east. But you can see, busy night here. Tornado warnings remain in effect. And tornado warnings remain in effect here just east of Little Rock in east central Arkansas. Let me take you back down here a little bit closer to the action. And there we go. We still have those tornado warnings till 8 o'clock. This is for Woodruff County. We have the tornado warning till 7:45. I'm trying to find that arrow right down here. This is near the Forest City area. So we still have these warnings, but notice how quickly these cells have been developing near and south of Brinkley and Clarendon. So we still have more cells to go here out ahead of this main line, which is going to provide us with some wind and also some very heavy rain. More video coming our way. This is from Bay, Arkansas, of the tornado that was near Bay. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Who is this? This is Garrett Hampton, or Derek. Garrett Hampton. Thank you. Nathan, that's an impressive tornado as well.
Yeah,
Look how close he is to it. Bay, Arkansas.
that's definitely going to do some damage. I mean, that is rotating very rapidly. It's a wedge tornado. And power flashes right there. So you hope for the best when you
do.
see one of those.
You know, the National Weather Service, I mean, there's a lot of folks out there. Storm chasers have their advantages, I thank them for that, for providing us with the footage that we can take and give to the Weather Service. Yes, confirmed. I've got video of it. But that's just really impressive. And I know that weather guys, we can sit here and we can look at tornado videos all day. You may not want to see it, and I understand. We have more video. Not yet. You're getting that for us. This is good news, Nathan. We're beginning to see the atmosphere get wrung out a bit here. It's cooling off. The atmosphere is turning over. 67 at Little Rock, but 83 in Pine Bluff. You can see where the instability remains. It hasn't been tapped yet in southeast Arkansas.
It was a warm day, Tom. We've been telling you. It felt like tornado weather out there. It was warm. It was humid. We had gusty winds. Perfect situation for supercells to develop and produce tornadoes. We've seen that in East Arkansas and Northeast Arkansas. But now things are improving in our favor with the cooler thunderstorm air that continues to push off to the east. In fact, the National Weather Service says the concern for Lono County and more of Jefferson County and other counties just off to our east is starting to shift more into a damaging wind threat. Now, still don't downplay that, because you can still get damage when you have winds or a wall of wind of 60 to 80 miles per hour that rolls its way through. But that is not as significant as when you have the potential of a strong tornado. So things are starting to change with the atmosphere a little bit at a time in our favor. There's the temperatures, though, and where you see the 80s still on the board, the atmosphere is still unstable. The atmosphere is still primed for the potential severe weather, and we still have the tornado watch in effect all the way until midnight for that part of the state.
We're getting reports of accidents that have been occurring tonight. We got some video. Oh my goodness, we have a truck. Now, where is this again, Kevin? I-530 South Terminal Interchange. Okay. So we have that. Could be weather related. May have been something to do with the wind and the rain. Hope they're okay. All right. Let's go back to Max 2 and see what's on radar this evening. We're still looking at tornado warned storms in Woodruff County that is getting ready to cross over. There's a nice curvature here that would indicate possibly some strong rotation. This is Woodruff County. It's going to be moving out of the area, going to split between Forest City and Wynn. And here is the line of storms in southeast Arkansas. Hopefully they're going to settle down. They're just more of a wind threat than a tornado threat. And we still have moderate to heavy showers on the backside of that. We're still going to have some rain in Little Rock over the next hour or so. So with that update, we're also getting more pictures and videos in Poinsett County, you say? Let's northeast Arkansas, Poinsett County. We have a tornado there from Luke Rowe, Poinsett County. Luke, thank you, Luke, for sending this our way. Definitely a tornado. Again tonight, highest threat, northeast and east Arkansas, and we're seeing the results of that. We're getting the tornado pictures in hopes that there's not any major damage out there. If these occurred over a lot of farmland and fields, that's fantastic, and maybe they stay on the ground a minute and they go back up. But the atmosphere is conducive for having long track EF2, EF3 tornadoes tonight, and we have the images, we have the footage. And Luke, thank you for sending that in. Poinsett County in northeast Arkansas. Back home here in central Arkansas, here's Little Rock, Pulaski County. To the west of Little Rock, a few showers. Things are great. Danville, Mount Ida, Hot Springs, up to Conway, things are good. It's in front of this line as we see a few more cells trying to pop up northern Arkansas County and Monroe counties, carrying over into eastern Arkansas counties. There you go, Pine Bluff. You're still under that severe thunderstorm warning. Big storms flaring up here in Cleveland County once again. Well, earlier tonight, Cleveland and Lincoln County had a tornado warned storm. Dallas County, New Princeton, strong thunderstorm with some lots of lightning with these storms. This warning is in effect for another 28 minutes, 8 o'clock. Here's Whitehall. Here's Pine Bluff. This bears watching. Could have some strong wind gusts in excess of 60 plus miles per hour. as that line moves to the east. And then we've got that storm in southwest Arkansas. We're also keeping an eye on a tornado-warned storm that's getting ready to leave the responsibility of the Shreveport area into the National Weather Service. And they're keeping a close eye on it here in southwest Arkansas as well. All right, back to Max 2, please, if you don't mind. We'll throw on those warnings that we have in eastern Arkansas. Tornado warning in effect for the Forest City area. Woodruff County, we still have a little time left here with that, and that is rotating, that is spinning there. If we could take a look at that on Storm Track 11 in Woodruff County, Nathan, we might be able to pick up some strong rotation with that storm. On Storm Track 11, he's getting it ready for me, thank you. And I guess that would be in that area right there. North of Cotton Plant near Hunter, Arkansas, Woodruff County. Movement is to the northeast. It's not the most impressive, Nathan, but it's still there. It's rotating.
It's close to Hunter. If there's something happening with this storm, it's going to be very close to Hunter and Hillman, then moving towards Colt and getting into eventually Cross County. So it's almost out of Woodruff County, but it's still showing a little bit of rotation. We take a look at the rotation tool. There's the blue. So certainly a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud, maybe a funnel cloud. Not sure if the funnel is actually touching the ground at this time. That doesn't look too significant to me. But you know these storms, they go through cycles. So if that holds together, it's going to get close to wind, it looks like, going into the next 30 minutes to an hour. And that's the only tornado warning we have in effect across the THV 11 viewing area. Still watching out for this one into Columbia County, Lafayette County. That'll move into Ouachita County. And when we take a look at the top, it's still, I mean, that's one of the tallest storms in the entire state of Arkansas, it looks like, Tom, almost.
Okay, just doing some directives with our news director, answering some questions there. Hopefully we're going to settle things down. Storm still moving out of Columbia County. Next stop is going to be southern parts of Nevada County, then Ouachita County with that. That is confirmed. That's what the box means. Hopefully it will stay, well, I'll say hopefully it'll stay, I mean, hopefully it'll weaken. But it should say run along and east of the I-30 corridor in I-30. Here's I-30, here's Hope, Fulton, Prescott up that way. So it's to the southeast of 30. And this is where everything is still kind of primed to feed from. Bearden's going to be in the path of this, Fordyce up the road, even possibly Hampton, and certainly Camden. So that tornado-warned storm, I'm probably going to give it a little while longer. I keep looking to see if the National Weather Service here is going to take over and issue that warning or continue that warning. Flash flood warning has been issued for Jefferson, White, Grant, Prairie, Pulaski, Woodruff, and Lonoke County till 10:45 tonight. We've had a lot of rain tonight, and Max 1 will show you the rain and the flooding and the flood alerts that we have with the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flood alerts. So Searcy, Desart, Cabot, Conway, Little Rock, Perryville, all of the central Arkansas locations that I just mentioned are under flood warnings tonight to go along with the severe weather warnings that we have going on as well. Minor flooding in Walnut Ridge, Hoxie, Arkansas. So the rain is causing issues. So till 10:45 tonight, all the counties that you see here in blue, and even a few there 9 o'clock tonight out in west central Arkansas. Flash flood warning. This was one of the things the other severe weather thing we were concerned about with going forward, heading into the weekend with lots of rain, along with still, Nathan, we still have a severe weather threat to be concerned with tomorrow during the day and also Friday and Saturday before everything gets pushed out of the way. So they've extended that warning into Ouachita, southwest Ouachita County.
Yes, they have.
Tornado confirmed, okay. So that means the National Weather Service is now getting into Ouachita County. Tornado warning canceled in Monroe, Arkansas, Monroe County, and also Woodruff County. That one continues, so it's moved out of Monroe into Woodruff counties. This will be the one we keep an eye on over south central Arkansas. There might be one or two more that develop here through the evening hours. Let us know if you have anything else you want us to take a look at there, Kevin, any video or any pictures of that's coming through. Okay. Yeah, I think we could probably do that. Let's go ahead and share the video. Let's bring Faith and Rolly into this. If you guys would pop up there, might give Nathan and I a second to catch our breath and let them kind of walk our way through the video that we're going to see tonight. We'll come back to this tornado warned storm. Okay. Faith and Rolly, thank you.
Nathan, yes indeed. Thanks for joining us tonight here on THV 11 and THV 11 Plus. As we get you caught up to date here, coming up on 20 minutes until 8 o'clock here in Little Rock, an eventful night, a bumpy night for sure, all over the state, and it continues acutely for northeast parts of the state, and now we have our focus on the southern parts of the state.
Yeah, we've been getting your texts and your pictures and video, which we surely appreciate. Just a reminder to stay safe as you do so. But let's take a look at what you've sent so far. This is video from Brittany Ray Hornbeck. We're told that this is north of DeWitt, and as you can see, you know, just it looks pretty bad out there, but as some of our meteorologists were saying, we're hoping that, you know, activity like this can stay in those open fields to limit some of that damage.
Yeah, it would appear that this storm in Arkansas County kind of split the difference between DeWitt and Stuttgart, which are the two big county seats there. It might have hit a town called Elmira. We're waiting to get damage reports from that area, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Other video, a lot of it focused around the north central and northeast parts of the state. This is Lake City, which is in the Jonesboro area, and that is a fierce looking storm as it churns over the agriculture land there in that part of the state.
Yeah, and as the meteorologists were saying, you know, as we were looking at this video earlier, I believe Nathan said that it could look like a potential wedge tornado. Is that right, Nathan?
Yeah, just look how wide that is.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be even a stovepipe tornado. So that just tells you it's a large tornado. You have the power flashes. That's a powerful tornado right there.
Yeah, so hopefully, you know, as we get video and pictures, you know, we really won't know the scope of some of this damage until maybe later tonight and tomorrow. So again, as you're getting some of this, you're seeing some of these tornadoes and seeing some of this activity, please text it to 501-376-1111. And that's Lake City's video sent to us from Matthew Frazier.
Also in that same general area, Bay, Arkansas, storms like these from Garrett Hampton sending in this video are reasons why we've got 34,000 people in the state without power right now. This one churning out over that part of the area. Again,
pretty fast
stuff.
moving there. Yeah, like it, I mean, it looks pretty scary and daunting, and you know, get to your safe place. That's what our meteorologists have been saying all night. You know, try to get to the safest part of your house with some walls and, you know, something that can protect you if you are put in a position where you get a tornado that's fast moving like this.
And it still applies, even though we're kind of breathing a sigh of relief here in central Arkansas. But in the area of Fisher and Poinsett County, again, also northeast Arkansas, this video coming in, you can see that one churning up debris as it hits the ground in that part of the state. The environment has been perfect. This is all day long. This is what our meteorologists have been stressing and had been fearing, that once the system that was moving its way from the west and from the southwest, once it started to grind its way into Arkansas, it was going to meet the perfect atmospheric conditions to send these storms down to the ground. Yeah. Now we keep our fingers crossed that once they've gone through, the storms that we get as we go into the evening will start to not have as much of that fuel to get themselves churned up like this. But let's get this update from emergency managers from the state.
Yeah, it's a statement that we have saying, quote, "We have reports of tornadoes on the ground. We are working with local emergency management offices for situational awareness and still learning of impacts as they come in." Just again, trying to get the latest information, even Arkansas Division of Emergency Management trying to compile all the information that we're learning, so that in these next few hours, we can provide the appropriate response.
Indeed, and some of those impacts are clearly going to be getting power restored. Let's check those numbers once again. 34,190 electric customers without power right now. Largest numbers, we've got almost 5,000 in Arkansas County, almost 3,300 in Prairie County. Watching earlier the video from St. Francis County and Forest City, the storm right on top of there. We could see law enforcement right as Highway 40 goes, I-40 goes right through that city. You can see law enforcement getting people off of the streets right under the highway. So there's going to be power issues. There's going to be flooding issues. We see a whole lot of people without power there in Pulaski County. We've got 5,400 here in the capital city region. A lot of that because of those quick moving storms that came through over the last 2 hours, and we continue to hear thunder even now as we approach 7:45 on this Wednesday evening.
Yeah, and we're just, continuing to follow social media, tracking your videos, your photos, anything that you can send us, but also following some of these electric companies. Just on social media, we're seeing from North Little Rock Electric, there are several outages in our service territory during this severe weather period. Crews are currently in the field working to get power restored as quickly and as safely as possible. We appreciate your patience. So again, just following some of these outages, and I'm sure, as we just mentioned, they're quite a bit, and it might take some time to get power fully restored well into probably tomorrow.
And while we appear to have dodged a lot of the twisters here in central Arkansas, we did not dodge the hailstones. We've gotten your pictures sent in to us on our social media platforms of the different sized hailstones that came down throughout this evening, and we appreciate you sending them. 501-376-1111 if you've got a picture that you can safely take. It's also a great idea if you can give us something to compare it with.
Yeah.
We've seen golf balls.
They're pretty big, some of the pictures that we're looking at. I mean, it's amazing photos that you're sending in. But again, just stay safe. And I know this goes without saying, but maybe pull those cars into the garage to avoid some of that damage. Nobody wants to file those claims the next day. But definitely take it seriously because a lot of what we're seeing could cause a lot of damage. So
indeed, we have that going on right now. Another storm appears to be right above our heads here in Little Rock right now. We know you're probably experiencing a lot of the same things out there as well. Let's send things back over to our THV11 Weather Impact team. Get the latest as they track a tornado in the south part of the state and now a thunderstorm right over us here in Little Rock.
All right, Faith and Rolly, thank you. Nathan Scott here, Tom Brannon here. We've been tracking this stuff all afternoon long. Tornadoes, you've seen the footage. Severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging wind, and we're keeping an eye on some strong to severe thunderstorms in south central Arkansas as well, and tornado warned storm in southwest Arkansas. If there's any good news with this, we're beginning to see the threat of severe weather diminish, especially west of the Little Rock area. We'll probably have thunderstorms ongoing for a little while longer, but we've managed to wring out a lot of that energy. Thunderstorms ongoing, still have tornado warnings in effect for parts of Woodruff County here in eastern Arkansas, beginning to push over into Cross County, Craighead County area. This is the area that is controlled by the Memphis National Weather Service and Jonesboro stations. But we still have that severe thunderstorm warning moving through Jefferson. You folks probably in Jefferson County probably a little fearful as to what's going on. Right now, it looks like it's mainly some very heavy rain and some strong wind gusts. We could see winds 60, 70 plus miles per hour. This is moving over downtown Pine Bluff, Whitehall area. Some torrential rainfall. We've got more rain falling out in over Little Rock. Torrential rain. And with these thunderstorms training over the same areas tonight, we have flash flood warnings that are also in effect. And we'll get to that here in just a moment. Our eyes will focus on south central Arkansas, with a tornado warning that is now for a part of Washita County in southwest Arkansas. That warning may be included and extended a little farther to the north. The frontal boundary is pushing through central Arkansas at this time. It's wringing everything out. We're getting a lot of rainfall, a lot of wind with it. But Whitehall, Pine Bluff, you folks right now have quite possibly the strongest thunderstorm that is not tornadic in the state, with very heavy rain. There you go, extending from Cleveland County through Jefferson County. And now the tornado warning that has been included and extended into Washita County does include Camden. And with this in mind, in south central Arkansas, Ouachita County, it was confirmed here, and now it's been extended to just likely in Camden and areas around Camden. So with that, we'll put a storm track on this area here in just a moment and show you the communities that will be impacted by this potential tornado. Again, tornado warning has been extended. Let me go to the National Weather Service site. I do want to give you the timing on it. Tornado warning issued at 7:42 for Ouachita and Calhoun counties. Calhoun didn't want to leave you out. So if you live in Calhoun County, you're also going to be in the path of this till 8:30 tonight. It's radar indicated. Beginning to see some of these cells move back over an environment that does have a lot of energy to work with. There's Calhoun County here, Hampton, here's Ouachita County, and Camden. So the storm is going to be pushing out of Columbia County very soon. You can see some bright colors, bright couplets here north of Magnolia. May or may not continue to see a tornado in progress, but certainly strong enough to warrant tornado warnings, and that's going to move into Camden in southwest Arkansas. All right, Nate, if we can, let's put a little track on it. And the storm, let me see how fast it's moving. It is moving northeast only at 50. This one's only at 50 miles per hour instead of 75 miles per hour. So we'll find some locations in and around Camden that will be impacted as the storm races to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, out ahead of that front. Right before we took a little break, we did show you the state temperatures, and there's still a lot of 80-degree temperatures in southeast Arkansas, so there's a lot of fuel there. Here are your locations by 7:50, Emmon, Arkansas. It's 7:49 now. Hope that wherever they are here, they are in place. Stevens, Arkansas at 8 o'clock. You got 11 minutes. Troy, Arkansas, 8:02. Buena Vista, 8:08. Rendezvous, 8:15. Then you get to Camden at 8:17. So Camden, you've got a little more than 25 minutes to take cover. Kent, 8:19. East Camden at 8:22. So that's what's happening here. Ouachita County with that. And then Calhoun County, you too are under that tornado warning. And if this holds track, it's once again going to move more than likely over Bradley, Cleveland, into Lincoln County once again. Hopefully the frontal boundary can catch up and undercut it. That outflow will help to somewhat weaken the storm and maybe take away its tornadic potential. We'll have to wait and see on that. But it's a very formidable storm, lots of lightning with it. And with that, it's not weakening, it has held its own. But you can see just to the north, we're getting that boundary pushing along it. See some heavier rainfall here running just to the north along I-30 near Hope and Bluff City. Okay, that's the tornado warning that we have currently. That's in south central Arkansas. We're getting a nice feed of your hail pictures, of which we really do appreciate. Stay safe. Let's go ahead and run through them real quick. Hail from John Lofton down in Star City from the storms earlier tonight. Thank you, John. A little spiky there, John. From Feltner in Jacksonville, Amanda Feltner in Jacksonville. Thank you, Amanda. Tammy and Cabot. Look at that. Now that's got some spikiness to it. Don't want to get hit in the head with that, that's for sure. More hail pics. McRae, Hunter McCrory. All right, thank you. From Mount Tabor, if it's Mount Tabor in Lonoke County, I believe, Destiny Parker, Cabot, Ashley Ellison, larger than quarter size. See what they're doing? You put up an object in comparison to the hailstone. That's how we're able to tell the size. This is hail that will cause some damage to your home, folks. All of this. Jordan from BB. Ward from out of Ward, Rebecca Peppers. Thank you, Rebecca, for sending that along. Getting some great video from you. And once again, from Michelle Anderson down in Hawk. Let's go back to Max 1 and focus in on this storm that could potentially have a tornado that is moving over and through and near the Magnolia area. You can see a little bit of a twist, a little bit of a bend here that would indicate a fairly significant supercell, possibly a tornado. It did have a tornado with it earlier. It's moving northeast, and that warning is until 8 o'clock here, and then it extends to 8:30 as it moves through the Camden area. Been an active night. We've had numerous tornado warnings. East Arkansas, once again, with the brunt of the warnings. If there's any, again, good news, we're beginning to see the severe weather threat lessen. And Nathan, I think you could almost draw a line from I-57 through Little Rock, I-30, everything west of that has settled down quite a bit. The severe weather threat seems to be coming to an end for some of those folks.
Yes, even though we're hearing lots of rain, rumbles of thunder, seeing flashes of lightning here in Little Rock, things are starting to wind down in terms of the threat of severe weather. Still have storm, maybe a gust of wind, but certainly the severe weather threat is shifting outside of Little Rock Metro. It's affecting you folks in Pine Bluff, Jefferson County, Lono County, Prairie County, Monroe County, Arkansas County, and locations south and east of Little Rock. Also starting to see things improve north of Little Rock. So Searcy, White County, you're done with the threat of severe weather. It will stay now into Woodruff County, and then into Poinsett County, Cross County, and towards the Memphis area. So things are improving slowly but surely the farther west that you are, and from Little Rock and off to the north and west, you're pretty much done with the threat of severe weather for the rest of the overnight. But Tom, we've got more severe weather potential on Thursday.
I'm sorry that they were talking to
No,
me.
sorry. I was just tossing it to you.
I'm so sorry. They're tossing it to me. We have Governor Sanders respond. That's where we have a response from Governor Sanders tonight. We want to share. Kevin, thank you. You can go ahead and pop it up. Reports of storm and tornado damage from around the state. We have emergency personnel on the ground to help anyone who has been injured. These storms aren't finished yet. Stay informed and, most importantly, stay safe. That is from Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders tonight, along with below that tornado from Lake City, Arkansas. Goodness. Yeah, we have seen the reports and we have the video of the tornadoes. Thank you, Governor Sanders, for looking out for Arkansans. 1 hour radar loop. This is where the action is. We still have the tornado warnings in eastern Arkansas, but most of this is now in the Memphis viewing area. Storms are beginning to lose their punch here in north central Arkansas. White County, big thunderstorm, but the severe weather threat is now still over southeast Arkansas and will continue over the next couple of hours. At least a couple of 3 hours. We may be running up against 10 o'clock before we see this stuff really begin to wind down. And the reason is, when you talk about atmospheric conditions, you still have a lot of energy in southeast Arkansas. The temperatures and the sunshine today just really help to destabilize the atmosphere. You got a lot of juice, a lot of energy to work with. And these severe thunderstorms are feeding off that instability. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect and has been extended to include Arkansas County as well as Jefferson, and I believe that's a Cleveland and a little piece of Lincoln and Cleveland County. It looks like hail may be a concern, and that is right around the quarter-sized hail over on the west-southwest side of Pine Bluff. More hail over west of Stuttgart. So Stuttgart, as these storms move to the east, you're in line to get some hail. Big hail down once again around and north of the Magnolia area with the tornado warning storm. That storm did produce a tornado earlier tonight, and now there's a tornado warning with it. Here's Camden, and here is the cell in question right here. As we put it in motion for you, you can see the little bending right there. So we could possibly see the rotation in that notched area there. Strong rotation at that, moving to the east-northeast. And if you live in Hampton, down the street, down the road, it's certainly something to keep an eye on. Very well put together couplet. Might be a little broader, but it's still very impressive. That is along and north of McNeil, Arkansas, Highway 79. Here's Stephen. Stevens, you're going to be in the path of it. I'm not even going to try. Nathan, you want to give it a shot?
I looked it up on the pronunciation guide.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Because I knew that was
Let
going
me
to come
try
up.
it. Ogama? What did you say? Ogama?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ogama.
I saw you looking over there. I thought, I'll let him tackle that one. Ogama, then upwards to Camden. Not Omaga, but Ogama. Oh my gosh, my goodness. It's been a night, folks. Trust me. Camden, you're next in line with this tornado warning. And then we get over into other parts of Calhoun County. I want to take a diversion real quick, though. I want to go over to Max 2 and talk about the flooding that we have tonight with flood alerts, the flood warnings, flash flood warnings in effect for all of the central Arkansas area, metro area here. That does include Little Rock, Searcy, Hot Springs. And this is going to last until, I believe, 10:45 tonight. It's been raining. The thunderstorms have been training over the same areas, one right after another. And the flood watches remain in effect all the way through Sunday. A dangerous situation because of this. With the training effect and the storms that we're expecting, this is just the beginning point. The storms are going to last all the way through Sunday. We could pick up 7 to 10 plus inches of rain, 3 to 6 plus inches of rain on either side. All in all, a foot of rain could occur in the northeast and north central part of Arkansas. So once we get the severe weather threat to settle down, we're going to have to deal with the aspect of the potential flooding. New tornado warning. Nathan, next one, please.
This just came out. We now have a brand new tornado warning for extreme north parts of Arkansas County. It looks like that does include the city of Stuttgart. Then you get into a small sliver of Prairie County, but primarily it's in Monroe County. And this tornado warning goes until 8:45. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. When we take a look at the winds within this cell, this does show some rotation continuing to pick up very close to Stuttgart. So there's the couplet right there. You got the winds going towards the radar in the blue, the winds going away from the radar in the orange color. So right along Highway 79, there is probably a wall cloud. It may be a rotating wall cloud about to approach you folks in Rowe, and then also getting into Clarendon. So Clarendon, the sirens are going off. Stuttgart, it's a very close call. Just give it 5 minutes, and then you'll be out of the danger zone within this tornado warning. But Clarendon, you're in the center path of this tornado warning, so that rotation is headed in your direction, and this could produce a tornado at any moment. Let's take a look at the hail real quick with this to see if we're seeing any hail. There's going to be some pea to dime size hail with this cell as it makes its way through that part of Arkansas. And we'll go over to Storm Track 11 now, Tom, and we'll take a look at the rotation tool with that as well.
Here's your polygon, and there's your rotation tool. It looks impressive. Olem, you're in the path of this, and then Rowe. Gosh, just pick a point. Certainly looks like we're going to see the possibility of a tornado just by looking at that. So there's certainly, definitely some rotation. And yeah, that's a fairly tight area there, northeast of Stuttgart. If you live in Olem, hopefully you're taking your tornado safety precautions, getting to your safe place, and up the stream a little bit, Rowe, Clarendon, Arkansas, Blackton, Arkansas, Holly Grove. You folks are in this polygon. Just go ahead and get everything you can to your safe spot. We have seen tornadoes happen tonight. They are occurring, and now that it's after dark, it's going to be even more difficult to pick these things up. So you don't want to go outside. Olem, Arkansas, this is Arkansas County. You got a little bit of Monroe County as well, or actually more of Monroe County that we're dealing with here. So this is outside of Stuttgart. It's really over the top of Olem right now and headed toward Rowe. Let's go back to Max 2 real quick, if you don't mind, guys. I want to show you what's happening with the other storms in Arkansas. We'll keep an eye on that tornado warned storm. We've got a very strong thunderstorm at Sevier near Pine Bluff. And the southern part of, you've got the storm in northern Arkansas County, but through central Arkansas County, you got another round. This is with our broken line of thunderstorms, and all of that leading up to that tornado warned storm down in Ouachita County that will be impacting the Camden area. All of that in severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Arkansas. Spotty showers, some thunder, but the weather is beginning to calm down in western and northern Arkansas. If you live in Clinton, you're free. Let's see, it's 8:01. The weather's cleared out, so it's good there. Mena, Fort Smith, even Little Rock, we've still got thunder and lightning, but the weather is calming down. Let me take us a little bit closer to the action here in central Arkansas. Once again, near Monroe County, Prairie County, Monroe, and Arkansas County. Little sliver of Prairie County. There's Olem, and there's Clarendon. And here's the cell in question. Follow the polygon. It's the rotation within this general area. Moving to the northeast at a good clip, 45, 50 miles an hour, and is now over Olem. If we want to go back to Storm Track 11, we can take a look, and we can go back to our wind mode and really pick up that rotation once again. And we've got a little indication that there could be a tornado there. I haven't seen anything officially, but you're certainly looking at the main area of rotation over the top of Olem right now. National Weather Service. All right, damage. I've got some damage in Elmira. Okay. Okay, so this is it. East Central Arkansas, this is what we're dealing with a tornado warned storm. This is going to move to the northeast, and it's moving quickly, so Roe, you be sure to take your precautions. It's out of Arkansas County for the most part. Now it's in a little bit of Prairie County, soon to be in Monroe County. And once it gets into Monroe County, Clarendon, and there you go, it's updating right now, the area of rotation. North of Casco. It's riding the border of Arkansas County, isn't it? That's pretty significant detail right there. The wind mode. It's riding along the border, Arkansas County and Prairie and Monroe counties. So take shape, take shelter, please, if you live in those areas. And I apologize. There it is, right there. Prairie County, Monroe County, Holly Grove, Clarendon. There's the storm. Here's Stuttgart to give you a vantage point, a reference point. And then we've got more storms that are moving out of Jefferson County as well. Severe thunderstorm warning here. The green is indicative of flash flood warnings. This area here, the red, and that tightly wound up blue area, that's where we're finding the possibility of a tornado. That is near Olam, Arkansas, and it's moving to the northeast, and it's going to track through Monroe County. It seems to be quite a bit of wind along. Another area of concern here, that severe thunderstorm just south of Cornerstone, Jefferson County, south of Altimer. So Nathan, we may see an upgrade to a tornado warning there before all said and done.
Yeah, Tom, we're looking at other rotation tools, and there's an uptick right there southeast of Pine Bluff. Does that match up with the actual radar signature of this? It's a close call. The radar's trying to figure it out, but there's a little pennage. So, yeah, you want to watch out if you're watching us in this part of Jefferson County. You're definitely going to get some wind with this as it makes its way through, but this may try to start to show more rotation from Jefferson County getting into Arkansas County. So I know Elmira, we've already seen damage, but I think you'll likely be under a severe thunderstorm warning, potentially another tornado warning as we go into the next hour or so. Let's go over to Max 1 now. This is the update with what towns and communities are in the path of this tornado warning. And there you see Clarendon, 819, Blackton, around 832, Garrett Grove, 839, and Morrow at 845.
Those are the communities in East Central Arkansas. Another tornado warned storm. You've seen the videos tonight. We've been getting lots of videos from viewers, of which we're very appreciative. Just don't put yourself in harm's way. Kevin, you have more video you want to share with us tonight? Is that correct? Did I read that right? Is that what you were saying? Okay. More of your videos. The eyes and ears of our community, you. We still have the warning we'll come back to here in just a moment, but we do want to share what you provide us. From Elmira, Arkansas. Okay, some damage from Elmira. And we were on top of that down around Cleveland, Lincoln counties, and Arkansas counties. And we have seen visual confirmation of a tornado there. So it is possible that, more than possible, this is tornado damage down in Elmira. Emma, thank you. Lake City, Arkansas, also with a tornado. And that is a big one. That is a wedge. And Nathan, I thought I saw there for a moment multi-vortex. That is, wow.
You can see the whole cloud just rotating. You got the wall cloud rotating significantly, but yeah, that looks like it's a multi-vortex tornado with a potential funnel wrapping around it. That's very impressive. Now, whether or not it was staying over a field or not,
Yeah.
If I were to guess, that would definitely be potentially at least an EF3, just looking at the size of it. But sometimes the size of a tornado doesn't necessarily convert into how strong a tornado is.
And let's say it was on the ground and just was over, plowed fields and didn't really cause any damage. It would become an EFU, undetermined, because there's no structural damage. I don't want that to happen, but you look at something like that, you think, that's a big tornado. That's a strong tornado.
Yeah, it definitely took out power lines because you can see power flashes right there. Looking at the latest tornado warning, that rotation has come up as it made its way just to the west of Ullum, or east of Ullum, and then it's headed towards Rowe. It's going to be very close to Clarendon, Tom. So we might want to just focus on that as it approaches the city of Clarendon.
All right, Clarendon, you heard him. And it's time for you to, hopefully you've already taken your tornado safety precautions. We'll keep it here and talk about this tornado warned storm. It is for Arkansas, Monroe counties, a little sliver of Prairie County. There it is. It's just west of Rowe, southwest of Rowe, along Highway 33 and Highway 79. This is the area of concern where we're picking up the strongest rotation. As it continues to move to the east-northeast, there's Highway 79 near Clarendon, Arkansas. Now, I know there's a lot of farm fields out here, but yeah, several residences, but a lot of farm land out in this area. Rowe, hopefully you're in your safe place. Next up, Clarendon, between Duncan and Clarendon, Highway 86. The storm is going to travel in this general direction to the northeast, and it will impact you here. This warning is in effect till 8:45. Here's the outer part of the polygon. Here's the end of it. Highway 79 and 17, if those sound familiar to you, this is the general direction, and it's going to go through Monroe County. Once it leaves Monroe County, it'll cross over into the Memphis viewing area, but yet another tornado warned storm. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County and Arkansas County, and a tornado warned storm in Washita County and a part of Calhoun County. This is going to impact Camden. Here's the latest on that, where this is located, and you can certainly see it's wrapped up here along Highway 79, getting awfully close to Camden. And we're getting into our radar range folding area here. But from what we can see, there could be some significant rotation here. There we go. And that's along Highway 79, just southwest of Camden. And the movement is to the east-northeast. Moves out of Washita County over into Calhoun County. Hampton would be in the path if it keeps traveling just south of Camden. But this storm also produced a tornado earlier tonight. It was a confirmed tornado, but they just have a regular tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado. It's 8:10. Skies have darkened outside. It's nighttime. This is the worst time to have this happen. You can't see what's coming at you. So don't try to go out and find it. If you're nearby, just go ahead and take your necessary safety precautions, because you never know. It could be just right around the corner. There's the warning there. We still have the one in east central Arkansas in the severe thunderstorm warning. But looking at some good news, a lot of this is beginning to break up. We're losing a lot of our atmospheric oomph tonight, which is certainly some good news. But we still have those warnings in effect for Jefferson County and Arkansas County, and the tornado warning with that possible tornado near Ullum, Arkansas, near Clarendon, east central Arkansas. There's Duval's Bluff. Monroe County will take you a little bit closer to the action near Clarendon and give you an idea of where this tornado is and some roadways. The possible tornado is located. It's kind of hard to pick up. We've got our lightning on, but we'll take it into our wind mode and we'll be able to see. There you go. Looks like the rotation is just west of Clarendon, west of downtown Clarendon, moving along Highway 79. So as it continues to the northeast, it will impact Clarendon, go over the top. Highway 86, if you live near Highway 86, we're going to back it up. It moved through Rowe, and now it's on the way through Clarendon. There in East Arkansas. Highway 302, Highway 86 and 79. Those are the major thoroughfares through East Central Arkansas. I don't know, Nathan, does it look like it might be splitting a little? There are two areas here, one here and one here.
I was looking at that too.
Yeah. Maybe it's broadening out, not as tightly wrapped up.
So the more significant rotation looks like it's going to be closer to this part, right along where you see the highway sign for 79, southwest of Clarendon. And then a little bit less rotation to the east of Rowe.
Okay. Maybe it's splitting off a little bit. Could be broadening out. We know these things tend to cycle up and down as well. Here's the county line, Monroe County. It'll be crossing here in the next 30 minutes or so. Movement to the northeast. Here's your polygon box. It's everybody within the polygon. But we're still getting a strong rotation signal here near the Clarendon area. Keeping an eye on the Weather Service to see if they're going to say anything at all All right, still seeing rotation near Olam. Yeah, still have rotation. Okay, so there we go. Severe thunderstorm warning in Jefferson and Arkansas counties, and yeah, keep a close eye on this. There could be some rotation with that, and there's the tornado warning storm. This is going to move into Bradley County. Once it gets out of that kind of the radar no man's land, it gets into Bradley County, we'll be able to track it a little bit better, but it's still a very strong severe thunderstorm with potential of producing a tornado. And here's the other area that we're keeping a close eye on, with severe thunderstorm warnings moving through Jefferson into Arkansas County and the Monroe County tornado warning. Back home, back here in Little Rock in central Arkansas, just some scattered thunder and some rain as our atmosphere begins to settle down just a bit. As that front moves in, the front is expected to stall out somewhere over southern Arkansas, and then tomorrow another wave of low pressure is going to interact with that front, and that's going to bring us another chance of strong to severe thunderstorms and also flash flooding potential. We've already seen the flash flooding potential tonight. A lot of rain in a very short amount of time. Severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8:30 for Jefferson and Arkansas County, so another 16 minutes or so, 17 minutes or so, 16 minutes for that warning and this tornado warning. But if we go to northern Arkansas here, north central Arkansas, Nathan, things have really quieted down up here. Don't see nearly the severity of the storm. So that boundary, I guess we can guesstimate it's probably moved through Jonesboro down to Little Rock and points southwest. Certainly would be some good news to see this begin to wrap up. Okay. And then you've got the East Arkansas severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You got the tornado warning just on the flank there, not far from Monroe County. It looks like another warning box there. And this is where all of it's been happening tonight. I know we've had that video from Lake City. I'm trying to place Lake City in what county? Do you remember the county? Nathan? Lake City, do you remember the county?
Craighead.
Craighead County? And Bay was in Craighead County. We had video from Bay as well.
That's southeast
Right?
of Jonesboro.
Okay.
There's Bay.
There's Bay. Could it have been the same tornado? There's Lake View. Okay. Well, anyway, we do appreciate folks sending us their video and reports tonight. You're the eyes and ears. I've said this before. You folks see what's happening, and we appreciate you. We give you credit for your video. So thank you once again for helping us out and sending those images of hail and the videos of the tornadoes tonight.
Yeah, Lake City's right around here. It's to the east of Jonesboro.
Okay. So a couple of good pieces of video there from Craighead County. Let's hope that there were no injuries or structural damage from that. There's Lake City right there. Yep, you're right. Lake View, Lake. So it may have been the same tornado. There's Bay, Lake City, southwest to northeast. It may have been.
Most likely, I would think that would be the same tornado.
Yeah, okay. Okay, back to what we have going on here. Centrally located, East Central Arkansas. Again, Monroe County, Clarendon, you're under the gun right now as a possible tornado is moving through central Monroe County, and that is riding along Highway 79. There's Clarendon, and this is the area of concern. Strong to severe thunderstorms to your south and west over Humphrey, Arkansas. There's Stuttgart in Arkansas County. But let's find out how impressive this rotation is here in Monroe County. Nathan, if you want to put us on a Storm Track 11, and we can take a look at the rotation there that might be occurring. There's Clarendon, Arkansas. Looks like it may have just moved to the south. It's now near Holly Grove, Arkansas.
So that rotation disappeared with the original one. There might be a new area of rotation trying to develop around Holly Grove.
Picking us up in Holly Grove tonight, you heard him. Looks like you've got a fairly significant area of rotation. Hopefully you're in your safe place as well. As area of rotation number one, you're Clarendon just kind of fizzled out and a new area has developed. And on the leading edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, there could be some rotation there that's trying to take shape as well. At least if that, not that, some very strong and gusty winds. And then south central Arkansas near Camden tonight. keeping an eye on an area that could have some strong rotation with it. There you go. And apparently this storm is riding right along the boundary, the frontal boundary there in south central Arkansas. So the boundary may help to undercut it here if it doesn't, get out ahead of that.
That's looking at Shreveport's radar, which probably is a little bit better than what we're getting from Little Rock, but the NROT tool, or the rotation tool, was picking up on something potentially just on the outskirts of Camden, and now it's going down somewhat. So there's probably a wall cloud right over Camden. There could be a funnel cloud, and we do have that tornado warning in effect, so make sure you're in your safe place, Camden, because that rotation is about to move right over you. Also East Camden and Kent.
Right here. Yeah, so you have a the potential for a tornado moving through Camden. We apologize, Camden. We're kind of all over the place tonight. There's several warnings, but yeah, here you go. We'll stay with this one down in Camden, Washita County, still picking up some decent rotation here. With a little luck, it may skirt just to your south. But yeah, it's a little unorganized, but there's certainly some rotation there. Camden down in Washita County. This is going to move to the northeast. It's split between Bearden and Hampton. Hampton is just to the east. We want to give everybody as much leeway and lead time as we can as the storm moves to the east-northeast pretty quickly, 50 miles per hour, moving over downtown Camden at this very moment with a tornado warning. And this warning is going to last now. I believe it's still about 8:30.
That's correct.
8:30 tonight. And then from there, it will track to the east. I mentioned that there was possibly some good news. The storm is riding along that frontal boundary. And I know that storms like to develop along boundaries, especially warm fronts as they lift to the north. But that frontal boundary might help to actually lessen the severity of it, undercut it, and cut off the inflow. So we're keeping an eye on it. It is moving to the northeast. It doesn't appear to be as much of a classic hook signature with this one as we've seen tonight, but that doesn't mean there's not rotation there, strong rotation there near the Camden area. Monroe, Arkansas, you still have a tornado warning, and the National Weather Service is going to continue that warning. That expires at 8:45. The tornado warning for Prairie has been canceled. That storm has moved into Monroe County. Camden, Arkansas, this is all for you. Washita County, southern Arkansas, south central Arkansas, with a tornado warned storm here. Let's try to find, let's see if we've got this on Storm Track 11. Also keeping an eye that maybe rotation could be developing south of Camden. Strong to severe thunderstorms. This gives you an idea of what's going on. That frontal boundary, that boundary's right through here. So this activity is lining up just ahead of the front. Tornado warned storm in Clarendon, Monroe County. That's getting ready to shift away. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's impacting Jefferson County and Arkansas County. Could potentially produce some large hail and damaging wind, but we'll keep an eye on it in case it does develop some rotation. And a storm that has confirmed, a tornado confirmed a little earlier this evening over southwest Arkansas, now moving through Washita County. A little bit of an east-northeast push. That is going to take it through quite possibly northern half of Calhoun, Bradley County, Cleveland, and Lincoln County once again, if it holds together, if the front doesn't help to weaken it somewhat. Behind it, we're beginning to see things relax somewhat. Better weather coming up. Although it's going to rain and we'll have some thunder, the weather is beginning to settle down. Here's the forward momentum of that storm. Still wants to rotate. Still some rotation with it. And it looks like the rotation may be just south of Camden, moving to the northeast. This is our Storm Track 11 that really helps to show and pinpoint areas of rotation. All right. South central Arkansas, southeast Arkansas still have a ways to go tonight. Again, the atmosphere here over the southeast has had some activity, but is it enough to work things over? Still have maybe a couple of 3 more hours of some active weather over this part of the state. taking you a little bit closer there. There's the storm once again, and here are the tornado warned storms lining up out ahead of it. Camden, Arkansas. Can we go to maybe velocity, Nathan? Would that help us out? Maybe indicate a little bit more with that storm. And see, yeah.
We're looking 8,000 feet above the surface, so it's hard
to tell.
Difficult read when we switch over from Little Rock to Shreveport.
It's kind of a no man's land of radar.
That's 3,000, so I'll go back here. That's in the purple haze zone, 7,000 feet. So
Yeah.
8,000, 7,000 feet where the radars pretty much both overlap, and they're too high to get a good reading, unfortunately, on exactly what's happening with this.
So I guess just, we know we've got a very strong thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Could have some rotation with this storm. We're not hearing much from the Weather Service, National Weather Service, on this. Lots of wind in Camden at the moment. No estimate on speeds. Unable to see anything cloud-wise. That from Camden. Everybody is in shelter at the moment down in Camden. There's a different little perspective, possibly some rotation here, but it could be here, it could be a little farther to the south. It just depends because of that radar beam. Just know Camden, downtown Camden, you're under a tornado warning. And then East Camden, you're involved with that. Eagle Mills, Bearden, up the street, Fordyce, you're going to be next in line with this cell in south central Arkansas, in Ouachita County, in Camden. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Jefferson County into Arkansas County with this storm. And this tornado warned storm near the Clarendon area is close to moving out of Monroe County. But we still have a lot of spotty rain and thunder. Heavy rain is possible tonight. So that's the way it looks from where we're standing with these cells tonight. It is currently 8:24. I think I heard Faith and Rowley. You guys are still with us over there. And you can just pop up their microphones real quick if you can, guys. Just wanted to find out if y'all have heard anything new tonight.
No, nothing new. Just getting video and pictures and quite a bit from people who send it in. But
we did get some initial reports from officials in Arkansas County.
Okay.
And we reached out right as that latest storm there was leaving Stuttgart and headed towards Ullum. But so far, very early reports of no injuries.
That's
thankfully
good.
After the storm that went through the Elmira area. But as we mentioned, they were headed over that area as well with that new storm. So there is some damage. They're trying to assess it, and we'll get updates a little bit later. We're like a lot of folks, like they were saying down there in Camden. We're hunkered down. We're not going to go out and check on things just yet because we want to let the storms pass through town at this point.
And if you live in Ouachita County, you continue under the tornado warning
and
for
Tom,
a little while longer.
We do have a little bit of an update. We're starting to now see some statements from local mayors who are speaking out, just seeing all the devastation and all of everything that's happening. So this is from the Cave City Mayor, Jonas Anderson. He's saying, "I am extremely grateful that we seem to have avoided another tornado incident tonight. There's still a lot of rain to come at this time. I am sick over incoming reports about several cities to our east. I was texting with some of those mayors and former mayors just minutes before their towns were hit very hard by all reports. These are dear friends of mine who showed up here in total solidarity with us just days after we were hit." Again, that is the mayor of Cave City, Jonas Anderson.
That's the area that had 3 fatalities in the tornado outbreak, I'm going to say about 2.5 weeks ago at this point. And we saw a lot of those storms tracking over the Jackson County, Independence County area earlier, the one where we were on the camera of the White River Bridge as it was going right overhead. So we do know that those storms did strike that area, and we are getting reports of damage, and we will wait to hear. But at least the folks in Cave City seem to have been spared on this particular night after going through so much turmoil a couple of weeks ago. We are, like our meteorologists, watching these reports, tracking the storms with their expertise. Don't forget, you can keep us keep us right in your fingertips by going to our TH311 digital platforms, TH311 Plus on your smart TVs, our app on your mobile devices. It's going to help you if the power goes out. And we've still got a couple of days to go here of severe weather and threats over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and we're trying to find a good moment to send out our reporters. Obviously, we're going to rely on Tom and Nathan telling us when is a good time to do that, but our reporters are ready to go and see if they can compile any information and give us the sights and sounds and see what they're getting out there. But trying to find that sweet spot of course, when it's safe to send our reporters out there so they can continue to keep us updated and again, be our eyes and ears in combination with all of the pictures and videos that you guys are sending us as well.
And keep those coming, 501-376-1111. Any photos you got, nightfall has obviously arrived, so it's getting a little bit tougher, but anything you got, hail photos, damage that might be out there, if you can do it safely, send it along. You can help us keep everybody safe and give us an idea of what needs to be done to get things cleaned up. Still monitoring those storms headed up through Washita County and now out in Arkansas County again, sir.
Yeah, so let's go. Yeah, Max, too. Thank you so much. I was trying to get that sign language across to the folks. Let's talk about what's going on. Tornado warning continues till 8:30 down in south central Arkansas. Camden is included in this, and this is a formidable supercell thunderstorm. Could produce a tornado. Earlier tonight, it did produce a tornado. It's like Rolly said, nightfall has occurred. It's dark outside. Hard to see these things coming at you, so it's just best to ride it out on the inside in your safe place. This is going to move to the east, Washita County, and then eventually over into Calhoun County. You can see the outline of the polygon. Here's Camden. And this is where we're finding some very heavy rain, possibly some hail. And on the tail end of this is where we would see a potential tornado if there's one there. So this Washita County, and of course it's going to be extended. 9:15, the new tornado warning, and that looks like it's going to include, let me broaden it out just a bit, not only Washita County, but includes Calhoun County, and like I said, that part of Dallas County, I think, Dallas, Cleveland County. Yeah, possibly Dallas and Cleveland. So there you go. Follow the path there. Here's Fordyce. There's the cell. Tornado warning has been extended now till 9:15 tonight. This is probably going to take us to 10 o'clock news, if not even a little bit after that. Potential for a tornado is there. That's why the Weather Service has extended this warning in south central Arkansas. Washita, Cleveland, Dallas, and Calhoun counties are now under a tornado warning. Just to give you a little pinpoint information, capable of producing a tornado located near Camden, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So they're slowing down their forward speed. They were really humming along at 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, and now those storms have slowed down quite a bit. We have this cell to be concerned with, and we've got others in Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect just to the northeast here. I'm going to take you there. Arkansas County still under that severe thunderstorm warning, and that does include places like Stuttgart and DeWitt. Jefferson County, a little bit of Jefferson County with a warning, but mainly it's Arkansas County into Monroe County. We still have the warning here, although it looks like the tail end of that Monroe County tornado warned storm is going to move away and out of Monroe County here shortly. Seeing things break apart, not sure if that's such a good thing, and we might be getting, these storms feeding off more of that environment down there, and who knows, maybe a few more of these storms are going to develop tonight. That's what we have for you. South Central Arkansas, you've got Washita County, you've got Calhoun, you've got Cleveland and Dallas counties, and another warning has been issued. Nathan will tell us about that. Another tornado warning. Now I see. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have that new tornado warning. Unfortunately, it's for Elmira. So
another one on Elmira.
Very close to Elmira. Zooming in here, same locations that got hit earlier this evening. There's Lodge Corner, there's Kittlers, there's Elmira, and DeWitt is also in this tornado warning. This has been showing some rotation over the past few scans. We'll take a look at the winds within this cell. There's nothing too significant, but there is definitely a little couplet trying to develop. Let's go back and rewind this. And we take a look at the loop, Tom, and you can point out where this rotation is.
Right around in here, if I had to guess, right around in here. Here's Elmira. This is the area of rotation. Here's Kittler's, Arkansas. So along Highway 130, Highway 33, this is where we're finding the rotation of another potential tornado. Elmira hit earlier tonight. We had video of that tornado warned storm as it moved to the northeast. So now we're dealing with it again. The storms are still strong out there, and we still have the tornado potential. Been at it since 1 o'clock today, 8:32 right now, and we're probably going to see these storms continue for the next couple of 3 hours. Southeast Arkansas, stay on your guard. Don't let up just yet. Not for another until these last two get done with what they're doing and moving out of the way. Here we go. Right in this general area, we find some rotation, find the rotation that has prompted the warning. Here's DeWitt, Arkansas County, and Highway 130, 165, if that rings a bell. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning as well for this area for the strong winds and the very heavy rain. There you go. Severe thunderstorm warning till 9:30. Tornado warning with it until 9:30 as well, or 9:15, excuse me. And yeah, there you go. Arkansas County under the gun once again, and Elmira's in this area here. Looking for the polygon as to see what it covers up. Now from here, let's go back to Camden. I won't forget Camden and Washita County. You folks are impacted, and we want to make sure that folks upstream as well know what's going on. And yeah, there could be some very strong rotation here in and around Washita County. Moving out of Washita into Calhoun County, movement is to the northeast. Here's our box. Fordyce is going to be in the path of this, and it's this area here that we're finding the tightest rotation. It is now east of Camden. Looks like it's through East Camden as well. Movement is to the northeast, and at about 40 miles per hour right now. It got a little, what I like to call the no man's land, or radar no man's land, and it's very difficult to see because that beam is shooting about 8,000, 9,000 feet up. So this is a proximity of where we could be looking at a tornado right now. There we go. We'll go back to what it looks like on reflectivity mode. And if we take it out just a little bit, we can include more folks. Here we go. This is northeast at 40, 45, 50 miles per hour. Bearden, you're in the path of the storm at 8:47. Harlow, Thornton, Fordyce, Kingsland, Gum Springs at 9:22. On down the road, Risen. You're not done here tonight in Cleveland County. Risen, 9:22. Randall, Arkansas, 9:39. On down the road even more. Frontal boundary is pushing along that supercell. And my fingers are crossed that hopefully it can undercut it some way and maybe take away its mojo for the night. But there you go. It's moving to the northeast. It's now east of Camden and is headed toward the Fordyce area. A tornado warning for parts of Washita and Calhoun, Dallas County, and Cleveland County, a little sliver of Cleveland County. And it's a thunderstorm that continues to hold together. Nathan, it hasn't really weakened much, if any at all. Very formidable, got a lot of lightning with it. So one lone supercell here in southern Arkansas that is just eating away at all of that buffet of energy that it has to provide there.
That storm is producing a strobe light effect, Tom. That means we've got a very powerful updraft, and this could be the beginnings of a supercell that's trying to produce a tornado that could stick around for a period of time. So if you're watching to the northeast of this cell, you need to watch it very closely as the lightning is really starting to pick up in Dallas County, into Cleveland County. That basically blob of lightning is all headed in your direction. And we'll take a look at the radar, the rain part of the radar. We've got heavy rain. There could be some hail as well. When we take a look at the hail, usually when you have an updraft pretty strong like this, yeah, look at that. There could be ping pong ball size hail, maybe even golf ball size hail, probably just to the northeast of Camden right now, I would say, is where that hail core would be. We'll go back to radar, because when we see the purples here on the radar show up, that really shows that where this hail core could be located. So it's probably going to be this darker red area along Highway 7 and Highway 9 is where you can see golf ball size hail, maybe even larger than that, to the northeast of Camden. And this is headed towards Fordyce. So Fordyce, be in your safe place, lowest level, sturdy structure, into your hallway, into your closet, into your bathroom. Put those shoes on, If you can get a bicycle helmet, something like that, to protect your head from any flying debris, that's all going to be a good idea right now.
Yeah, Camden, Fordyce, South Central Arkansas, big thunderstorm, supercell thunderstorm, roaming across the countryside down there. Lots to keep it going. Not weakening anytime soon. It was very active earlier in eastern and southeastern Arkansas. We had the supercells fire up, and we've had the evidence with video of tornadoes. Now we have one here, and it wants it all for itself now. And as it moves to the northeast, it's going to feed what's available and what's left. And there was a lot of instability, a lot of energy there today. This is the way things look in Arkansas County. Tornado warning continues here. Another one possible near Elmira. This is going to move into Monroe County. So you got this one and this one. These are our two main focuses. Everything else west and north has really settled down and calmed down. That's certainly some good news. But still under the gun, and still some folks that are very nervous. Second round tonight in Arkansas County of a storm that is exhibiting signs of becoming supercellular and possibly producing another tornado. This warning is in effect till 9:15. It's 8:38 right now. Feels like midnight. 9:15, 9:30 for the severe thunderstorm warning. And there is the area of concern along Highway 130 and 33. Right here at that intersection. That's where the juncture. Here's the box. There's the polygon. Here's DeWitt, just to give you an idea. It's north of you, DeWitt, but still seeing strong enough rotation, possibly producing a tornado tonight. Have not had a confirmation from the Weather Service on it, but it's just been one of those nights. These storms that develop could, in fact, produce tornadoes. Tornado warning continues for Ouachita, Cleveland, Dallas, and Calhoun until 9:15. Got a ways to go on that. Now, some good news. Arkansas and Monroe, the tornado warning that expired at 9:15 has been canceled for you for Arkansas and Monroe. Okay. Monroe expires at 8:43. Okay. But there you go, right there, Arkansas County. You see something like that, you see that couplet like that, you know there's more than likely something there. If anything, a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud, but possibly a tornado. Here is the border of Arkansas County and Monroe County. So here within the next 15 to 20 minutes, it'll be crossing over the border into Monroe and then eventually out of Monroe County, southern tip of Monroe. This is an area that, here's all of them, they just went through it. And of course, you heard about Elmira, they went through it. Stuttgart, the area of concern is to your south, but you're still more than likely picking up, some strong wind gusts and some very heavy rain, possibly some hail. So there's Elmira and Kittlers. This is right over those two communities, splitting those two communities right there. Elmira and Kittlers. All right, that's what it looks like reflectivity-wise when you look at the heavy rain and possibly the hail within that storm. There you go, there's that one. And of course, we got the one in south central Arkansas. That's Ouachita and Calhoun counties, Dallas counties, tornado warnings in effect there. We've talked to you, Fordyce, about being in your safe spot. This warning goes through 9:15. I would imagine it's going to be extended. It's a big hail with this, possibly upwards of a quarter to ping pong ball sized hail. Nathan pointed out earlier tonight that you begin to see these updrafts increase, producing hail. These storms eventually begin to rotate and produce tornadoes. It's possible with this. There's Camden. There's the area of concern east-northeast of Camden, riding along Highway 79. This is just southwest of Thornton, Arkansas. Fordyce is near Thornton. You two communities are in the path of this possible tornado as it moves to the northeast, and it's moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour.
And there is a camera, R Drive, Arkansas, down there. So I have it pulled up on
Storm track?
A storm track.
Okay, I'll take a step back.
There's that strobe light effect. I mean, it's just constant lightning.
Yeah.
Nonstop.
And because it's dark, you really can't see a whole lot, but that lightning really gives you an idea. It's a very strong, severe thunderstorm out there, a very severe thunderstorm with all of that lightning.
That rotation is going to go right over that location, Tom, if there is something there.
Okay. Well, we can hold it there. About how long do you think, Nathan?
It's still got quite some time.
Quite some time?
I'll watch it because it's in between Thornton and Fordyce is where that camera is located on Highway 167 approaching Highway 79. So it's probably still has about 10-15 minutes before the rotation gets close to there.
All right, watching extended coverage tonight, Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. We knew it would be a busy day. We've had a busy evening. We've had several tornadoes. We've had the video evidence. We've had hail reports, and we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll go back to that camera shot here in just a moment or two. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, 2 of them. One down in south central Arkansas that has impacted the Camden area. This storm is moving northeast. It will get close to Thornton and Fordyce here momentarily. There's the area that we're talking about that could contain a possible tornado. Another storm up the street just a little bit, bringing another round of a potential tornado to Arkansas County. We talked about Elmira, Arkansas being impacted once again. There was an area of rotation moving over that realm. So we had the individual supercells move through earlier. Now we're beginning to see the front with more storms along the front impacting some of the very same areas. A very stormy night here in the natural state. Just real briefly, I want to go back to Max 2, just to give a broader perspective of these storms. Here's tornado warning number 1, Arkansas County into Monroe County. And the second one here that's now lifting out of Ouachita, Calhoun, western parts of Cleveland County and Dallas County. This is the one that was impacting Camden not long ago, and this one is currently the one that's near Elmira, and they're both moving to the northeast. And back behind it, notice we still have some general showers and some thunder to contend with, but the severe weather threat has really lessened the farther west and northwest that you've traveled. Thank you for watching us tonight. We know that we're breaking into coverage. This is a very dangerous night here in Arkansas. A night that we don't see too many of these. We have our severe weather bouts, but this one was a statewide event. High risk of severe weather for eastern and parts of central Arkansas. And with that, a moderate threat of severe weather really for the rest of us, enhanced for a good part of the state. So as we went through the day, we saw the storms develop. They moved through. Western, northwestern Arkansas really began to pick up a little bit of speed. They got stronger as they moved into central Arkansas. And now this is the result. We're in southeast Arkansas. It's right at 8:45, and we still have a couple of storms capable of producing tornadoes and even tornadic storms in eastern Arkansas tonight. Tornado watches, we're updating those. Let's go back to Max 1. I mean, we've seen some of them go away, Nathan. Update us with what else we have left.
Everything you see here in the yellow still has that tornado watch in effect until 12 o'clock, and that does still include northeast Arkansas. Although things have improved in many areas in northeast Arkansas, I would really think that they would start to drop that tornado watch, Craighead County, Lawrence County, Independence, Jackson County, because all the severe weather threat has now shifted off to the southeast. So even though you're under a tornado watch, technically, they probably just haven't had any time to adjust that because they've been so busy with tornado warnings for the Memphis coverage area of the National Weather Service in that part of the state. We still have tornado watch also in effect for Howard County, Little River County, and Sevier County. But again, I think that is not needed. I think really the threat of severe weather continues to be for locations east of I-30 and now getting south of Interstate 40 for the most part. The most northern cell that is causing still some issues in Arkansas is right over Forest City in St. Francis County. That's going to be headed towards the Memphis metro, but everything north of that is not severe. Although we do have a lot of flash flood warnings in effect, Tom, and we'll take a look at those because they continue to add up as this line of storms just sits in the same location.
Yeah, Central Arkansas hit pretty hard. It's just been one right after the other until 10:45 tonight. These are the newest additions, and those flash flood warnings till 11:45. Again, a multi-day event, multi-day severe weather, multi-day flash flooding event that's going to take us all the way through Saturday, possibly Sunday. So even though we've got the rain and whatnot, we still have to contend with the severe weather aspect of things as well. 7 to 10 plus inches of rain in the forecast, maybe even more. These storms dumped a lot of rain here tonight, and we'll have another wave come through tomorrow interacting with this boundary. The boundary is going to stall out somewhere over central and southern Arkansas and become a focal point for heavy rain and more flooding. All right, let's center back in on our storms in Arkansas County. Let's go to Storm Track 11 if we can, and we'll take a closer look at rotation here. This is the area of concern. We'll zoom in and take a look at one of our wind modes. Here's Elmira. Look, you can see a little bit of a bending here. So where is the greatest rotation with this? You would think it would be near DeWitt by looking at that, and there could be some rotation near DeWitt. So DeWitt, you're in the tornado warned part of this polygon as well. We're going to back it up and try to find the best area where we're seeing the rotation. And it isn't that easy to pick up, but we know it's there. Elmira right here. Here's DeWitt, Crockett's Bluff, Van, St. Charles. Storm is racing to the northeast. Soon we'll be getting out of Arkansas County into Monroe County before leaving Monroe County. And here's an idea right here.
That's hail.
Is that hail
parameter.
core? Hail core? Yeah. It kind of fooled me there for a moment because it looked a little bit like velocity. But there you go. And then down in this particular area, the Bearden area, this is where we're finding some strong rotation, a potential tornado moving over the top of Bearden. And Bearden is to the northeast of Camden. So next on the list is going to be Thornton and then eventually Fordyce. This gives you another perspective of this couplet. When you see the colors like this, we look at colors coming together, winds blowing toward radar or a color and winds blowing away from radar. So that's where we're finding the rotation, the strongest rotation within that severe thunderstorm. See if we've had a drop out there, see if we've had any.
That was spectrum width, actually, not
That was
CC.
okay. Maybe you were going to do that. Okay.
We can take a look at the CC.
Noisy.
Looks like a lot of noise.
Yeah, a lot of noise. Okay. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings tonight. This is a tornado warned storm. Bearden, you're being impacted now. Thornton, you're up next. And this is where we have the greatest guess of where that rotation is located. And this is one of our RDOT cams, or one of the RDOT cams looking in that direction. Lots of lightning still with this storm.
Still shows a powerful, intense storm approaching Fordyce. So Fordyce, make sure that you are in your safe place. Lowest level, sturdy structure, interior hallway, interior closet, interior bathroom. Stay away from windows because this could be producing a tornado at any moment. There's nothing too significant in rotation, but there is something definitely there, more concerning near Bearden, like you said. And there is a little couplet there, but we're so high in the clouds. We are 6,961 feet above the surface. So this could be more intense than what we're seeing closer to the ground.
So this is Ouachita County. This is Dallas County, and then up the road a piece. You got Thornton, Fordyce. This is where we're finding the best likelihood of rotation within that storm, and it's traveling along Highway 79. So hopefully you folks that are in this area have gone ahead and you've found your safe place, and you're going to stay there. The other tornado warning that we have, of course, is up the road in Arkansas County, and we'll go there here in just a moment. You got a better perspective on Max 1, you think, with that, or is it?
I was just looking at, I mean, you got that uptick in the velocity south of 79, but I don't know if that matches up with the radar. I'm going to switch over to see if that actually
Just
matches up or if that's
notes.
bad data.
Yeah. Either way, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado has prompted the tornado warning. Could have hail with it, some very strong wind gusts. So it's just best, although we can't exactly pinpoint where the strongest rotation is located, it's there. So go ahead and make sure that you've got things taken care of and you're in a safe place tonight. Centermost part of your home, lowest level of your home. So we'll come back to this in a moment. We're going to go up the road to Arkansas County and Monroe County and check that tornado warned storm. One thing I've noticed is that the heavy rain that we've had with the front is really beginning to back off quite a bit. Here's that tornado warned storm closer to Arkansas and Monroe counties. Looks like a couple of areas of concern. Yeah, well, this one north of DeWitt here, right in here along Highway 53 and Highway 1. looked like there was some here now, Elmira, and it fell apart a bit, and then another area began to develop to the south. It's entirely possible. There's certainly an appendage here. There's one here. It's ready for it to move on. All right. Yeah, could have a little something here near the DeWitt area. These storms are moving northeast, and they're tapping into a rich environment full of lots of instability, low-level moisture, warmth, wind shear, wind at the surface, wind aloft is all conducive for rotating thunderstorms. Here's the box for that tornado warning, and there's two of them. Could have some big hail to the southwest of Fordyce, Thornton area. You are next on the list. Big hail, possibly ping pong ball sized or larger, and then a broader area of quarter-sized hail can't be ruled out. You know, we look at those purplish colors indicating some the reflectivities, bright reflectivity, some heavy rain, possibly hail there. This storm is going to move over Fordyce, pretty much, Thornton and Fordyce.
Yeah, I would think they're getting some quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe larger than that, affecting you folks pretty close to the Walmart in Fordyce. And there's Thornton, so that's where the hail core is located. As for where this rotation is located within this system, is it rain wrapped? It possibly could be. It's a tough guess, but I would say it's right along Highway 79, headed for Thornton and Fordyce. There's nothing confirmed. This is all Doppler radar indicated information, but you want to play it safe just because it's not technically a confirmed tornado. Still, stay in your safe place until we give you the all clear. This is going to continue to move off to the north. I think, Tom, looking at the situation, we have a supercell thunderstorm. There's nothing developing below it. Mm-hmm. So therefore, this could continue to go into Cleveland County, Lincoln County, potentially into southeastern parts of Jefferson County, and maybe even into Arkansas County.
Taking a very similar track. Those are the two cells that we have, though, tonight. The two of concern right now. And soon it'll just be one.
So I just put a track on there to give an idea as we go into the next 1 hour, hour and a half on where it could go. And there you see Bearden around 1 minute after 9 o'clock, which is already pretty much there. Fordyce, 9:19, give or take, 5 minutes or so. Horizon, 9:40. All-timer around 10:21. And then it could be close to Dumas. It's probably going to be northwest of Dumas, I would think, but certainly getting closer to Gillette and DeWitt, Elmira, those areas may be impacted by this cell if it holds together. There's a possibility that the atmosphere starts to lose some of its richness, some of its volatility, and maybe this cell will try to weaken. That'd be the greatest thing, but having a cell all by itself, got to watch it very closely. This could be the final cell, and hopefully that is the final one that goes tornadic on us, but we still have to watch all the way through midnight, Tom, because we have that tornado watch in effect.
Yeah, we have seen a gradual lessening of the storm coverage. We just have these two. And this is a good point here as well. You know, when you extend that polygon or extend the track into the next polygon, it's everyone in this area that could still be impacted. This storm is about to ramp up and move out of our viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, and a tornado warning for Monroe County. But then this one just really takes all the attention through Cleveland and Lincoln counties, Arkansas counties, maybe even northern parts of DeShay County. The question remains, will we see other cells develop in southeast Arkansas, impacting southern Bradley and Drew County and Ashley and Chico counties? The rain is going to continue off and on through the night tonight. The frontal boundary keeps giving everything a push, keeps giving it a shove. Well, let's hope that front can help to actually lessen the intensity and the severity of these storms. Severe thunderstorm warning in the orange, tornado warning in the red. The tornado warning continues through Monroe County until 9:15. We still have a good 18 minutes left with that one. And this tornado warned storm that's moving out of Ouachita into parts of Dallas and Cleveland County and would impact Rising eventually. It's a big thunderstorm covering up a lot of real estate here. Large thunderstorm with a lot of very vivid lightning and maybe even the possibility of a tornado. And they'll go through the cycles, feeding off this environment. This hasn't been touched down here. There hasn't been any rain. So it still has quite a bit of the necessary storm fuel to live, and that's more than likely going to be the case. So we're tracking this for you tonight, all night. Thank you for joining us. It's right at 8:58. You're watching THV 11 along with Nathan Scott. I'm Tom Brannon. Rolly Hoyt and Faith Woodard are here. I know because I hear them. I heard them just a moment ago, and they're helping keeping us up to date on anything that may be happening out there, power outages, any storm damage around the region. And Ebby's here as well. One of our super producers, our assignment editor, sneaking up on us with snacks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shayla, our news director, is here as well. Everybody's getting in on it. Faith and Rolly, would you update us on anything you might have? And I'll grab a sip of tea.
Okay.
You do that, Tom.
The
A lot of the focus tonight has been in northeast Arkansas. It seems to be the center of attention the last 3 cycles of these storm outbreaks that we've had in Arkansas. Lake City, hard by the St. Francis River, up in that part of the state, having a storm wedge and drive right through that community. This is what it looked like earlier today. Viewer video sent in by Matthew Fraser.
Yeah, it just, I mean, some of these, are moving pretty quickly. And as we're getting the video in, we're just taking a look. This looks like some damage out of Lake City from Adam Spurlock. As you can see, a lot of those trees just, all the leaves and everything just completely gone. Some of those buildings completely floored. It's a crazy sight to see. And as we know, some of these tornadoes are fast moving and it happens pretty quickly, and we can see that from some of the photos that we're seeing.
Telltale signs there that a powerful storm did go through there. Of course, National Weather Center crews will make their way out to those spots to assess just how strong the storms were. Any kind of outbreak like this, you're going to have power outages. At this stage, we are looking at about 37,000 people without power in the state. Most of them, percentage-wise, or just raw numbers, are in Arkansas County right now. They're at around 5,000 people without power. And then percentage-wise, relative to the number of people living there, Prairie County, and also up there in Izard County, with a lot of people in the dark waiting to hear whether linemen are going to be able to get to them and get those lines back on. Of course, in a big county like Pulaski, you've got almost 5,000 people without power here after storms trained right over the top of us earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, we did hear from Entergy earlier in the day where they did say that their storm crews are ready, but again, it's just going to take some time. This was a large-scale, weather event across the state, and so it's just going to take some time. But it looks like Pulaski County, 4,964 there, and so we'll just continue to keep you guys updated.
The flooding concerns are going to rise as soon as this front makes its way through. That's why the Arkansas National Guard is already standing by, a lot of them focused up in northeast Arkansas. 4 high water teams are set to go in case rivers like the St. Francis or the White River start to go over their banks, or if these storms just create flash floods. There's also 40 extra guardsmen and airmen set to help out with any kind of evacuations. There's also been sandbag stations set up in counties all over the state to help if you need to try and protect your home or property as we go over the next couple of days. That'll be the next concern that we have. But with these weather with the severe weather still in the air tonight, you probably want an idea of where could you go if you're in a vulnerable location.
Yeah, definitely text the word shelter to 501-376-1111 for a list of storm shelters in Central Arkansas, and we'll text that over to you. Again, you'll hear that number from us all night. It's where you can send your pictures, any information that you could possibly want, 501-376-1111. And please take a look at our online just for the latest information on what we know so far with the storms, videos, pictures. We've also compiled a digital article so far on some of the videos and pictures in different parts of Arkansas that you can take a look at. It's one of our latest articles online.
So we will send things back over to our TH11 Weather Impact team. Nathan, Tom, I've been keeping an eye on that same camera. You've been right there in Fordyce, and it looks like that storm is barreling right over the county seat there.
Yeah, well, we thank you very much. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I got it. It's all right. You got it, Nathan? I'm here. Okay. Sorry about that. Grabbing a sip of tea. I didn't want to slurp in anybody's ear. All right. Back to the serious stuff. We do have the tornado warning continuing over northern parts, Calhoun County, Dallas County, and Cleveland County. Good news, tornado warning to our east has been allowed to expire. The National Weather Service has expired it, but still a severe thunderstorm warning. So, Nathan, all of our focus now can go over south central Arkansas. You've been keeping an eye on that camera and the vivid lightning. Anything new that's seen there with that camera?
Pretty much it just continues to be consistent lightning, Tom. When we take a look at Storm Track 11, or if you want to pull it up on Skype, JD, whatever you want to do, there you see just lots of flashes of lightning. Can't really see much other than that, but it is a nasty, dangerous storm now going through Thornton, Fordyce, and that part of the triple point, pretty much, Dallas County, getting into Cleveland County, and also into Calhoun County. So if you're within that tornado warning polygon, we can go back over to Max 1 now. We are watching still rotation there. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. But with a supercell, they're probably going to extend it. I think they're going to extend it into Cleveland County, Lincoln County. So Horizon, Rowell, Star City, get ready. You'll probably be under tornado warning here very shortly.
Yeah, it's getting toward the end of that polygon. So we have that one warning upstream. It's out of the way. Here we go. Cleveland County. Horizon is in Cleveland. You've got Lincoln County, Star City. Hopefully this is the beginning of the end. And there's still, some rotation being seen here to the south and east of Fordyce, if this is an accurate projection. Now, because the radar is shooting way high up, it may not be. But we know that we've had rotation with this storm tonight. Continues to move to the northeast, 45, 50 miles per hour. I'll just say this. If you're listening to us, watching us down in southeast Arkansas, Horizon, Rowell, Star City, in any point in between, then you're going to be impacted by this supercell thunderstorm that has produced tornadoes tonight in southwest Arkansas. There's a good likelihood there's still enough rotation with this storm. Here's Kingsland, Arkansas, Hebron, Arkansas, Mount Elba. These places are going to be impacted by this very strong storm. And if anything, you'll get some very strong wind gusts out of this storm tracking to the northeast. I hope I got the name of of Hebron right. Hebron. Okay, so this is what it looks like on our live winds. Let's go back to Max 2. And we'll see the reflectivity mode here. Reflectivity mode shows you the heavier precipitation. And when you start getting into these purplish areas, that would indicate some possible hail with it. And we have seen a hail core with this. There you go. That is the tornado warned storm moving to the northeast. And I think there's still a warning on this. I can't quite find there it is. There's the polygon right there. Cleveland County, you're next. Lincoln County, this is also going to impact a part of southern Jefferson County and quite possibly even a southern tip there of Grant County. But for the most part, this is all we have left. This is the last storm of the night. So we hope. I shouldn't say that this is it, because there could be a few more. But this is the environment that we have out in front of it. There hasn't been much going on here in Bradley County and Drew County, Deshay County. These are untouched areas, so it's going to have all of the energy here to feed from as it continues its northeast track. And the storm to the north of it in Arkansas County, that is now severe thunderstorm warning. But here you go, Fordyce, you're under the gun right now. Soon it's going to be Cleveland County. And Cleveland County is still a little part of it under the warning, but that's going to be extended to include a part of Lincoln County and quite possibly Jefferson County tonight. Nathan?
Tom, yeah, if you are watching us, Hebron, Kingsland, you really want to pay attention to this because most likely you're going to have, I think, the tornado warning extended. And yeah, they are going to reissue it. They just said that they will be reissuing a new tornado warning, so we'll wait for that to pop up. But Rising, you're going to be under that tornado warning, and a large part of Cleveland County will be under that tornado warning. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, so nothing has been confirmed, but it's a supercell. It's all by itself. It's running into an environment that it could continue to maintain its strength or continue to intensify. And we still have a lot of wind energy to work with in the atmosphere that this could still rotate and produce a tornado. We still have the potential of a strong tornado. The Storm Prediction Center has still a high risk for severe weather into East Arkansas. And we'll wait for that new tornado warning to pop up. Tom, I don't know if you want to go to Max 2 right now. I'm going to pull up the high risk just to show what locations still need to be on their guard.
We can do that, and we'll wait it out with the Storms Prediction Center to see, and the National Weather Service, to see if they're going to place and extend this tornado warning, of which they're going to reissue it. That's from the National Weather Service. Going to continue. Again, here are the places that are under the gun. We still have this one big lone supercell that has a tornado warning. The other warning is a severe thunderstorm warning. Cleveland County, here's Lincoln County, Star City, Pine Bluff, Jefferson County. This is traveling to the northeast. And as it travels to the northeast, it's going to really just engulf all of this low-level warmth and moisture over Drew County, Bradley County, even as far south as the Calhoun County area. So we still have a ways to go with this. A tornado warning remains in effect. I think what I'm going to try to do here, give me just a second. I'm going to go over to live winds mode for this storm and see if I can pick up any couplets. So live wind mode, and there's the extension that just happened through Cleveland and a part of Lincoln County. I guess right around in here, if it's truly there, you're finding the rotation right here, just to the east-southeast of Fordyce. Let me zoom in here a little bit closer for you. There's Rising. This is our live wind mode. This is where we can pick up, those couplets. And here is where we're finding the greatest area of concern. Again, we're seeing the extension of the tornado warning to include Cleveland County and Lincoln County, and that does include places upstream. That does include, the Rising area. That includes Star City down the line, just on the edge of Star City. And that's as far as they have extended this. So that's going to happen until 10 o'clock tonight. So it's 9:10. Got another 50 minutes with this. This part of the tornado warning is set to expire at 9:15, but it gets replaced by the area at 10 o'clock. Nathan is also working on storm reports for us tonight. We'll get to those here in just a moment, as well as the Storms Prediction Center and the outlook of severe weather. Tomorrow it's an enhanced risk. For the rest of tonight, we still have a fairly high risk of severe weather. So there we go. That's the latest on this polygon, Nathan. Did you want to talk about the risk tonight for the rest of the night?
Yeah, I was looking at the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. They issued this around like 7:45, something like that.
Yeah.
So when we take a look at that, there's still a high risk of severe weather potential for East Arkansas. You don't have to be concerned so much here in Central Arkansas because once they put this out, the risk was already diminishing here in Central Arkansas.
Yeah.
But I just want to highlight still Drew County, Bradley County, Lincoln County, Arkansas County, this area still needs to be on the lookout for the rest of the evening. You can ignore everything else from Little Rock and off to the west because we're done with the threat of severe weather here in a large part of Central Arkansas. And when we take a look at the storm reports, we've had those confirmed tornadoes. Now, they haven't come into the storm reports just yet with the National Weather Service, but we can take a look at the damage, and you can kind of pinpoint where these tornadoes have been located, and it's been northeast Arkansas. Unfortunately, the same areas that got slammed back on March 14th got hit again, and this is very unusual for area to consistently get hit. But there you see damage reports coming in around just to the northwest of Jonesboro, so we'll query this and see what this says. This says around Bono, major roof damage to a gymnasium I'm seeing, and then over here pretty close to Monette, structural damage to several homes. So that's not, a possible tornado. That was likely a tornado from what we've seen, and more damage reports continue to come in. There was a report tornado pretty close to Fisher, but here in central Arkansas, it's primarily been hail, and there have been some significant hail reports across Pulaski County and Lonoke County around Cabot. So 2-inch size hail certainly was reported pretty close to Cabot. To the west of Searcy, 2.8-inch size hail. Once you get close to Bald Knob and head towards Augusta, that was a nasty cell that did have a tornado warning with it earlier. So overall, the worst weather has been East Arkansas and Northeast Arkansas in terms of the tornado potential, but that's where we expected it to be as well. Things are starting to wind down here in a large part of central Arkansas, Tom. You look at that line, if you are to the north and west of that line of red and north and west of the severe thunderstorm warnings, you're done with the threat of severe weather. So Pulaski County is done with any severe weather threat. Saline County, Garland County, Hot Spring County, all done with the severe weather threat. Clark County, White County, all done as well.
So let's go back to Max 2, just to show you a little better, a little different perspective, I should say. The hail core that could be occurring with these tornado warned storms in south central Arkansas. Again, this part is getting set to expire at 9:15 here in about 45 seconds. And then this area until 10 o'clock tonight, Cleveland County into Lincoln. And it'll probably be extended on from there. But there is hail. Quarter-sized hail is the estimated size within this severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. As far as the winds going inside, we're still way far apart from being able to see it accurately, but we know that there is some rotation here, and it would be, right now, according to this, somewhere in the general vicinity, if not east of Fordyce and Rison. So this is where we might be finding that spin. You can see it right here, a little couplet right there, and that is traveling to the northeast. It's splitting kind of in the middle. So Rison, you're in the path. You should be in your safe place, and then upstream, it's going to get awfully close to the Star City area. It's 9:15, so there was the part of that expired, the first part of that tornado expired. So this is all we have left, and folks, it's enough. You can follow the polygon here. It's the outline of Cleveland County and a little bit of Lincoln County. So this is what we're looking at for the potential for a tornado. I'm going to go back to our live radar and show you what it looks like reflectivity-wise. It's a big supercell. In fact, it looks like we're seeing a little more growth to the south here, south of Fordyce. That's, once again, in Hampton, Calhoun County, Camden, Washita County. So strong thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm, not yet, but a tornadic thunderstorm certainly that could pose a tornado. And if we were to follow this, here's Highway 79, here's Rison, here's a little bit of a notch here. So it might be that the rotation matches up with that. The important thing here is that you're in your safe place, you're taking this seriously just in case. I do want to take us out to a statewide vantage point because we can take a look at what else is happening around Arkansas. We've got flash flood warnings in effect for a good part of central Arkansas. And this goes in line here. That frontal boundary is lining up right about here. So that thunderstorm is riding along the front, and the boundary continues to move to the southeast. Now, it is expected to stall out somewhere in southern Arkansas. Hopefully the threat will come down and the severe threat will go away for the rest of the night, but we'll have another wave come in from the west that will interact with that front. That front may lift to the north, and it's that wobbling back and forth of that boundary and these systems that interact with the front that will keep the chance of severe weather in our forecast and the possibility of seeing some very heavy rain and flash flooding. We've already had some flash flooding tonight and heavy rain. We just have more to go. In all, we could see, before things are said and done, as much as a foot in some places. Northeast Arkansas has the greatest chance of seeing that. But you can see those storms lined up in eastern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warnings here, and this one. It's elongating a bit. Certainly some good news. If it would elongate and stay out of the supercellular mode, that would really make a lot of us happy. You can see the showers continuing on the backside and on the western flank there. We'll keep the rain in the forecast for a good part of the night tonight. Tornado warning in effect till 10 o'clock tonight. That continues for Cleveland County and a little part of western Lincoln County. We have not had anything confirmed really since the storm left Columbia County and Nevada County. And once it reached into Ouachita County, and we just haven't heard anything. But we know that the potential is there for tornado warnings and tornadoes with that storm moving over south central Arkansas tonight. So there we go. That's the latest update on this storm. We'll keep it here. Cleveland County. The storm is now moving through into central Cleveland County and the tail end of that over northern parts of Calhoun County. Have not heard an update from the Weather Service, but I do know that part of that warning has expired and expired at 9:15. It is currently 9:18. So that's where we are, Nathan. We just have one more storm, hopefully, fingers crossed, to get through tonight. And this expires at 10, but we might see maybe another one or two warnings before that.
I was just going back, Tom, to look at the rotation path of the one that affected Bay and Lake City into Craighead County. When we look at the history of rotation, there's a clear increase here on Max 1 of how this storm made its way over Craighead County, and that rotation really picked up. So it was low rotation just outside of Bay. Once it got to Bay, that rotation came up to medium, and then there you see right there, high to extreme rotation around Lake City. Lake City is right there. I can add Lake City here. So we've been seeing those videos of that massive wedge tornado and also seeing significant damage. We knew it was going to be a case where one town or several towns could get impacted by a strong, violent tornado, and it looks like that has been the case, unfortunately, for our friends and family in Northeast Arkansas. Looking at the rotation here in Central Arkansas, it was not as significant, but there was some rotation there, very close to Elmira, where you have the greens popping up right there, and also right near Kittler's as well. And we have had some damage around that part of Arkansas County. With this cell currently happening into Cleveland County, this has shown rotation over the past 1 to 2 hours as it emerged from Ouachita County, and that rotation is still there. It's on the low end, so that's some good news. It likely is not a strong tornado if there is something happening, and this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. So there's going to be probably a rotating wall cloud. Does the actual funnel cloud or rotation reach the ground? We don't know, but you have to take it seriously just because we do have that situation. This is a supercell thunderstorm. It does have that appendage, and now that appendage is starting to approach outside of Fordyce, moving into central Cleveland County, rising very close to where this rotation is going to be located. When we take a look at this structure of this system, that rotation is going to be pretty close to Highway 133 and Highway 79, so very close to downtown Rising, and it's going to continue to push its way towards Lincoln County, may just go to the west of you folks in Star City.
Okay, I've been told we have more video to share with you out of Memphis tonight of lightning up against the funnel cloud. Do we see it? Let's do it again. Are we sure that's a funnel cloud? I see lightning. I don't really see a funnel cloud. I see the... Nathan, what am I missing? Do you see it?
I mean, I see something there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's a funnel cloud. Okay. Well, anyway, again, it could be a part of the thunderstorm. Okay. Oh, they've got it.
Did they freeze it?
Frozen there.
A snapshot of it?
My eyes are playing tricks on me. Could be. Hard to say. Okay.
I mean, with that one flash, it's like, okay, is it rotating? It'd be nice to see if it continued to show power flashes or something in that video.
Yeah.
It's hard to see when it's at
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. That's the latest that Nathan was talking about, that tornado warning till 10 o'clock. Let's talk about a broader perspective. Let's go to Max 2 and take a look at the warnings, the ongoing warnings. I know it's been a long night, and it just continues, folks. Eastern Arkansas has been hit the hardest once again. Numerous thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect. And as we look toward south central Arkansas, we've got that tornado warning for Cleveland County and part of Lincoln County. There is a little appendage there that may indicate some rotation. Now back to the west, all clear pretty much, except for a few showers and storms. So atmosphere has been worked over. I do want to talk about, put it in motion. You see the lightning with these storms. They continue, very strong thunderstorms. Lots of lightning here, and there's still even some thunderstorm activity to the west. More rain is moving up the interstate. Our watches look like this. We still have the tornado watch till midnight for the counties here in yellow in eastern and also over southern Arkansas. There's the only two counties that did not get involved were Ashley and Chico County this time. But everywhere else, if you're watching tonight and you're nervous about the weather and you're wanting to know if it's okay to turn in for the night, from Mountain Home, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Mena, and Points West, you're good to go tonight. So that's good. Well, we're going to have more strong to severe weather in the coming days. Want to mention the flooding. Flood alerts, flash flood watches remain in effect, and flood warnings are still in effect for the counties that you see highlighted in red here. And that includes counties in central Arkansas, like White County, south central Arkansas, lining up with that supercell down in south central Arkansas and in eastern Arkansas. But it has, for the meantime, stopped raining in the Little Rock area. In terms of total rain forecast over the next several days, yes, we will have a chance of more strong to severe weather in Arkansas and some very heavy rainfall. These thunderstorms are going to produce a lot of rain in a short amount of time. 3 to 6 inches northwest, southeast, 7 to 10 with a sweet spot here in northeast Arkansas, upwards of 10 to 12 inches of rain. So it is going to stay very wet, stormy, although we're trying to put an end, trying to see if we can get an end to this initial round of severe weather here in Arkansas. And if you want, we can go back to Max 1 and we can follow the radar once again. That's where it looks like. Again, we still see spotty activity, but have not yet seen anything come confirmed out of this in south central Arkansas. Big thunderstorms, certainly capable of rotation and producing tornadoes, absolutely. And even the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in southeast Arkansas and Arkansas County, Phillips County, and Monroe counties, those storms are moving to the east. There still could be an area that we'll have to watch because this part of southeast Arkansas still has quite a bit of energy left to use for thunderstorms this afternoon and this evening. 9:25, tornado watch for a lot of Arkansas remains in effect till midnight. Tornado warning till 10 o'clock tonight. Thank you for hanging out with us here this evening, along with Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. Faith and Roley are here, gathering information. Our reporting team is here, just to provide all the information that you need, especially if you've been impacted by these storms tonight. It has been a very long night. Nathan and I have been joining you off and on, not really off and on, but since 1 o'clock this afternoon on THV 11 Plus, and we made the transition because of tornado warnings that occurred in north central Arkansas.
Let's take a look at Storm Track 11, Tom, because
Sure.
when we look at the environment of the atmosphere, here's how things are shaping up. And it's getting a little bit better.
Yes.
Every 30 minutes or so. We're starting to see this is the significant tornado parameter now, not the violent tornado parameter, but the bullseye is now shifted into North Mississippi. And where that cell that's developed into Lincoln County and Cleveland County, that's right on the edge of the uptick of this tornado environment. So it could still produce a tornado, but it's running out of time to do so. So as long as it doesn't accelerate and get into more of the tornado environment once you get into more of Arkansas County and all that, I think the tornado threat it's limited with this cell. I'm not seeing it, okay, we're going to see a real big intensification and this is going to produce a big time, strong, long track tornado here in Arkansas. At least that's what it looks like right now. But I like what I'm seeing because things are starting to downtrend in terms of the tornado potential in a large part of the state. We still have the tornado potential in southeast Arkansas. Fortunately, there's no storms in that part of the state at this time, and hopefully there won't be any storms. But if there is a storm that develops in that part of southeast Arkansas, the tornado potential will still be in play.
Yeah, some good news there. Looking at it unfold, let's hope that that tornado parameter just dissipates and disappears. That's good news there. So this might be the last storm we deal with tonight. All right, back we go to Max 1, and we will once again track that storm that Nathan was talking about just a second, talking about that storm in the environment. The best environment now is to our east and south. And there's the tornado warning. It does include Cleveland County and Lincoln County, severe thunderstorm warning here. But you can see just how intense these storms are. Look at the lightning. The lightning gives us a good idea that these storms mean business. They really have a lot of intensity to them. And if there is a tornado somewhere within that storm, it may be rain wrap number one. It's hard to pick up. I guess you could be looking at some rotation here near Rowell, Arkansas, near Risen, along Highway 63. This may be the likely spot. Highway 114. Could be some very strong wind gusts as well. Highway 114, Highway 133, and 63. And there we go. So this could be the area that we're talking about. Continues to move away to the northeast. Looking upstream, you move out of Lincoln or Cleveland County into western Lincoln County, Star City. This is where the extent of the box is right here. That will continue to move to the northeast. Now with the National Weather Service, continue the tornado warning. We'll wait and see. If we're losing some of that environment that it needs, then that's a good thing. But we still have quite a bit of instability, and the severe thunderstorm will probably carry on. So that's something that is we're looking at. If you live in Grady, Arkansas, you live in southeast Arkansas, there's Lincoln County, here's Grady, Arkansas, Highway 65. You know what we're talking about. There's a southern tip of Jefferson County. We're probably going to see another very strong thunderstorm tonight, or at least the continuance of this thunderstorm, if not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail, damaging winds also possible within that severe cell, as well as a tornado. It's possible. Haven't seen anything from the Weather Service on it in terms of confirmation. They had some thunderstorm wind damage in Camden earlier tonight from that cell. And flash flood warnings for Ouachita, Cleveland, Dallas, Calhoun counties. So we're getting it all tonight, from severe weather to flooding as well. So that's what we have. This is the only storm that's left. It's 9:30, half an hour. Will it be extended? Let's hope not. Let's hope that it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I really would like for our news team to be able to interact with us as well tonight at 10 o'clock, the news. But I have a feeling, Nathan, that we might be seeing this continue a little while longer than that. But we'll certainly keep an eye on it. One lone cell, a tornado-warned cell in south central Arkansas tonight. Okay, well, let me do this. Our producers, like, I take us through the next couple of days. Well, here's the thing. We jumped on here at 1 o'clock. There really hadn't been a whole lot of time to put together a forecast. Nathan and I are kind of hoping that we get 30 minutes of news out of Faith and Rolling, so that, yeah. Anyway, I think Nathan did have enough time to. There's your forecast. To put together. Now I don't want to see that. That's not a forecast I want to see. Okay. That's what we're talking about. Yep. The severe weather risk continues Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Enhanced risk all 3 days for parts of the state. That's not what we wanted to see. And I think we have a 7-day outlook, THV 11 7-day forecast. I think we do. We pull it up here. What happens next week is I hope and I pray that we get a time to dry things out after getting all of this rain, all the rain. There's a severe weather outlook for the rest of the night tonight. And it doesn't really, Nathan, you're right, it doesn't really keep up with what's happening now. This was from earlier tonight. Yeah. So.
You want me to pull up 7-day?
I've got it right here on Max 2.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and pull it up on Max 2 to look ahead. We do have storms in the forecast, impact alert Thursday through Saturday now. I mentioned last night would probably extend it through Saturday. Sunday, we will still have some leftover showers, at least in the first part of the day. And some good news next week. It looks like we'll get at least a couple of 3 days to dry out with temperatures coming back down to normal, upper 60s, low 70s, sunshine. But once again, rain heavy at times, thunderstorms, weather impact alert coming up Thursday through Saturday. And will impact the first part of your weekend. Okay. All right. We'll continue to track that tornado warned storm. There's nothing new on it as far as we can tell. But if you're down in Cleveland and Lincoln County, just know you have a tornado warning, and that remains in effect tonight till 10 o'clock. It is now 9:32, and I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to take us back to the radar before we send things to Faith and Rowley for a brief update on what else is happening out in the world. But another radar update. South Central Arkansas, here we go. Come on. Come on. There we go. There's the tornado warned storm. It's the only one we have left. Cleveland into the western part of Lincoln County. If you're under this tornado warning, and all of Cleveland County really, especially central parts of Cleveland County, you should be in your safe place. Lincoln County, this edges right over close to Star City. This is it. The frontal boundary is running right there. So that storm is right up against the front. And behind it, although we've got rain and thunderstorms, the weather is settling down. Little Rock, Arkadelphia, Clinton, and points to the north and to the west. So let's get an update on what else is happening out there. We'll come back with another radar update in just a few minutes. Faith and Rowley standing by in the studio with us tonight. Guys?
Tom, thank you very much. We want to start with power outages. I just checked with some contacts down in Risen in Cleveland County there, where it looks like that one lone storm remains in place. And they say so far so good in terms of any damage that they're seeing there in the Cleveland County seat, but they did lose power, so they are among, we're going to guess, the 64 that are there without power right now. The majority of the 35,000 people in the state, percentage-wise, are coming just a couple of counties over there. In Arkansas County, DeWitt, Stuttgart, Elmira is where a storm touched down there. There are 5,000 people. That's been about the number. And then Prairie County has 3,400 people. Up there in Izard County in North Arkansas, they have 1,400 people without power. They were hit earlier in the sequence of these storms. And then there are a lot in Pulaski County, certainly not as many percentage-wise compared to the more rural counties out there that have been hit tonight, and also over closer to Memphis, a lot of counties without power.
And I believe this is less than we had a bit earlier when we checked in. I believe when we last checked, it was nearing like 37,000.
Yeah,
so now it's 35. So we're seeing some of those homes just kind of get restored. So that is progress, and we're looking to see a lot of progress tomorrow as well.
But winds like this are going to take down a lot of power lines, and so we will see if how quickly linemen and women can get out to restore power in many cases. There will be cleared roads for them to do it, thanks to a declaration from Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders declaring a weather emergency earlier today. It also unlocks funds for the Department of Emergency Management. That executive order coming out earlier in the afternoon. Most of business went on without a hitch at the state capitol today ahead of the severe weather. But now state politicians have been checking in all evening to just pass along their prayers and their thoughts, especially in the places like the Northeast Arkansas, which have been hit repeatedly here in the last few weeks.
Now we're getting a lot of statements and quotes from some of these municipalities and different departments. So this is one from the Arkansas Division of Emergency Management, and it says, quote, "We have reports of tornadoes on the ground. We are working with local emergency management offices for situational awareness and still learning of impacts as they come in," end quote. And we're alongside Arkansas Division of Emergency Management, just trying to compile everything that you guys are sending in to just kind of paint the picture of what we're experiencing here tonight.
Significant damage in Craighead County around Jonesboro. We've seen Lake City. with significant damage. We've seen the city of Bay, Arkansas, where after a tornado basically drew a line between those two spots. And we mentioned Arkansas County a little while ago. We talked to the county judge there, and they have damage. They haven't got a full assessment done so far in terms of, but they do report so far, thankfully, no injuries to report.
Yeah, and we're just hearing from just different mayors who are obviously just really sad about what they saw out here today. A lot of mayors sitting out different statements. We've heard from the Cave City mayor as well earlier, and we read his quote, and he said that he was just grateful that he's avoided another tornado incident tonight. And so again, the Arkansas National Guard has been mobilized. We're told 4 high water teams are out and about and will be deployed, 40 extra guardsmen, and they will help with any flooding evacuations. And so we're just continuing to see the response from the National Guard, the response from the governor, just really trying to give people the help that they need when it comes to an event as large scale as this one. We heard from Tom and Nathan just saying that this was a large scale event, a weather event, and something that happened across the state, different parts. We saw that were impacted, but again, we're just continuing to follow and keep you guys updated.
And the threat as we go into the evening is going to be flash flooding. So we'll see if those National Guardsmen get called on. A lot of those flash flood warnings right now are in northeast Arkansas, but we have some here in central Arkansas, especially around those storms that we continue to monitor, including the one that's making its way up through Cleveland County. That one started off down just outside our market in southeast Arkansas, an area that didn't see a whole lot of action, but this one cell has been churning its way along now for about 90 minutes and has passed over the city of Rison. It has Grady in its sights. Now let's send things over to the meteorologist to get an update on what its speed is looking like right now.
Well, there's some good news with it. The National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning. That's great news, fantastic news, but it's replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning for the likelihood of large hail and damaging winds. Now, it could go through a cycling phase and could strengthen once again, and a tornado warning could be issued. It's right at 9:40. We're going to stay with you till 10 o'clock, get a newscast in tonight. Let's talk about the future, though. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cleveland County, also Lincoln County, and this activity continues to be very impressive, moving to the northeast. So with that in mind, let's talk about the future. Nathan Scott has put together the severe weather outlook that's on the way here for tomorrow. We're expecting more strong to severe thunderstorms as well as heavy rain tomorrow. Nathan.
Yeah, Tom, we have that stalled out frontal boundary. We still have the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms out there for tomorrow. Once again, supercells could be a possibility because as this front starts to lift its way back to the north and northwest, the humid air will return once again. Temperatures will try to warm up into the 70s, maybe 80s, especially for South Arkansas. So here's a breakdown. Tornado threat, it's there. It's not as high as what we saw out there today, but we still have a dashed area here, which says any storm that develops, say from Little Rock, Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff, all the way down towards El Dorado, could be a strong tornado. I think also a big threat is going to be hail once again, just because we have a lot of storm fuel in place. So most of the state is under that threat of hail that could be greater than 2 inches in diameter. The winds, some storms could still produce 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. I think for the most part, we're not looking at widespread severe weather like what we saw out there tonight. Nonetheless, you still have to stay weather aware. You still have to be ready to take those tornado precautions just in case. And the severe weather threat sticks around into Friday and also Saturday. So Tom, we're going to be busy for the next several days just because this front, it's a weird situation in the fact that this front is camped out across the area. We've got waves of low pressure riding along the front. These waves of low pressure have wind energy to work with to allow the storms to become robust, rotate, and the tornado potential will in fact remain in place potentially all the way through Saturday.
Yeah, so we're not completely finished with this by any stretch. The rain risk, the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms, There's the severe weather outlook. This is for Thursday afternoon and evening. Of course, we've got a risk of strong to severe weather coming up again Friday and Saturday. And in case you missed it, the good news is tonight, let's go back to Max 2. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire, or the National Weather Service has expired it. It was going to expire at 10 o'clock. They've replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10 o'clock, maybe even a little beyond that for southeast Arkansas. Right now, Lincoln County, Cleveland County, you stand to get the greatest in terms of rain, hail, possibly some strong wind gusts. This is what it looks right now. This is still 10:15 tonight. It's right in front of me. And I apologize. It's been a very, very long day. Cleveland County, Lincoln County, even back toward Dallas County, Fordyce. The further west you travel, we see that the weather is beginning to calm down. Got to get this frontal boundary to move a little farther to the south before it does its stalling out. And then tomorrow, the next wave will travel along it. This is what we have currently. Live radar indicating the activity. Strong thunderstorm toward Pine Bluff. Strong storm will move across the northern part of Lincoln County and the DeWitt area. So a little bit of a reset right now. Around the state, we are looking at showers and thunder. I heard some thunder here in Little Rock, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to take us back to the statewide vantage point real quick. And at some point, we're going to do a 10 o'clock newscast tonight. We're going to try to get a little bit more forecasting done for you as we look ahead. Nathan may be working on some of that as we speak. But again, it's like rinse and repeat these next few days. Maybe not to the extent it was today, certainly not expecting that. But again, spring in Arkansas, possibility of some strong to severe weather. Here's radar, and this is the statewide vantage point, taking a little reset for you. The most active storms we have are now in southeast and south and central Arkansas. We still have areas of rain and thunder on the backside. This is I-30. And notice things have cleared out a bit in western Arkansas. Showers with embedded thunderstorms over the north and northeast. If you could draw a line, that front is more than likely through Jonesboro. Then it takes a bit of a dip south of Little Rock, near Pine Bluff, Arkadelphia, and Texarkana. So everywhere southeast of that front, we still have a little more parameter for some strong thunderstorms, possibly some severe thunderstorms. Hopefully, things will settle down enough to where folks can relax, get a little sleep tonight, get up, and then we'll do this again tomorrow. But again, not at the extent that it was for the day today. We do appreciate you sending your photos and your videos. And JD, if you would like to, what we can do when we have the time, let's do a review of the videos and the photos and the tornado pics if we can. That will help us get up to 10 o'clock, 15 minutes from now. Again, we thank you for keeping us in mind and sharing those with us. So let's start off with the DeWitt tornadoes that we've had tonight. I'm going to step out of the way. Our THV11 viewers, we appreciate you sending these our way. And take it away. This is first one is from Brittany Ray Hornbeck, north of DeWitt. That has to be the one that impacted Elmira, or was near Elmira. Certainly a tornado. And another tornado coming our way that's also from Brittany Ray from DeWitt as well. This is where things started to heat up this afternoon and this evening in southeast Arkansas. We noticed that the storm started to rotate fairly vigorously, and before we knew it, we had a half a dozen supercells in eastern Arkansas. This is from the DeWitt Police Department, Chief Stephen Bobo, and you can quite clearly see that, folks, is indeed a tornado. Lots of visual reference tonight from the storms across Arkansas. Bay, Arkansas, this is up Craighead County way near Jonesboro. From Garrett Hampton in Bay, Arkansas. Thank you, Garrett, for sharing this with us. And I think we had Lake City, which could have been the same tornado. And you'll have to feed the names to me. The outline of the white name is blending in with the gray background. Who is it?
Garrett Hampton.
Garrett, good, very good. Thank you, Garrett Hampton.
See?
I tell you what, we're just going to let Faith take over from here with all the videos and stuff.
Yeah, look at the destruction there. I mean, a lot of those trees, I'm sure that they looked a lot different a couple of hours ago, and now, just limbs, bare limbs there.
And
So.
Lake City's right along the St. Francis River and the wildlife management area there, and so I imagine it's also a lot of farmland. So I imagine these are scenes right near that. It goes from like a river forest area to flat land, and you can hard to tell the difference at this point after something like that comes through your town.
Yeah, that's another video we received from Matthew Frazier, Lake City. Again, we received quite a few videos from Lake City, just different angles, and people capturing what they saw. But yeah, it was a lot tonight, a lot of activity. So.
Let's go back down to Arkansas County. This is the remnants, or what appears to be some of the damage from the storm that we had seen from DeWitt and going through Elmira there to the northwest of DeWitt in Arkansas County. And then we saw another storm here in the last hour that, or last 90 minutes or so, that also came up in that area that had to have people a little bit nervous and anxious as they went over that time.
Lots of reports too coming in. Thank you to our viewers for sending us hail photos as well. A lot of big hail out there tonight. A lot of big hail, and a lot of the footage that you've sent us of the tornadoes. Very useful. We appreciate that. 501-376-1111. You text those our way, or if you have video, that may not be the best way to send it. Let us know. We'll get a way for you to upload the videos.
Yeah, and I think, Tom, one thing that we don't consider is that these tornadoes look very large scale. They look big sometimes, but sometimes it's only a couple of seconds, and it can completely obliterate
All it takes is a
a
couple
building.
of seconds. Yeah. And tonight's atmosphere was very conducive for having strong long track tornadoes, EF3 and above, with that high risk scenario. Hopefully we were lucky and there wasn't much property damage. Haven't heard of any injuries. And certainly on a night like tonight, no loss of life. I tell you what, eastern and northeastern Arkansas have just been hammered with severe event after severe event.
And we're getting reports of a storm that started around Augusta, or west of Augusta, and followed up along the White River and split the towns of Bono and I believe it's Alicia. And those are just due east of Cave City and Newport and Diaz, all places that were hard hit a couple of Fridays ago. We were following it along on the Arkansas Department of Transportation cameras, and you can just see one moment it looks clear, the skies are getting gray, and then boom, a storm just came right over the top of them, and everything, and cameras are shaking. So our thoughts go out to that part of the state as they begin another cleanup, it would appear.
I hope we don't have another day like this. Looking at what the Weather Service was saying, this is a 25 to 100 year possibility in terms of flooding because of the amount of rain we're having. But how many times in the future, or in the past, excuse me, again, it's been a long day, and hopefully not in the future, have we had as much real estate impacted by these level 4 and 5 storm risks? Not many. Last time it happened, March 31st, a couple of years ago, but it wasn't as big of an area. There was a confined area. So,
and it hit in the city too, which was scary at that time.
Right. It did. You know, we didn't have loss of life from that tornado, and that was, quite remarkable considering folks were at school, parents were at work. Kind of the same thing today. The leeway was we knew that this would be late afternoon, so a lot of schools decided, let's go ahead and let them out, and maybe parents had a chance to get home.
And at least from the videos, it seemed like some of these tornadoes were kind of in these open areas, in some of these fields.
Lots of farmland in East Arkansas.
So I think that's what you can at least hope for. You hope that it never happens, but if it's going to happen, you would like it to be in some of these more open areas.
And earlier in our coverage, you guys were right along with the National Weather Service, following along that there was a lull developing, that at one point it looked like the timing was going to be awful for the metro, and then
everything stopped.
We dodged that bullet, it would appear, and so we think of ways that it could have been worse tonight. But we continue to await those. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and get those reports as they do start to come in. But as you guys start to formulate the forecast over the next couple of days, I've often heard you guys describe flooding as a slow motion disaster. How slow motion are we looking at with all of this rain that we're getting and the concerns we have in the next couple of days?
Well, tonight we had flash flooding because these thunderstorms produced 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in a very short amount of time. The threat that we have over the next several days is that we get thunderstorms one day, then another round, then another round, then another round. So there might be a little bit of time for some of that water to run off, but where it's going to run off are in rivers and streams and lakes that are just going to fill up and overflow. So to say it's slow motion, maybe not slow motion as much, but yeah, it's going to take place over several days.
And we went from having no rain to getting our share today.
Yeah.
We were saying that we were in need of it, and that was a few days ago, maybe like over a week ago, and we were hoping for it, and then now seems like the floodgates just opened up for us a little bit.
You know, eventually you're going to pay for it. I mean, considering that March was warm, we had some great days in March, but you look down the road, you know, eventually this is not going to end well in some regard. So you pay for that with events that have happened the past couple of weeks, and even one tonight with the weather. Nathan, you okay over there?
Yeah.
You feeling all right?
I'm looking at new information for tomorrow. I think the tornado risk, from what I'm seeing, most likely the Storm Prediction Center is going to shift that risk more south of Little Rock, South Arkansas. Just looking at the latest forecast models, because this front continues to charge its way down to the south, that's going to bring us more stable air across the area. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Tomorrow, it could be a chilly day. I'm looking at some of the information, and we may not get out of the 60s for highs on your Thursday. And then the front starts to lift its way back to north, and the chance of strong to severe thunderstorms will return for more of the area for Friday and also to Saturday before a strong cold front makes its way through. And we could be talking about potential of maybe some frost next week for
that's
parts of the
enough of
region.
him. That's enough. You don't even talk about it.
We're talking
my goodness.
tornadoes, then we're talking frost.
yeah.
Like this is wild.
We were on our camera for so long waiting to get Nathan, and then the moment he mentioned the cold, you should have seen her face.
Yeah, not a good thing. But you know, I'll say this. You know, March is sometimes very chilly, and you get these little chilly bouts in April as well. That's why we've always said when you're planting or getting ready to plant, you get a few 80-degree days, and people are like, hey, let's go to the garden store.
I know.
When we said April 15th is about that time, but we have had a couple of occasions where we've had a frost or a freeze after April 15th. That's usually the general average.
Yeah.
So.
And I know we talk a lot about me loving the warmer temperatures. I do love the warm temperatures, but as you said, it can sometimes lead to some not so nice things, and the warm temperature with some pressure changes, you know, I don't like that, because it makes for a busy Tom and Nathan and an entire busy weather team. So, yeah.
Well, it's a busy everybody. The whole news team is here tonight gathering information, and I think in a way we're lucky. I know there's some damage out there. As long as we don't lose life, you know, as long as there's no injuries, you're probably going to see some structural damage out of this. But if people are out of the way, then it's a win.
Yeah, I think we were starting to see some things in Elmira, some pictures coming out just showing some of that damage, and we can expect to see a lot more tomorrow. Our reporters, we didn't want to send them out today, obviously, because safety is the most important, but looking ahead to tomorrow, you can definitely stay tuned so we can provide you with the latest updates just with some of the damage we're seeing, and we'll have that online, we'll have that in our broadcast, and definitely streaming for THV 11+, so you'll definitely want to download that so you can stay updated with all of the coverage for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we know thousands of you have turned to our digital platforms to stay up to date. We know what's going on out there. You still want to watch shows.
Yeah.
You can watch your other programs on your television, but our mobile platforms are great ways to keep in touch, get an idea whether that storm is coming your way, or in the case of what you guys have planned again tomorrow, get really in depth on what you're expecting. So we're going to do another round of streaming in-depth
Question mark?
reports. That's what I'm hearing. We're going to do
Question mark?
You guys are going to be so tired, but it's needed. It really is.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we'll do something tomorrow at 2:30, kind of looking at the severe weather setup for tomorrow and for the coming days and the flood risk. I'm sure people will want to know if you know, hey, am I going to float away? This is very important. Whenever you see roadways that might be underwater, especially at night, turn around, don't drown. I know it sounds hokey, but it truly can save your life. You don't know how fast that water is flowing, and you don't even know if there's a road there anymore. So keep that in mind and take that as seriously as you can.
And there could be down power lines, you know, different, you know, things in the
Absolutely.
water, debris that, you know, officials haven't gotten the chance to get to yet or haven't been able to clean up. So you definitely just have to be mindful and drive slow if you do have to get out and about. But again, tomorrow we will continue to just provide you guys updates. We'll send our reporters out and have full team coverage on what we're seeing so we can update you so you don't have to go out. So.
Real quick update. Nathan, anything new on that storm in south central Arkansas? They didn't go back tornado warned on it, did they? As far as you know?
Not
Just
that
thought
I
we'd
know
do an
of.
update because we're going to update the weather, believe it or not, at 10 o'clock here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's still a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Looking at the radar on Storm Track, there's still some rotation there. Certainly can't rule it out, but there's not enough rotation for them to go with a
Prompt a
tornado warning. But there is a little appendage there, pretty close to Cornerville and Star City. So we'll just have to watch it closely, and that is the only cell that is of concern really across the entire state of Arkansas now. A lot more tornado warnings are now being issued well north and east into Kentucky and Indiana, and those locations still have a long night ahead of them as well.
All right. We'll update the forecast at 10 o'clock and see what the latest is, guys.
Yeah.